Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 106. As soon as Tan Wenbin entered the operating room, he saw Fan Shulan sitting on the ground. His legs were still kicking the ground, and he moved to the door to move. "Brother Fan, why did you accidentally fall to the ground? Come, I help you." Fan Shulan turned his head at Tan Wenbin, and at the same time, his finger was shirtless. "You care about this stab? There is no clear standard specification. How long is it thorough? This is called the root? How many you are, how many are you? What you say, whoever eats a meal will have a few rice in a bowl." "No, I can't do this, I can't do it." Fan Shulan got up and went out. Tan Wenbin hurriedly hugged him. "Fan brother, Jinkai, Jinkai. I don't want it. Fan brother, help, the doctor's heart, the doctor's heart. I have been eaten by a dog." Yes, yes, I was eaten by me, I vomited it now and returned you. You see, my friend was cured by you last time. His life was given by you. Are you willing to lose his life?" Hurry up, I am worried that I will not take it out in time, and the tetanus will not be good." Fan Shulan only felt that his brain was dizzy. He was pushed to stand in front of Runzheng, rechanging his gloves and tools, and waited for the first nail cap to pull out one. He suddenly woke up. "What am I doing?" Tan Wenbin shrugged, and his tone returned to calmness. "It doesn't matter, Fan brother, because you have started to do it." Fan Shulan swallowed a little bit, and then continued to go out. It turns out that as long as it is gradual, the layers of layers, people's adaptability can often exceed their imagination. He started to enter the state. When the first nail is about to pull out, Fan Shulan shouted, "Help me, I want to stop bleeding." Tan Wenbin, "Okay, here." "Runzheng, don't be so troublesome." Runzheng reached out, grabbed the nail hat, pulled out, and the nails were completely pulled out. "Hey, what are you doing?" Immediately, a scene of Fan Shulan shocked. After pulling out the nails, the original wound position actually started to close, whether it was closed or healed. It was the skin that tightened and stopped hemostasis by himself. Fan Shulan Zhang's mouth, his brain was stimulated continuously, and he was in a strange disorder. Now he really wants to think. If patients on the national operating table have this ability, wouldn't the doctors want to wake up? Immediately afterwards, another thought rose out. My papers have no hope. If I write this patient, it is not the problem of the dissertation fraud, but it will be regarded as a mental abnormal suspension of the qualification certificate of a practicing physician. Fan brother, brother Fan. I'm here. There are 15 roots, you'd better be soon. Oh, okay. Fan Shulan continued to pull the second nail. It was still old. He only needed to take the nails, and then the patient in front of him reached out and grabbed it, and the wound was still closed. "No, you wait, I just forgot, I have to see if there is infection in you." Runzheng, oh. The wounds in the two symmetrical positions were opened again, like a pair of eyes opened. "Well, no infection, very good." After Fan Shulan finished speaking, Tong Tong was scared by the terrible scene just now, and his eyes began to turn white. Tan Wenbin hurriedly supported again, "Fan brother, Fan brother." Fan Shulan returned, nodded numbly, got up numbly, and began to continue to pull nails. This one, he didn't wait for Runzheng to reach out, he pulled it out himself. Then continue. He seems to have lost his ability to think. He feels that he is not under surgery, but to help people in rural areas. Finally, the 16 nails were completely pulled out. Fan Shulan was sitting tired on the operating table, and Runzheng stood up. "Hard work, Dr. Fan." Fan Shulan turned his head and looked at the 16 thick coffin nails on the tray next to him, and looked at Runzheng, who was already dressed like a person who was okay. Suddenly he doubted the road to studying medicine for so many years. By the way, brother Fan, when will your classmates start? Late, it's late, it will be on duty, it's 0. Okay, if I can come, I will come, I can't come, I will call you in advance to tell you. Okay. Brother Fan, take a good rest, I'll go first. After saying hello, Tan Wenbin left the infirmary with Runzheng. When I walked to the school, Run Sheng asked, is there an urgent matter? How can you see it? You go quickly. I have a small success recently. You shouldn't wait for me there in a hurry, you should hurry up and tell Xiao Yuan. Yes, there is more clues, but don't worry about it at this moment, Xiao Yuan said, even if you want to start doing things, you have to wait for Yu and Yin Meng to return to the team. I see. That, Runzheng, how long does it take to raise your injuries? This is not hurt, this is the Sea of Qi. Do you call this as Qi Hai? I also read some ancient books with Xiao Yuan. Who really takes a hammer to get a hole in my body? Master said. Uncle Qin said that everyone's characteristics are different. Then how do you feel now? The stomach is a bit hungry. Tan Wenbin and Runzheng first returned to the dormitory together and opened the door of the bedroom. No one was inside. Xiao Yuan should go to the old lady, let's go too. Closing the door, on the way downstairs, he just saw Lin Qiyu with his left hand holding his right hand with a hot water bottle. He should just go to the water room to get water. After Lin Qiyu saw Runzheng, his eyes brightened. Tan Wenbin also asked at this time, Runzheng, feel itchy? Runzheng nodded, after the fragrance is finished, you have to go back to the basement room of the store to get it. I don't ask you, do you want to find someone to practice? Tan Wenbin said, glanced at Lin Qiyu. Lin Qiyu raised his chest proudly. Runzheng shook his head. During the special training, Qin Shu was given to him, and he was beaten to the ground by Uncle Qin again and again. If he used to know that Xiao Yuan wanted to become the next Uncle Qin, then now, the image of Qin Shu has already been concrete in him. With a clear and highly high goal, even if the special training is over, he has no sense of self-confidence. Tan Wenbin whispered, Runzheng, his eyes are about to act, in fact, it is Xiao Yuan, you should also want to see your progress so that you can make a reasonable action plan. Going to play with Runzheng by yourself, it is impossible to play the effect. The tube is a special or after the special training or after the special training. It is very simple to hit yourself. But Lin Qiyu is a good reference, a clear metering unit. Runzheng, then Xiao Yuan called me to fight, I just hit. That's why we can't fight privately. Go find Xiao Yuan. Okay, then let's go. Tan Wenbin and Runzheng left. Lin Qiyu was in place. Did you say that he had to fight with himself when he closed the retreat? Why didn't he fight now? After throwing off the stick, Lin Qiyu wanted to catch up and ask the reason, and to initiate a righteous discussion by the way. He originally felt that the righteousness and killing each other would make Tiandao painful and evil, now he feels that internal competition is good, which can be more conducive to cracking down on evil spirits. Before I had time to take 2 steps, I saw that classmates came over. When Lin Qiyu saw this, he hurriedly headed back and picked up the cane. Sometimes, a lie is sprinkled out, so you must keep going. Book friends, let me help you lift the hot water bottle. Come, I'll help you go upstairs. Lin Qiyu couldn't help but be accompanied by classmates who were helpful, and had to pretend to be limp. Nympho. Li Zhanyuan was originally going to Liu's house, but when passing the playground, he was attracted by the 2 booths inside. In the morning of the first army training, the Zindang of the student union and the society also began. Everyone put on the table on the playground and set up a brand. The seniors and sisters made their best solutions and recruited those young schoolgirls who were still ignorant in their eyes. For most of the freshmen who are admitted to this university, high school studying time is often relatively boring. In many cases, the belief that supports them to continue working hard is the beauty of university life. Greater speaking, there are two. First, colorful campus activities. Second, fall in love. Putting campus activities in the first one is because most people will soon be broken in the filter. After 3 minutes of heat, it feels like that. In the second article, it is often implemented. If you find that you do not find an object to talk about love, you will become a long-lasting topic in the small circle of the dormitory, and the more single you talk about this, the more vigorous. Of course, for the freshmen, it is a minority patent for a few cattle, but participating in the club student union is very simple. Some strong or names that sound more prestigious, and a small part of the society that meets the current popular elements at first glance. They will encounter problems full of people, so they will not hesitate to conduct interview assessment for screening. Most of the other departments are in a state of hunger. If you do NT work hard, do NT promote it, and UCANT pull enough people, just like the declining martial arts on the rivers and lakes, you can only wait to die. This playground is also a rivers and lakes. Walking in it, youthful vitality is full of vitality, and many association names are also diverse. Traditional communities have been extremely subdivided, and non-traditional communities are also very rich. Attracting Li Zhanyuan's walking in from the fence of the playground is the pinch in the corner. In front of that one, the Go Club is the Go Club. Now the Go is very hot. He came to get a table to fill in the application and inquire. Several tables have already been placed on a chessboard. The old and proud new life is playing, and there are still people watching the battle. Although Li Zhanyuan often played Go with Li, he was never interested in Go. Squeeze out of the crowd, and finally came to the most corner. There were a total of 4 tables. There were not many new students in front, but the old members were working patiently. The president of the Alien Society is holding his own newspaper book to tell several new students in front of him, telling the mystery of UFO and some unsolved mysteries in the world. The president of the Qigong Society took the old members of the two, sitting on the ground with an aluminum pot, and was meditating. Leave a member and introduce it to observe the operating trajectory of artificial satellites. It is necessary to control your satellite to fight against other countries at all times. Su felt that this was a bit bizarre, and the performance of his president and 2 members was a bit too dull. The members responsible for the introduction simply opened the introduction board and opened another way. I saw the board. Cultivation Qigong is conducive to increasing peach blossoms. Obviously, as soon as this board opened, it played a wonderful effect. Several new students immediately asked if it was true. These 2 are quite popular in this small hand of desertedness. As for the 2 inside, that is, the goal of Li Zhanyuan, it really has no one in front. There is a brand standing on the table on the left, which is written in the numerous society, and a bald senior sitting in the back is sitting. It is very miserable, and it should be family inheritance. This problem is almost unsolvable. No matter how care and maintenance, it is useless. It is mainly reflected in a certain age. The brand on the right table is Xiangxiu Society. 1 man and a woman, each wearing thick glasses, sitting there. The 2 did not sleep, and seemed to be embarrassed. Even if there was no one in front of them, they were still nervous. In fact, if the 2 tables are together, they can learn the flags like the Taoist of the rivers and lakes. Wearing it can definitely attract many people. However, the 2 who looked at each other were obviously introverted and afraid of communication, while the bald senior saw the red world. Li Ziwen walked to the man and a woman, and found that the 2 of them also made their identity sign for themselves, President Lu Tao, Deputy President Lu Anan. Good seniors and sisters, look at it. Ah! Lu Tao was a little surprised and said, "Little brother, we are newly recruited by the community." Lu Anan reached out and pushed Lu Tao, "See for the younger brother. It's even more embarrassing to sit in the same way, it's better to do something. Moreover, this young man looks strange and looks good." Looking at the handsome boy, he is always better than the air. Lu Tao hesitated and nodded and asked, "Little brother, what are you going to see? Look at it." "Oh, what do I mean, do you want to see, is it academic performance or good health?" Li Zhanyuan pointed at his face and said, "Look at a face first, and criticize a picture." Hearing this professional term, the two people's expression obviously changed. Lu Tao took out a thick rolling book from the drawer, opened the book, pulled out a book from it, pulled out the pen hat, and prepared for calculation. Lu Anan took out an abacus from the bald senior drawer next door and put it in front of Lu Tao. Lu Tao held his pen in his right hand, fiddled with his left hand, and his eyes stared at Li Zhanyuan, and he kept thinking about his tips. This posture really made Li Zhanyuan feel very surprised, which shows that the other party is really calculating, rather than deliberately fingering a finger to find a note to find a piece of flicker. However, the level of the other party should be very low and low. It belongs to one foot and the other foot is still behind. Because under normal circumstances, if someone is in front of himself and counts himself, he can obviously notice it. At the dam of Tai Yi's house, Lu Yumei always liked herself for a while, and deliberately hid her hand on the cuffs or covered the fan. But every time, you can be alert to you, either interrupt your face or just face it, hedge. Lu Anan walked out of the table and came to Li Zhanyuan, "Little brother, let me touch your bones." "Good." Lu Anan is not tall and has no fragrance on her body. She is a very ordinary girl, but her fingers are more delicate and soft. Moreover, when its fingertips touch your skin, you can perceive the other party's clever effort. She really touches her bones. After touching, Lu Anan walked to Lu Tao's face and said a few words to him. Lu Tao immediately turned the book to find it, and then continued to stare at Li Zhanyuan to tease the abacus. Li Zhanyuan came to feel very weak, similar to mosquito bites. But this also means that Lu Tao has entered a state, although it is based on the combination of the two of them. However, for countless, Lu Tao began to suck his nose and pressed it with his back from time to time, and it took a long time. Lu Anan was afraid that Li Zhanyuan was impatient and comforted, "Little brother, this needs to wait for a while, but rest assured that it will be good right away." "Okay." Li Zhanyuan smiled and agreed, and at the same time, his fingertips began to bounce gently. He will forget it, but it is a bit troublesome. Lu Anan took out a piece of sugar from his pocket, opened the packaging paper, and handed it to Li Zhanyuan's mouth. "Little brother, my sister invite you to eat sugar." Li Zhanyuan hesitated. He now has no time with both hands and can only open his mouth. Lu Anan didn't feel that the teenager was big, and he was happy to feed sugar into the teenager's mouth. "It is a piece of toffee, very sweet." "Little brother, are you living near your home or your parents?" "I am a freshman." "Are you really a new life?" So young, prodigy." Immediately, Lu Anan seemed to think of something, and said excitedly, "Then join us to learn club, you are our next generation president. There are many soldiers in the essence. If you can pull a prodigy, it is also very face-to-face for the community." And Lu Anan knew very well that they had a good brain. Li Zhuiyuan did not comment, and his hands continued to flick. In fact, if he stopped now, he would not have to wait for the next generation, because the current president might have to abdicate due to illness. Gradually, Lu Tao's sniffing became louder and louder, and sweat came out of his face. Even though it was the end of summer and the beginning of autumn, the weather was still hot, but white mist rose from his head. Seeing this, Lu Anan realized something was wrong. "Lu Tao." She wanted to step forward to stop him, but was grabbed by Li Zhuiyuan's wrist. Lu Anan subconsciously tried to break free, but found that the boy's hand was much stronger than she thought. "Let the senior continue to calculate, don't disturb him." Li Zhuiyuan ended the calculation. "Ah!" At this time, Lu Tao suddenly screamed, and then the whole person and the chair under him fell backwards. Li Zuiyuan let go of Lu Anan's hand, and Lu Anan ran over and helped Lu Tao, who was pale, up. Lu Tao, you have a nosebleed. Wait a minute, I'll get you some paper. Lu Tao muttered to himself, I can't figure it out, I can't figure it out, I can't figure it out. This noise woke up the bald senior who was taking a nap next door. He opened his eyes in a daze, and when he saw this scene, he was shocked. He immediately took 2 steps forward and cursed. You are just playing with yourself when you have nothing to do. As he said this, he pinched Lu Tao's jaw with his right hand to open his mouth, and took out a handful of black particles from his pocket with his left hand, which looked like the popular snack rat shit at the entrance of the elementary school. No mistake, 1 post, 1 content, 1 6, 1 book, 1 bar, take a look. Li Zuiyuan smelled the smell and knew that this was a tonic for calming the nerves. He used to have nosebleeds frequently, and Aunt Lu often boiled medicine for him to drink, and every time it was A Li who brought it to him. Don't feed him these. Li Zuiyuan walked over and said. The bald senior glanced at Li Zuiyuan, and seeing that he was so young, he didn't intend to listen at all, and continued to feed Lu Tao. Let him bleed a little, and his brain hurt for a few days. It's good for him, it's equivalent to clearing the silt. What did you say? The bald senior frowned and looked at Li Zuiyuan again. These words didn't sound like something an ordinary teenager could say. If you feed him, you will suffer in vain. Let him rest for a few days, and he will feel better when calculating things in the future. The bald man said in a deep voice, Little friend, are you from Guimen? Li Zuiyuan shook his head. He didn't know what Guimen specifically meant, but as the name suggests, it should be a collective name for a series of sects that mainly calculate physiognomy and divination. Then who are you? Can you be responsible for what you said? If he doesn't take the medicine in time, his brain may have problems. No problem, but if you want to feed him medicine, just feed him. You. The bald student was speechless for a while. You said that, is it appropriate for me to feed him again? At this time, Lu Tao seemed to have recovered a little. He focused his eyes on Li Zuiyuan and asked, why can't I calculate anything? Normal. I was walking on the river was surging and magnificent. Walking on the river and lighting the lamp was equivalent to submitting one's fate. Then lighting the 3rd lamp was considered to receive one's fate back. During the stage of walking on the river, one's fate belonged to the rivers and lakes, or the sky above one's head. Therefore, what he was calculating just now was God's will. This is a taboo that is countless times greater than calculating oneself in front of the mirror. Li Zuiyuan originally thought that he could not calculate and was just an amateur, but he calculated the state. In order not to cripple him, the boy just calculated him, which was considered to control the strength to help him offset the backlash and maintain a reasonable degree. Lu Tao was injured, had a nosebleed, and his brain would swell and ache for a few days, but after recovering, his fortune-telling level was even better than both feet. The bald senior stood up, looked at Li Zuiyuan, and asked, since you are not from Guimen, then which sect are you from? You can't even do a salute, obviously a small fish in the world. You don't know him. Who is your teacher, what is your family name, and where is your hometown? Li Zuiyuan shook his head again, and turned to look at Lu Anan, senior sister, you are very good at touching bones. Lu Anan didn't know why, but she felt flattered by the praise of this young man. I learned it from my grandma. My grandma does this in her hometown. Next time you go home during the holidays, you can tell your grandma that when touching bones, you can add finger trembling and ringing. Lu Anan's eyes widened immediately. She had heard her grandma mention this word more than once, and each time it was accompanied by regret and lament, saying that it was originally in the family, but her great-grandmother's 2 generations broke the inheritance and could not be passed down. My grandma doesn't know. She said it very honestly. And the candy she put in her mouth before had not melted completely, and was still releasing a hint of sweetness. Senior, bent down. Oh! Lu Anan bent down. Li Zuiyuan raised his right hand, clenched it slightly, and raised it. Lu Anan took a deep breath, and she turned her face to the boy's hand. Li Zuiyuan's ring finger knuckles hit her forehead 3 times. Buzz! 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 3 trembling sounds echoed in Lu Anan's mind. She stepped back continuously, sat on the ground, looked up at the sky, and felt that the sky was high and the clouds were light. Looking around, it seemed that there were many clearer and more delicate visual and auditory senses, and the whole person entered a kind of ethereal feeling. This is the finger trembling and echoing, which is a method in the bone-touching technique. Under the finger trembling, the echoing can be used to converge, which can achieve a more specific and detailed bone-touching effect. The bone-touching technique is recorded in the explanation of yin-yang physiognomy, but it is only a small branch in it. In comparison, bone-touching is still a bit inconvenient and has greater limitations. Li Zuiyuan has learned this method, but he has never used it to touch bones. The first few times he used it on Jingjing, who was possessed by a ghost, and Binbin, who was unconscious, as a stepping stone to awaken their consciousness. Lu Anan said with joy, "You can do it, you actually can do it, can you teach me?" Li Zuiyuan was surprised, "Didn't I teach you just now? And I taught you 3 times in a row." Lu Anan immediately stood up, crossed his hands in front of him, and then took a half step back with his right leg, and his hand gestures, head and upper body alternately moved downwards to salute. At present, Lu Anan should be the one with the deepest family learning, and is much more reliable than Lu Tao and the bald senior, because her grandmother also taught her the old etiquette. As for her grandmother, she should be similar to Lu Jingxia from her hometown, who made a living from this, but Lu Jingxia was lucky enough to become a nun, so her attainments in metaphysics are definitely not as good as Lu Anan's grandmother. Li Zuiyuan returned a Lu family gift. Lu Anan just continued to smile, and Lu Tao, who was still bleeding from his nose after getting up, still looked dull. Only the bald senior pointed at Li Zuiyuan and said proudly, "Look, I told you that you have a family tradition." Obviously, none of the 3 people present knew the Lu family. Lu Anan, Junior, "No, Senior, please teach me. I have something else to do." Li Zuiyuan looked at the sky, "I'm leaving." "Senior, this is the club application form." Lu Anan took out the form and pen and handed it over, "You tell me, I fill it out." "No more. I just thought it was still early and happened to see this corner when I passed by the playground, so I came here to play, and now I'm done. It's quite interesting. Lu Tao and Lu Anan both have some skills." The bald senior stopped Li Zuiyuan. Li Zuiyuan looked up at him and asked, "What are you going to do?" The bald senior scratched his bald spot and said, "Don't get me wrong, I just feel like I've lost a little bit." "Do you feel that way?" Li Zuiyuan shook his head and continued to walk forward. The bald senior made way. He continued to scratch his head. He really felt that he had lost something today, but he didn't know what he had lost specifically. In fact, he didn't lose anything, but the other 2 made money, so it seemed that he had lost money. Moreover, when Li Zuiyuan came over, the first person he saw was him, because his hairstyle was so attractive, but he was taking a nap. When he saw his friend in that state while taking a nap, he naturally became a little angry and spoke a little aggressively. He didn't realize the boy's ability in time like Lu Anan did and changed his attitude. He continued to be a little arrogant. Sometimes, character really determines fate. Both friends made money, but his name was not even remembered. When Li Zuiyuan walked out of the playground gate, he happened to see Tan Wenbin and Runzheng walking together. "Xiao Yuan! Brother Xiao Yuan!" Li Zuiyuan's eyes fell on Runzheng and he blinked. Runzheng walked over, turned his back to Li Zuiyuan, and bent down. Li Zuiyuan got on Runzheng's back. Runzheng stood up and carried the boy forward. As dusk approached, the sky began to be covered with rosy clouds. Tan Wenbin told Li Zuiyuan the time when Yin Meng came out of confinement and the news about Huang Shan he got from Fan Shulan. Li Zuiyuan nodded, indicating that he knew, and then put his face on Runchen's back. Arrived at Liu's house and pushed open the gate to come in. Aunt Liu's voice came, "Oh, our Xiao Yuan is getting smaller and smaller, and now she still needs Runzheng to carry her." Li Zuiyuan got off Runchen's back, smiled at Aunt Lu, and asked, "Aunt Lu, when can Yin Meng come out of confinement?" Aunt Lu looked at Tan Wenbin, "Didn't I tell Binbin that Meng Meng needs to soak for another day? Detoxification. Where is it poisonous? If it is poisonous, can I still let her soak in the well? That's for beauty. Then please trouble Aunt Lu to fish her out." "What's the matter?" "Yes. I'll go right away." Aunt Lu wiped her hands on her apron, went into the house to take out a big bag, and then went straight out of the yard. "Brother Runzheng, do you need to rest?" "Xiao Yuan, I don't have any injuries." Runzheng pointed to the places under his clothes where the coffin nails were originally embedded. "This is the Qi Si." Li Zuiyuan nodded. This is a body refining method developed based on the Qin family observation of Jiao method. I remember when Uncle Qin stood by the Yangtze River, with webbed feet and gills on his face, he jumped into the river and almost broke through the entire Beijia town. The principle is like this. The Qi Si made by these 16 coffin nails can help Runzheng accumulate energy on land and breathe in a special way in water. Only those who can go up to the sky and down the river are real dragons. Brother Runzheng, then you go to the restaurant to eat first, remember to eat well, and then pack up your and my equipment." "Understood." "Brother Binbin, go and arrange for Lin Xiu to find a suitable location for him to have a competition with Runzheng, and it must be finished before 11 o'clock tonight." "Understood." Tan Wenbin pointed to the upstairs where the old lady was. "Today, I will talk to Grandma Lu on your behalf." "Okay." Runzheng and Tan Wenbin turned and left. The floor-to-ceiling windows in Ali's room were closed, and the curtains were pulled. Li Zhanyuan didn't rush to find Ali, but went upstairs first. Grandma Lu stood at the table and was drawing clothes. "It's rare. Let's take a look at my grandma first. What's wrong with me?" "Well, it is estimated that you can get a trip." "So anxious. Also to hurry up." Li Qiangyuan walked to Lu Yumei and helped her take care of her pigment plate. "How is this?" Lu Yumei asked. "Very suitable for Ali. My little boy's vision, I believe it. These days, Runzheng, Binbin and Yin Meng have trouble it. Is this going to break?" "How can you break? Just change the door, or your own family." "Listen to you, I believe you have a lot in your heart, but even the two, Zhuang didn't bother me. As soon as this guy goes before me, it is like a little eunuch. This is my grandma as Sixi. He thought I couldn't see it, and I didn't have watched TV movies. Hee. Oh, it's hard for this child. I have to coax me every day to coax my bad temper. You are an elder. You are both short and generous, dignified and reasonable. Who has such an old lady, and the juniors must coax happily. Don't think I am annoying. Only the old man who is not right, stubborn, only knows that he is proud to point to the following points will cause your juniors to annoy, and you are the same. You still talk about it." Lu Yumei reached out, touched Li Zanyuan's face, then took a step back, and looked at it carefully. "It really grows a little taller, and in a few years, it will become a big child. Isn't Ali the same? Ali is different, Ali is in my heart, no matter how old, it is a child. In fact, you should also, but you know that what you have carried on your body are not the same." "I know. Still, I have been content with Grandma. When you feel tired, you don't want to continue, so come back to click the lights." The two Qin Lu had done enough, and it was okay to bless the two juniors Anshan for a lifetime. Uncle Qin is gone again. Well, he was returning back in the middle of the way. Now it is a matter of things. The thing there is still waiting for him, but it doesn't take long to come back this time. Why, are you worried that I would send him to Fujian to find the two officials? You are peaceful now. Yet, life is hopeful, and people feel different. Okay, go to Ali, you have to go away, you should always let you two talk more. Okay, Grandma. Li Zhanyuan went downstairs and opened the door of Ali's bedroom. He doesn't need to knock on the door because Ali can perceive his arrival. When I came in, Ali just put down the knife. Have you disturbed you? Ali shook her head and handed the seal to Li Zhanyuan. Li Zhanyuan took over the seal, and he was small and exquisite, but inside, especially the dragon elephant on the upper part of the seal, which was even more lifelike. I didn't rush to look at the lettering below, but pressed it on the printed mud, and then walked to the scroll of the picture by the table. The painting is the picture of the end of her mother-in-law. Draw so well. Li Zhanyuan put the seal and covered it, and when he took it away, there was a bright red mark on the scroll, Dai Tian Xing Road. The meaning of a way for the heaven is different, but it is different. Li Zhanyuan couldn't help but smile at the corner of his mouth. He didn't have such a big ideal ambition. The concept of Zhendao was not very deep in his heart. After all, when he entered, he read Wei Zhendao's private book. But he enjoys this feeling of being confused. If you start with outsiders, the 4 words must definitely refer to their own ideals, but in fact, only she knows, this bad taste in her heart is naughty. The scroll is completed, and the seal is also covered, but the frame has not had time to do it. It mainly uses more waste than expected, resulting in not enough ancestral tablets, and you have to wait for the next batch of remade ancestral tablets to relay. Li Zhanyuan reached out to hold Ali's hand and said, "Come on, let's pick another one." Boys and girls closed their eyes together. After Li Zhanyuan came to the threshold, the fog was still there, and the voice of Soko was still there. Moreover, when the mother-in-law was just resolved, the mist was significantly closer to a lot, and the loud volume was much larger. A mother-in-law, which can make them temporarily jealous, but not enough for them to escape. Li Zhanyuan took the threshold and reached out to pull out the white lanterns inserted on the wall. One person, one lantern, walked into the fog. In the fog, ghost shadows are heavy, some are testing, some are ridiculed, and some are stinging. At this time, the lantern in front of me was suddenly wrapped in a fog, as if something had swallowed it. Li Zhanyuan was not panic, and his hands continued to hold the stick. On the end of the lantern, there was a pulling force, it was active. Li Zhanyuan struggled to throw the lantern pole, like the pole after the fish hooked when the fish was hooked. Boom! The fog surrounded by fog back. A big black fish passed by the top of the head, the fish body was huge, and the fish was abominable. Wish to hook? There will be a chapter at noon tomorrow, ask for a monthly ticket. Chapter 107. The temple is deep, there is an ancient well in the courtyard, covering the blue stone, the panel covers the Dharani Sutra, and the 4 chains extend from the bench to the Luohan stone like the horn. An old monk with white beard, sitting in front of the well. This area is not open to tourists, and the abbots have recently ordered the monks in the temple to not be approaching. The sunset was oblique, and the shadow of the old monk was pulled very long until another figure stepped on it. The old monk opened his eyes and relieved, "Lu Shizu, you can count." Aunt Lu threw the big bag in his hand to the ground, walked to a statue of a stone carving Luohan, reached out and grabbed a chain, and pulled it back. With a sound of wow la la, the other 3 chains followed the linkage, and the 4 stones in the center of Jingkao were opened. Aunt Lu walked to the mouth of the well, revealed the Dharani Sutra, threw it on the ground, and then lifted his feet. With a bang, he rolled the top blue stone slab. The old monk didn't speak too much, but he silently picked up the scriptures. Aunt Lu didn't rush to get off the well, but looked at the old monk and asked, "What are you still doing here?" The old monk replied, "Since Lu Shizu is sent here, the poor monk will help him in person." Have a finger in the pie. Lu Shizu, this is the well of the temple. During the Qianlong period, my Lu family's ancestors used the corpse monster in Jingzhen, and then ordered their waiters to take care of the temple. After careful calculation, the old monk, the first abbot of this temple, also your ancestor. It is also my Lu family Dragon King. So, shouldn't this temple be my Lu family? Old monk, Lu Shizu said very much. Oh, I thought your old monk would come with me, then at the moment. Don't dare. The old monk said calmly. Go aside. The old monk raised his hand. I also invited Lu Shizu, and I accepted that thing first. Aunt Lu waved his palm, and a dark shadow came out of the corner from the side. When he came to Aunt Liu's feet, he climbed up, and finally came to Aunt Liu's palm of the palm. The old monk was relieved and got up and left with the Jing. He came to see things, but he didn't look at the underground, but the thing that was arranged by the well. Once that thing is out of control, it is estimated that the whole temple must be dark, and the whole body must be dark, and they go to Zishan to worship the Buddha collectively. After the old monk left, Aunt Lu jumped into the well, and soon, Yin Meng, who was naked, was mentioned by her. After falling at the beside the well, Aunt Lu gently ticated her nails, and a strand of incense came out, and it was delivered to Yin Meng's nose. Yin Meng opened her eyes. Master. Starting from now, change back to the previous name. Aunt Lu. Aunt Lu nodded, his fingers moved on Yin Meng's skin, and perceived the fairness and delicateness, and laughed. This is what the Sichuan Chongqing female baby should have. Yin Meng asked, Aunt Lu, isn't it that it should be bubble all day and night? No girl can refuse her skin to become better. Someone let me remove you in advance. Yin Meng nodded immediately, that should. I brought you a few sets of clothes. You choose a set first, and take away the rest. The original clothes of your original clothes are too rustic. Yin Meng chose a set of clothes from the bag, straightened up, and squeezed her wet hair with both hands. She had a youthful and easy style. She was very young. Aunt Lu, thank you. Grandpa was a man, and his parents left himself very early. On Aunt Lu, Yin Meng found the feeling of her mother. Don't thank you, this is what I should do. Aunt Lu stretched out her lazy waist, but she didn't reluctant in her heart, only unlimited liberation. During this time, she was really tossing enough. Meng, you remember, you have to find someone to cook in the future. If you don't meet people, you will cook for him in person. Nympho. Yin Meng returned to Liu's house, pushed the door of the courtyard and walked in. When she saw Li Zhanyuan and A Li sitting under the flower stand, the boys and girls raised their heads and used the starry sky as a chessboard. Li Zhanyuan looked at the gaze, glanced at Yin Meng, and then retracted his eyes to continue playing chess, but he still spit out the evaluation of 2 words. White. Yin Meng smiled and asked, have you eaten? Li Zhanyuan, if you ask this, weird. Yin Meng waved his hand and said, no, it is Aunt Lu who went to buy food, and then come back to cook for a while. It was done for the old lady and A Li. We were afraid that they couldn't catch it. Then, Li Zhanyuan looked at Tan Wenbin, who was running on the distance in the distance. Xiao Yuan, I have arranged it. Hard work, brother Binbin. Li Zhanyuan turned to look at A Li, I'm going out, come back to bring you gifts. A Li nodded. Li Zhanyuan looked at the bone ring on his left-handed finger. He liked this ring very much. Unfortunately, his body would continue to develop. This bone ring wears it. But it doesn't matter, just pull it from the dead ash. When the teenager walked out of the courtyard door, stopped looking back, and the girl under the flower stand was still watching him. Li Zhanyuan reached out and touched his face. He has been prepared for psychological preparations, and the human skin on his body will be tightened again. The teenager walked forward. Tan Wenbin and Yin Meng, who were following behind, looked at each other and understood what was in each other's eyes. Brother Xiao Yuan will be away from Ali for a while, we must be careful not to make mistakes, especially not to be stupid. Tan Wenbin's arrangement was very appropriate. He arranged the competition venue in the open space by the river outside the school clinic. In addition, he also ordered food from Lao Sichuan in advance and brought chairs. When Li Zuiyuan and others came over, someone was already sitting there, lighting the alcohol block under the grilled fish plate, opening all the food boxes, and eating heartily. Tan Wenbin, hey, Ayu, why are you eating alone first? Who knows when you will arrive, you are so slow. Under the moonlight, Lin Shuyu raised his head, he had already opened his face and painted his face. Then, he looked at Li Zuiyuan, pointed at Runzheng, and asked. Hey, if I beat him, then I can't get the secret method from you, right? So, do I have to deliberately let him win, hee. Li Zuiyuan also looked at Lin Shuyu and said calmly, repeat what you just said. Lin Shuyu hesitated. Before and after the face opening, his personality will change greatly. At present, it is very close to the symptoms of split personality. In addition, the more well-behaved Lin Shuyu was before the face opening, the more perverse he would be after the face opening. They will only go to the two extremes of each other. But even after the face opening, he has complete memories, so he is also clear about the further understanding of Li Zuiyuan and the Dragon King family behind him. He is far less powerful than them, and he still needs them for the precious secret method. He really has no right to be so arrogant in front of them. Lin Shuyu, how about this, if you give me the secret method, I will listen to you. Tan Wenbin walked up and patted Lin Shuyu on the back of his head, you have made progress, and you have even negotiated conditions. Lin Shuyu has been sticking to him every day in the past few days. Although it is a bit annoying, it is not easy to accumulate a little goodwill in front of brother Yuanzi, but you have ruined it in a few moves. Lin Shuyu turned his head and looked at Tan Wenbin in response. Although there was anger in his eyes, it was not too much. Even after his face was opened, his attitude towards Tan Wenbin was a little special. Tan Wenbin, what are you looking at? Speak nicely. Lin Shuyu looked at Li Zuiyuan again and said, okay, I will listen to you. He said so verbally, but the tone and eyes, coupled with the facial makeup image, had the posture of a street gangster sticking his neck and not accepting it. Li Zuiyuan, use all your strength to fight Runzheng. As he said that, Li Zuiyuan looked at Runzheng, don't use a killing move. Runzheng, yes. Lin Shuyu stood up with a swoosh like a firecracker being lit. He felt insulted and said angrily. I listen to you, I will do my best. Then he left his seat and went to an open space. Runzheng walked over. Tan Wenbin returned to Li Zuiyuan and whispered, Brother Xiao Yuan, Ayu is getting more and more outrageous. Is there any way to cure this kind of schizophrenia? Brother Binbin. Why do you think I can cure it? Brother Xiao Yuan in my mind knows everything, ha ha ha. His personality influence comes from the White Crane boy, so it's not enough to just cure him, you have to cure the boy. But why do I feel that his master and his grandfather's symptoms are far less exaggerated? He is born with a keen spirituality and is more likely to sense the head of the officer general, so he is naturally more susceptible to infiltration. Moreover, he can only ask the boy for now. When he can ask the two generals of increase and loss in the future, the personality influence will be more obvious. Brother Xiao Yuan, is there a way to cure them? Li Zuiyuan didn't say anything. Tan Wenbin thought that Brother Xiao Yuan was too lazy to care about this kind of thing. In fact, Tan Wenbin's words gave Li Zuiyuan some inspiration, and he was thinking. In front, Lin Shuyu was in a state of possession. The vertical pupils opened, and the whole person's temperament suddenly changed. But the first look of the White Crane boy was not at Runzheng who was about to fight with him, but at Tan Wenbin. Tan Wenbin only felt a murderous intent attacking him, and his back immediately felt cold. After learning to walk in the dark, he was extremely sensitive to this aspect. Fuck, why does he want to mess with me? Because you stabbed him last time. Does the Yin God still hold a grudge? You said it was a Yin God, but their predecessors were all ghost kings and ghost generals. Runzhung pointed at himself, your current opponent is me. The White Crane Boy's eyes sank slightly, and his figure rushed forward. After 3 steps, a phantom appeared. After coming in front of Runzhung, he swung his fist and smashed it in the face of Runzhung. Pa! Runzhung raised his right hand and blocked the punch in front of him. When Tan Wenbin made an appointment for a fight, he specifically asked Lin Qiyu not to bring the trident. Lin Qiyu, who had not yet opened his face, was still very obedient. Of course, Runzhung didn't take the Yellow River shovel, and he was also unarmed. The two sides were in a stalemate at this time. The vertical pupils of the White Crane Boy turned blood red, and he felt angry because an ordinary person actually took his punch, and it seemed very easy. He began to continue to exert force, and the riverbed under his feet gradually sank, and the same happened to Runchen's feet. At the same time, there was a faint sound of wind at Runchen's right arm and right shoulder. The White Crane Boy raised his leg, and Runzhung also raised his leg. Bang! Bang! Both parties kicked each other. Then, because their hands were still entangled, the result of each kick was that they were kicked up and fell face down on the ground. Even at this time, their hands were still not loosened. Then, Beihe Tongzi and Runzhung stood up and rushed forward at the same time, trying to get on top of each other to take the initiative, but in the end it turned into a fierce collision between each other's shoulders. Bang! After the collision, each of them grabbed the other side of the shoulder with his other hand, and then turned his head to clamp the other hand's hand. The two rolled on the ground and rolled all the way into the river. The first to stick his body out was Beihe Tongzi, but as soon as he stuck his body out, he was thrown into the water again by Runzhung. The underwater fight between the two parties stirred up a lot of water splashes, and Runzhung, who was obviously better at water, gradually gained the upper hand at this moment. However, Beihe Tongzi's vertical pupils began to flow. Runzhung suddenly felt dizzy, although he could still overcome it, but the speed of punching and kicking was also slightly slowed down. Li Zuiyuan secretly remembered that this was the first time he actually saw the general use the magic. After taking several punches from the White Crane Boy, Runzhung let out a low roar, his eyes turned red, the effect of the vertical pupil was dispelled, his punches and kicks recovered, and he regained the momentum again. Because they were all close combat and chose to compete in strength, the moves were difficult to look good. This scene was more like wrestling in the water. Li Zuiyuan, brother Runzhung won. The White Crane Boy's fighting habit is to exert all the strength of the body of the Jitong right from the start, without holding back or showing mercy. Although Runzhung used local Qi Hai in various places during the fight, he had not yet fully opened them collectively, which meant that he had been holding back. Maybe if this move was used, Runzhung would be overdrawn too seriously. Now that the mission is imminent, he has to ensure that he is in a stable state, but the victory or defeat has actually been decided because of this chip. Next, it is Runchen's endurance that is verified. The White Crane Boy did not choose to leave the underwater battlefield that was unfavorable to him at the first time, but under continuous pressure, he had to make a choice. He took a punch from Runzhung, and his body flew out of the water and fell back to land. This slow reaction was not because the White Crane Boy could not fight, but because of his arrogance. Runzhung followed him out and continued to fight him on land. The ears of the three people watching the fight were full of the vibrations of fists and feet fighting. Gradually, the momentum of the White Crane Boy began to slip, and his vertical pupils gradually became difficult to maintain. Brother Runzhung! Li Zuiyuan shouted, and Runzhung stopped, stepped back a few steps, and began to take deep breaths. Every time he took a deep breath, his clothes would be sucked close to his body and then expand rapidly. This was deliberately giving the White Crane Boy a chance to light the guide incense. 3 guide incense sticks were lit and inserted on the crane crown. The white crane boy's breath recovered and he fought again. Runzhung stopped taking deep breaths and went up again. Constantly punching, kicking, shouldering, and colliding, the two sides are using the most direct moves to compete in the most primitive strength and endurance. Tan Wenbin smacked his lips and said, "Tisk, Runzhung has made such great progress." Before, the three of them were at a disadvantage when facing the white crane boy, but now Runzhung can fight on equal terms with him alone. Tan Wenbin also knew that what the white crane boy lacked was time. As long as he could hold on, if he couldn't kill you, then his medium would definitely die. After the 3 incense sticks burned out, the white crane boy's figure became slow again, and his vertical pupils began to disperse again. This time, Runzhung didn't need Li Zuiyuan to remind him. He stopped first, took a few steps back, bent down, and supported his knees with his hands. His clothes were now in tatters. The clothes that were originally like a blower were now strips of cloth that kept fitting and blowing up. But the 16 wounds on his body that used to be coffin nails did not open because of this, and they were still closed. The coffin nails are similar to the auxiliary wheels on both sides of the rear wheel when children learn to ride a bicycle, which allows you to clearly know the location and use of the chi-si. Through this battle, Runzhung deepened his understanding of this. Those wounds will heal completely in the near future, but the cyclones will still gather there and play the same role. Tan Wenbin asked, "Brother Xiao Yuan, do you want to use a needle?" Li Zuiyuan shook his head and walked to Lin Chiyu, who was kneeling on the ground at this time and was about to end the state of supporting the spirit. "No mistakes, 1 post, 1 content, 1 6, 1 9, 1 book, 1 bar." The boy smeared red mud on his fingers, pointed at Lin Chiyu's eyebrows, and then pulled down along the face, drawing a red line on his face. Then he pinched the seal with both hands again, and then drew a circle at the temples on both sides of Lin Chiyu. Finally, the finger pointed to the empty side and then touched Lin Chiyu. A weak wind appeared around, with a chill, which was evil spirit. Li Zuiyuan had just set up a simple, even disposable, gathering array on Lin Chiyu. In the past, he had used this array to try to stimulate the ferocity of the dead. Now, he was using the same method to stimulate the instinct of the yin god. After the gathering of evil was completed, the red dot between Lin Chiyu's eyebrows turned black, and the black went all the way down, covering the red line. Li Zuiyuan stepped back and stretched out his hand to hook. "Get up!" Lin Chiyu opened his eyes again, and his vertical pupils recovered. Li Zuiyuan smiled, "Success." This was a kind of pleasure, no less than when he was reading and studying on the second floor of his grandfather's house. His conjecture was proven to be feasible. The white crane boy glared at Li Zuiyuan, with a clear murderous intent in his eyes. As a yin god, he was worshipped by the temple and formed a tacit understanding with the medium. When the medium summoned him, they came down and used the medium to destroy evil spirits and accumulate merits. They were the main position and could come and go freely. But the boy in front of him was trying to subvert this ecology. The white crane boy clenched his fists and stood up from his kneeling position in an instant. No one knew whether he was really going to throw this punch at the boy, because Runzhung did not give the situation a chance to develop in this direction. Runzhung rushed up in time and knocked the white crane boy away, and then the white crane boy stood up again and fought with Runzhung, repeating the story of the previous 2 rounds. Li Zuiyuan was paying attention to Lin Chiyu's physical condition. When he first fought with Guan Zhongxiao on the playground, Lin Chiyu was seriously injured instantly after the medium state ended. At that time, Li Zuiyuan suspected that the injury was suppressed. But, is it really like this? The boring beating continued for a while. The difference was that this time, Runzhung was obviously in a slump. The white crane boy was able to suppress Runzhung and start beating. Runzhung could only defend passively. However, Runzheng's slump stopped after it dropped to a certain level, like a downward parabola, gradually flattening out, instead of falling again and again until it broke. Li Zuiyuan nodded secretly, which meant that when facing a difficult opponent in the future, even if Runzhung was not in peak condition, he could continue to delay the opponent. The combination of Qin's Jiaoguan method and body refining technique was indeed mysterious. In the second half of the third round, Runzhung simply survived. When the white crane boy knelt on the ground again with a plop sound, and his vertical pupils were scattered again, Runzhung also knelt on the ground, supporting himself with his hands, swallowing his saliva with difficulty, and his breathing became much weaker. "Brother Runzhung, are you okay?" "Yes." Runzhung raised his head. "Yin Meng." Li Zuiyuan called out, and then walked towards the white crane boy again. Yin Meng rushed over quickly and stood in front of Li Zuiyuan. Li Zuiyuan stretched out his hand, covered Lin Chiyu's forehead with his palm, and said in a deep voice, "4 ghosts lift the sedan chair." Fengdu 12 decrees, 4 ghosts lift the sedan chair. "Sir boy, do you want to leave? Come. Come back to me and continue to lift the sedan chair." Lin Chiyu raised his head and let out a sharp howl in his throat. The next moment, the vertical pupils recovered again and the breath returned. "It's done." The white crane boy punched Li Zuiyuan, and this time, it didn't hesitate. 4 rounds, 4 rounds. The rule for so many years is that only the guide incense can be renewed for 1 more round, but in the hands of this young man, it has been renewed for 4 rounds. Moreover, the white crane boy still remembered that the young man and his gang had a set of talisman needles in their hands, which could be renewed for another round, that is, 5 rounds. He must die, he must die. If this kind of magic really spreads, then these yin gods who were originally high and mighty may become tools of the medium. Yin Meng hit out with both elbows, knocking the white crane boy's punch off the position. The fist passed by Li Zuiyuan's ear. The boy looked calm and began to retreat. When the white crane boy threw the second punch, Runzhung arrived again and took the punch. The two sides started the 4th round of confrontation. However, the white crane boy's 4th round was as strong as the first round, while Runzhung could only passively take the beating from all directions. Although he could continue to hold on, if this continued, the white crane boy could easily get rid of Runzheng's involvement. In fact, Li Zuiyuan, who returned to the edge to continue watching the battle, had already noticed that the white crane boy's murderous intent was constantly sweeping over him. He was waiting for an opportunity to get rid of Runzheng's entanglement and kill him. "Yin Meng, let me see the results of your special training. Remember, don't use a killing move, just hold him back." "Understood." Yin Meng joined the battle again. Her kung fu didn't improve much, but her body movements were more flexible than before. She should have some kind of sachet hidden in her sleeves. After she crushed it, black mist continued to rise. Ordinary black mist naturally couldn't interfere with the officer general, but Yin Meng's black mist could make the white crane boy fall into some kind of miasma. It should be similar to the effect of the homecoming net, invisible and unaware, but really effective. With Yin Meng's involvement, Runzheng's pressure was greatly reduced. The two joined forces to pull a balance with the white crane boy again. Li Zuiyuan focused on observing the state of the white crane boy. The first time on the playground, normal spirit writing plus guiding incense. After 2 rounds, the spirit writing ended, and Lin Chiyu was seriously injured. "The last time I faced Grandma Yu's attendant, that old woman, I did 2 basic rounds plus the talisman needles, and 3 rounds. After the spirit writing session, Lin Chiyu was almost paralyzed and reached a critical point. He was able to recover only by relying on his hometown to extend his life in time. Now, it's the 4th round. And in the first 3 rounds, the blows that Runzhung gave you were definitely not inferior to the old woman last time. But you are still full of energy. So, there is no such thing as a back injury. Master Tongzi, you have a way to transfer your own power to maintain the operation of this body, but you will only squeeze the body of the spirit writing boy and are reluctant to consume your own. In other words, in the first few times, as long as Bai He Tongzi was not so stingy and transferred a little power to maintain Lin Shuyu's body, Lin Shuyu would not have to be so miserable every time. The spirit riding boy has the mentality of a martyr, exorcising demons and defending the way, but these yin gods have their own little tricks. The injuries were borne by the medium, the life was lost by the medium, and most of the merits were taken away by the evil spirits. This is not a relationship of partners at all. Li Zhanyuan murmured, I don't like this way of playing. The fourth round ends. Bai He boy shaking again, and his pupils appeared again, but this time, he turned his head and looked at Li Zhanyuan. It seems to be waiting, the next round. If the teenager gave himself another round, he felt that he could change the situation. Li Zhanyuan didn't take care of him, but walked to the dining table, picked up a bottle of soy milk, opened it with a bottle opening machine, and took a sip. Bai He boy voice hoarse, do you know, you are playing fire. Li Zhanyuan held a soy milk bottle and respected a cup with him, fire? You are not worthy. The Bai He boy who could not wait for the rune needle or other methods to leave Lin Shuyu's body, Lin Shuyu shed off his face, then faced down, and fell to the ground. Tan Wenbin trot over and supported it. Hey, Ayu, are you alive? Lin Shuyu opened his eyes very weakly, Brother Binbin. Well, I am in vain meal. Tan Wenbin scolded the other party's costumes while scolding, and saw that the face mark on his stomach was still complete, and he was relieved. Lin Shuyu raised his hand hard, why, no needle? Tan Wenbin could not answer this question. Lin Shuyu continued, since it is useless, kin, send me. Like the remaining dishes left on the banquet, he wanted to pack it home. Tan Wenbin looked up and looked at Li Zhanyuan. Li Zhanyuan came over with soy milk. After seeing Li Zhanyuan, Lin Shuyu was excited. Even if his current state is not suitable, he still can't control himself. At this moment, this teenager with soy milk is God in his eyes. Counting the needle that is not used, 5 times, 5 times, 5 times, more than doubled in the traditional time, more than doubled. If the teenager can teach themselves to themselves and take it home to teach them out, how many people can be sacrificed less when they are killing evil spirits? As for what kind of New Year's Eve dinner, the genealogy is a secondary page, because who can inherit the factions doubled. After that century, your tablet must be placed side by side with the ancestor. Li Zhanyuan took out a set of stitches and placed it on Lin Shuyu's chest, and Lin Shuyu held it. Before I go out this time, I will write a gathering method for you. When you look at it during this time, you can understand how much you can understand. When Lin Shuyu heard this, his chest was stiff, and his mouth overflowed with blood. Tan Wenbin was startled, well, don't be really excited to die. Fortunately, at this time, it should be Lin Shuyu's hometown, and he has already begun to work, and his face has reappeared a little rosy. It is estimated that they are also puzzled why their friends have become like this, but they must not dare to ask. Brother Binbin, go to the hospital. Okay. Tan Wenbin carried Lin Shuyu, fortunately, the crutches have not been sold yet. Nympho. Fan Shulan was sitting in the duty room in a daze, and he was dizzy today. Brother Fan, my dear Fan brother. Fan Shulan shook his head and said to himself, after finishing, all appear to have a hallucination. The door of the duty room was opened, and Tan Wenbin poked out his head. Fan Shulan sneered, oh, there was an illusion. When Tan Wenbin revealed most of his body, and the person behind him appeared, Fan Shulan suddenly hit. He suddenly realized, oh, it's better to be an illusion. Fan brother, Fan Yan, Fan Yan. Fan Shulan pointed at Tan Wenbin, I'm going to call the police. Okay, brother Fan, I will report it for you, my dad happens to be the police. Fan Shulan put down his arms suddenly. Brother Fan, you see, you have saved him twice, you give up now, it is equivalent to giving up 2 lives. Let's hurry up, do a good job of treatment, let's go to drink together later, call your divorced friend. You. Fan brother, let's be a little bit, the divorce man is still waiting for us to comfort. Nympho. Tan Wenbin ran back to school all the way and came to the store. Li Zhanyuan, Runs Hung, and Yin Meng are here. At this moment, the store is no longer open, and the bedroom is closed. Xiao Yuan, the treatment is doing, and the situation of Iu is not a big deal. Li Zhanyuan nodded and copied a black face to Tan Wenbin. This is a detailed explanation of Juluxi, you will give Lin Chiyu later. Okay, I know. Tan Wenbin put his book in his arms. Li Zhanyuan looked at Runs Hung, brother Runs Hung, how is your physical condition? Runs Hung replied loudly, it's okay to eat it. Runchen's injury is really not heavy, mainly fatigue. Li Zhanyuan walked to the store to mark the blackboard of special discount products, wiped off the original one, then picked up the chalk, and wrote 3 clues on it. The upper end is Huangshan Minan Town. There are 3 lines below. Wu Fat Objects Parents of Objects Family Grave Minan Town. Shueliang Liang Father's Birthday Minan Town. Fan Shulan Divorced Classmate's Classmate Wife Minan Town. Li Zhanyuan knocked on the blackboard. Now, assign tasks. Yin Meng went to the hospital ward of the parents of Wu Fatty for consultation. Brother Binbin went to the party tonight with Dr. Fan. No matter what methods and means you use, I have only one request, push your line to Minan Town as quickly as possible. Runs Hung and I will go directly to Brother Liang Liang's hometown. The 3 of us will meet in Minan Town with 3 clues and perspectives. The 3 people answered in unison, understood. Li Zuiyuan picked up the blackboard eraser and silently wiped off the contents on the blackboard. Willing to take the bait? Didn't expect that we don't even need a fishing rod this time, we will go directly to the river to fish you out. Chapter 108. Okay, it's late. You have to go to work tomorrow. Go back and have some rest. There's no rush for school. How about I stay here tonight to take care of you? Go back and take a good bath and have a good sleep. You look haggard these days. That's not appropriate. Jie, believe me, I can do it. What I mean is that my parents already have a hard time sleeping at night because of their physical discomfort. If you add your snoring, they will be even more uncomfortable. Ah, that's why. Fatty Wu nodded awkwardly, that's true, that's right. Okay, I'm used to it. You snored, and it was strange not to hear it for a while, but my parents are patients now, you should go back soon, my parents understand your intentions. Okay, I'll go back first. Oh, by the way, I'll try to invite the old Taoist priest tomorrow. My colleagues said he is very effective, so I can invite him to come and see, but he is busy, so we have to see his time. Didn't you say you also invited the old Chinese doctor? We have to invite them all. Since the hospital has not been able to cure it for so long, let's try a few more methods. Okay, I'll listen to you. Watching her boyfriend walk downstairs, Zhang Jiyi turned around silently and went back to the ward first. In the ward, her parents were still humming. After being admitted to the hospital for a few days, the consciousness of the 2 elderly people was still sometimes clear and sometimes blurred. Pick up the thermos and go to the east side of the floor to get some boiled water. When she came back, Zhang Jiyi saw a young girl with a mountaineering bag standing at the door of her parents' ward, confirming the ward number. Excuse me, who are you? Yin Meng turned her head and looked at Zhang Jiyi, saying, I am the person that Counselor Wu invited to see the doctor. Zhang Jiyi said in disbelief, you are so young. My master has something to do, so let me come and see first. But my partner just left, shouldn't you? My master only gave me the address of the ward. If you don't believe me, I can leave now. She said she was leaving, but her body had already turned sideways, with her right leg slightly bent down, ready to take the other person into the ward as quickly as possible and force him to see the doctor. Please come in. Zhang Jiyi opened the door and invited Yin Meng into the ward. In addition to the smell of disinfectant, there was also a fishy smell in the ward. Yin Meng walked straight to the bedside and observed the conditions of the two elderly people. She actually doesn't know how to treat patients. She knows how to make poisons, which is her talent. The short special training stimulated her perception of poison, but it is obviously unrealistic to expect a person to become a famous doctor in such a short time. But she smelled it out. The two old people were indeed poisoned. The hospital said it was food poisoning, which was quite appropriate. However, she couldn't tell which kind of poison it was. It's not a big problem. Just try one by one. Yin Meng turned her left hand over, and there was a toad lying on the palm of her hand. This was what she had just caught in the hospital pond. Its belly was bulging and it looked very lively. Zhang Jiyi, who was about to pour water for Yin Meng, covered her mouth and screamed. Yin Meng muttered something to the toad, then stretched out her hand, flicked the toad's belly, and took out another incense stick. She rubbed the tip of the incense stick with her fingertips, and the outer layer of the incense skin fell off, and white smoke rose. After inserting the incense stick into the toad's mouth, Yin Meng placed the incense toad on the bedside table. Then, Yin Meng took out a stack of papers of different colors from her pocket, took out a black one first, and swung her right hand. A blade appeared, and she slashed Zhang Jiyi's father's arm without hesitation. A cut appeared, and blood flowed out. Yin Meng stained the black paper with blood, and then placed the paper on the incense, letting the incense burn a hole in the black paper where the blood was stained. The toad had no reaction. It was not corpse poison. Yin Meng took out another piece of purple paper, and in order to get fresh blood, she used a blade to cut a new cut on Zhang Jiyi's father's arm again. After taking the blood, she followed the same pattern and let the incense burn a hole in the paper. The toad remained emotionally stable. It was not goo poison. Yin Meng took out the blue paper next, and before opening a new wound again, she glanced at Zhang Jiyi who was standing next to her. Zhang Jiyi covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes wide open. She was very scared, she felt incredible, but she didn't scream, nor did she stop, and even showed encouragement and gratitude to herself when she noticed her gaze. This is a clear-headed woman, she doesn't understand, but she knows that this is a treatment. The new cut was made, blood was taken, and the paper was placed on the tip of the incense. When the hole was burned, the toad screamed at a high frequency. It was demon poison. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. After finding out what the poison is, there will be a corresponding solution. The method she knows is very simple and unique, that is, to fight poison with poison. Yin Meng asked, "Can you catch a toad?" "Ah? I haven't caught one, but I can catch one," Zhang Jiyi said firmly. "Forget it, I'll go. You hold the toad. If I'm far away, it may get out of control." "Oh, okay." Zhang Jiyi walked forward, trying her best to get rid of the strong rejection in her heart, and grabbed the toad with both hands. Yin Meng came to the window of the ward, opened the window, and jumped out. There was a pond below, which was faster than taking the stairs. Looking at the window where people disappeared, Zhang Jiyi felt like she was dreaming tonight. After a while, Yin Meng climbed out of the window with another toad in her hand. Next, she began to feed poison into the toad's mouth. This was a paralyzing poison, similar to Ma Fei San, but with great side effects, which could easily damage a person's brain. So she deliberately reduced the dosage. After the two toads were fed with poison, Yin Meng used a blade to cut a fingernail-sized cube from the upper arms of Zhang Jiyi's father and mother, which was to dig out a piece of meat directly. This, Zhang Jiyi still held back and said nothing. She didn't think a person who could jump from the fourth floor and climb up again would be mentally ill. "Come on, give me a hand." Yin Meng aimed a toad's mouth at the wound of Zhang Jiyi's father. Zhang Jiyi stepped forward and lifted the toad, allowing it to continue sucking on the wound. Yin Meng aimed another toad at the wound of Zhang Jiyi's mother. Gulp. 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 At first, the black color continued to spread from the wound to other directions, but soon, the black color was quickly compressed back. The stomachs of the two toads were getting bigger and bigger, like two angry pufferfish. When the toads reached the limit of their endurance, Yin Meng threw the toads in her hand away, and a circle of fish scales appeared around the original wound. Yin Meng stretched out her hand to grab it, pulled it out, and pushed Zhang Jiyi away at the same time, causing the toad in her hand to fall off. A circle of fish scales also appeared around her father's wound, and Yin Meng grabbed it with her other hand. Then, Yin Meng took a step forward, like a fitness person pulling a rowing machine. Hwala la! Hwala la! Yin Meng pulled out two fish scale lines that were 2 meters long from the wounds of Zhang Jiyi's father and mother. When she pulled to the end, Yin Meng got angry. Because the space in the ward was limited, she simply leaned forward, tensed her arms and did a front flip on the spot. Snap! Snap! The two fish scale lines were torn off. Zhang Jiyi's father and mother sat up from the bed almost at the same time, opened their mouths, and blue mist sprayed out from their eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Then, the two fell back and lay back on the bed. Their breathing became smooth, and there was no pain on their faces in their coma, but instead they showed a relief of finally being relieved. Yin Meng took out a snakeskin bag from her bag, rolled up the fishing line and threw it in. The two big-bellied toads had deflated by now. Not only were they not dead, but they also seemed very excited. Yin Meng put them in front of her nose and smelled them, confirming that the toxins she had fed them before had been neutralized with the demon poison, and they were now harmless. She walked to the window and threw them down, and with 2 plops, they returned to the pond. Thank you, you've worked hard. Zhang Jiyi bowed to Yin Meng. Yin Meng waved her hand, picked up her water cup, twisted the lid, and drank a sip of brown sugar water. Zhang Jiyi asked, "Are my parents cured now?" Yin Meng shook her head, "It's just a temporary solution, they can be cured for 2 months, but after 2 months, the toxins will accumulate again, and they will get sick again, and it will be more difficult to remove. If I don't come, then according to the current situation, the 2 old people will continue in this state for half a month, and their physical condition will deteriorate rapidly. What should I do? I know they got sick after returning to their hometown to visit the graves. How long have they been there?" "They stayed in their hometown for a total of 2 nights. Live in your own old house. The old house has not been lived in for a long time. If you want to live in it, you have to clean it up, which is not convenient. My parents live in my uncle's house." "Do they eat and live there?" "Yes, yes. If you want to completely cure your parents' illness, take me back to your hometown and visit your uncle's house, okay?" "Sure, when is it convenient for you?" After seeing this magical treatment effect, Zhang Jiyi trusted Yin Meng very much. "The sooner the better, I have a lot of things to do. Then tomorrow morning, I will call my boyfriend, and he will take leave to take over and take care of my parents in the morning at the earliest. Then we will go to the train station together at noon." "Okay. Thank you." Zhang Jiyi bowed to Yin Meng again. Zhang Jiyi began to clean the ward quickly. Yin Meng stood by, as if she suddenly thought of something, and asked, "Do you like small animals?" "Yes, sometimes I meet poor stray animals on the road, I will take them home to bathe and spray them with medicine, and then give them to neighbors or friends to adopt after cleaning them up. The main thing is that I already have 3 at home, and I can't keep any more." "Then do you usually go to the orphanage?" "I like to be a volunteer, how did you know?" "Just asking." "Oh, by the way, what should I call you?" "My name is Yin Meng." "Master Yin Meng." Yin Meng was stunned for a moment. Why is it a Taoist priest? This does not match the identity card given to him when he left. "My master is an old Chinese doctor." "Ah!" Zhang Jiyi was very surprised, Aren't you the Taoist priest's apprentice? No. I thought those methods just now were. It turns out that Chinese medicine is so powerful. What's the matter with the Taoist priest? My partner and I have discussed that we want to invite a Taoist priest to perform a ritual. I mistakenly thought that the master you mentioned was the old Taoist priest who was very spiritual. Sorry, I misunderstood you. It's okay. Yin Meng lowered her head and took another sip of brown sugar water. That is to say, if I don't come tonight, Fatty Wu will bring an old Taoist priest over in a while. If the old Taoist priest is really capable, he should be able to find the clues of the demon poison and naturally think about finding the root and solving it thoroughly. Then he went back to his hometown with Zhang Jie. After that, something might happen, involving Fatty Wu, and then Fatty Wu would involve himself and others. Before the action, Brother Xiao Yuan specifically asked all of them to use this way of thinking to make their own line of reasoning, and Yin Meng is doing it now. According to common sense, from inviting the old Taoist priest to come, the old Taoist priest went to Minnan town, investigating, something happened, and then involving Fatty Wu, each link in it is very time-consuming. If you want to complete it, it will take at least more than a month. In this way, it barely matches the birthday of Shui Liangliang's father. Yin Meng took out a notebook and a pen from her bag and wrote down her thoughts. This is the homework left by Brother Xiao Yuan, which needs to be handed in. If we are destined to break up, there is no need to pretend to keep us together. If love is eternal, how can we break up? The original sad gathering of 3 old classmates turned into a single carnival for 4 people because of Tan Wenbin's joining. The gathering place was also changed from the melancholy pub to the noisy singing room at Tan Wenbin's request. Fan Shulan sat on the sofa chair, watching his 2 old classmates and Tan Wenbin singing freely. If you don't know, you would think that he was the one who got divorced today. At this time, Hu Yiwei's pager on his waist rang, and he put down the receiver. I'll go to the front desk to answer the phone. Tan Wenbin put his arm around his shoulders. Let's go together, I'll go get some more wine. The 2 left the box and came to the front desk, and Hu Yiwei made a phone call. After Tan Wenbin asked for beer, he asked for a pack of cigarettes in order to stay and listen. No mistakes in one song, one post, one content, one book, one bar, 1/6, 1/9. He tore open the package, knocked it, took out 2 cigarettes, and handed one to Hu Yiwei. Hu Yiwei nodded and smiled, took it, and after biting it in his mouth, Tan Wenbin took out a lighter and lit it for him. Thank you, buddy. At this time, the phone was connected, and when the woman's voice came from the other end, Hu Yiwei's face changed. Tan Wenbin silently lit one for himself. After going through the rebellious and restless adolescence, he had stopped smoking a long time ago, but now he had to create a reasonable scene to listen to people calling. You say? It's okay, I'm listening. Oh, I can't bear to say it now, what did you do before? Don't worry, I won't be sad, I'm singing with my friends to celebrate my return to singleness. I tell you, Zheng Miao Miao, even without you, I can live well. Tan Wenbin exhaled a puff of smoke rings. To be honest, he could empathize with Hu Yiwei. The 2 went from college campus to wedding dress, but inexplicably, his wife told him that she wanted to divorce and return to her hometown. Suddenly, Hu Yiwei was stunned. Then, tears flowed, and he shouted excitedly into the microphone. Zheng Miao Miao, you have no heart, you have no heart. The other end of the phone hung up. Hu Yiwei put the microphone back, turned around, and sat down slowly on the floor with his back against the front tile. Tan Wenbin asked, Brother Hu, what's wrong, what happened? Miao Miao said that she had a blind date in her hometown and will get married next month. You tell me, why did she do this to me, why is she so cruel? Tan Wenbin asked, did they know the person they were going to marry before? No, I just met her today. Do you believe her when she said that? Ah! Brother Hu, Think about it yourself, isn't this nonsense? You mean, they actually hooked up a long time ago, but when they divorced, I asked her, and she swore to me that she didn't have an affair or cheat. Brother Hu, what I mean is that you have to ask about this matter in person, go to her hometown, and find out the matter. Ask clearly. Maybe she has something to hide, what do you think? Go to her hometown and ask her. Hu Yiwei's eyes were full of confusion, but I have tried to keep her, but it didn't work. Brother Hu, your marriage can end, but you can't be confused. You have to be clear for yourself, ask her, and ask the person she is going to marry again. At least, when you feel bad and want to drink again, you will have something to talk about. Bin Bin. I don't dare to face her again, I feel so uncomfortable. It's okay, you don't dare alone, then I will go with you. Encouraged by others, Hu Yiwei's eyes gradually became firm. Okay, next month, at her wedding, I will go to ask clearly. Next month? If I go with you next month, maybe Brother Yuanzi and the others will have finished their work and come back. Brother Hu, you have to cheer up and listen to me. Let's go tomorrow. Tomorrow? Yeah, think about it, there is still a month left. How miserable and depressed you must be every day, how can you still have the mind to work and live? It's better to cut the Gordian knot, go earlier, ask earlier, and talk it out earlier, so that life can turn the page earlier. Hu Yiwei nodded vigorously. Yes, you are right, I will go to the unit to ask for leave tomorrow morning, and go to see her in the afternoon, brother, you. I will go to the school to ask for leave in the morning, meet up with you at noon, and we will set off together in the afternoon. Good brother. Hu Yiwei excitedly held Tan Wenbin's hand, tears and snot flowing again. We have not been in vain for so many years, really. Real brothers, don't talk about this. Tan Wenbin took out a roll of paper from the front desk and handed it to the real brother in front of him who had known each other for less than 3 hours. Come on, brother Hu, wipe it. I'm going to the bathroom and wash my face. After Hu Yiwei left, Tan Wenbin looked at the front desk waiter. Can you give me a piece of paper and borrow a pen, thank you. Tan Wenbin wrote on the paper, 1 month? It is obvious that Hu Yiwei has not let go of this relationship and marriage at all, so after learning that his ex-wife is going to remarry at the speed of light, he will definitely go to the scene to ask clearly. If I hadn't appeared, with Hu Yiwei's personality, he would probably wait until the wedding day to go. In other words, I advanced this process by 1 month. Then, Hu Yiwei got into trouble? After that, Fan Shulan contacted me and asked me for help? It doesn't have to be me. Can't Runs Hung and Iu, who have to go to the hospital for surgery every now and then, also be contacted? Alas, my brother Xiao Yuan is worthy of being Xiao Yuan. Using this idea to promote, I feel like I have taken a big advantage. At noon, Yin Meng and Zhang Jiyi took the train to Huangshan, and Tan Wenbin got into the car borrowed by Hu Yiwei. At the same time, Li Zuiyuan and Runsheng had come to a gate archway with the words, Minnan Town. The town is full of Hui-style architecture, with stone bridges, lakes, pavilions, and corridors, and surrounded by green mountains and farmland. Every step is a scene, and every place is interesting. This is really a good place for sketching. Shueliang Liang said that his hometown is beautiful, and it is indeed so. In fact, when Li Zuiyuan learned the name Huangshan Minnan Town in Wu Peng's office, he thought of Shueliang Liang. Last time he and Luogong were at a meeting, Luogong squeezed out half a day to go home in the midst of his busy schedule. As a result, he encountered Jingjing's evil spirit. After solving the problem, the two of them drove to Huangshan in a hurry to attend the meeting. I remember that Shueliang Liang said that he was close to home and could go back to his hometown after the meeting. After asking on the phone that Shueliang Liang's hometown was indeed Minnan Town, Li Zuiyuan did not ask any more specific questions, and later he did not call Shueliang Liang to ask for the specific address of his home. He knew that brother Liang was very smart, and he might have been suspicious at that time. If he asked again, he would probably realize that something happened in his hometown immediately. Brother Liang was a very sober person. He would not choose to come back forcibly at this time to cause trouble for himself, so he would not need him to worry about it from such a distance, and he would handle the matter himself. There was only one main street in the town, with some small shops on the street, and the rest of the houses were in the alleys on both sides of the main street, with separate households. Li Zuiyuan found a canteen, bought 2 bottles of drinks, and then asked the aunt in the canteen where Shui Liang's home was. College students were still precious these days. After reporting their college and their names, the aunt enthusiastically led Li Zuiyuan and Runzheng into an alley and came to the door of a house. The door of the house was wide open, and the aunt shouted to the inside in dialect, meaning that your Liang's friend came to visit. Shui Liang's parents came out. The vicissitudes of life could be seen on their faces, but their bodies were still very strong. When Li Zuiyuan finished introducing himself, the 2 elders said in unison, "You are Xiao Yuan." Apparently, Shui Liang mentioned himself to his family, and more than once. The estrangement and politeness that might have existed originally disappeared at this moment. Li Zuiyuan and Runzheng were warmly welcomed into the house, and the 2 elders began to cook. The old house should have been renovated 2 years ago. There was nothing special about the furnishings in the house, which were similar to those of ordinary families, but from some details, it can be seen that although they lived a simple life, they were not embarrassed at all. Shui Liang was not so obsessed with money, but that was also based on solving basic living needs. He would definitely send money to his parents every month, but his parents still lived a familiar lifestyle, which made them feel comfortable. The food was very rich, especially the stinky mandarin fish, which was very delicious. After the meal, the 4 of them sat in the courtyard and chatted. Li Zuiyuan was not in a hurry to search and find information everywhere. Everyone had their own line of responsibility, and it was most important to dig out their own line as much as possible. Next month is Shui Liang's father's 50th birthday, and he plans to hold a big party. When talking about this, the 2 elders were very happy. At dusk, Shui Liang's father took Li Zuiyuan to the long corridor in the town, which was close to the river. At this time every day, people gathered here to play chess and drink tea, and occasionally someone would tell a story. Li Zuiyuan felt like he was here for a trip. During dinner, Li Zuiyuan talked about birthday celebrations again and asked about some local customs. At night, Li Zuiyuan and Runzheng stayed in the room where Shui Liang lived when he was at home. The old house, which was mainly made of wood, was not very soundproof. Li Zuiyuan had extremely sharp hearing and could hear the conversation between the 2 elders in the bed in the next room clearly. They talked about themselves, mainly praising their children for being good-looking and smart, which was a good start. Then they focused on the topic of when Shui Liang would get married and when they would have grandchildren. This should be the focus of the old couple's daily night talk. Just as this old topic was gradually coming to an end, Shui Liang's mother suddenly said, "I don't know when the expedition team will come back. They are all young kids. How can they be so brave to go to that village?" Shui Liang's father seemed to be very disgusted with this topic and said, "Don't talk about this, go to sleep." Li Zuiyuan opened his eyes. "Expedition team? Brother Runzheng, shall we go out for a walk?" Li Zuiyuan knew that Runzheng was not asleep because he was not snoring. "Okay." The 2 deliberately left the house quietly, came to the alley, and walked from the alley to the main street. At this time, the shops on the street were closed and there were no pedestrians. As they walked, they came to the archway where they entered the town. Logically, if everything goes well for the 2 of them, they should be here by now. "Brother Runzheng, what time is it now?" Runzheng picked up his watch and looked at it, saying, 11:48. "Wait a little longer, go back to sleep at midnight." Tan Wenbin sat in the car and asked, we're here, brother Hu, look at the archway in front, Minnan town. Hu Yiwei also breathed a sigh of relief, finally we're here, my waist. Tan Wenbin looked at the time in the car, we've been driving for so long, it's already 11:49. If it weren't for a flat tire on the way, we could have arrived earlier. Where are we going to stay tonight? Find a private residence to stay. No, I want to go directly to her house. Tan Wenbin nodded and said nothing. The car continued to move forward, passing through the empty archway. Yin Meng and Zhang Ji were sitting on an ox cart, driven by an old man, and the cart was carrying fertilizers and pesticides, and the two of them were sitting on these things. The old man said, next time, girls should not travel so late, it's not safe. Got it, uncle. Zhang Ji agreed with a smile. Okay, we're here. Your house is in the front lane, right? My house is at the end of the town, so I'll get you here. Zhang Ji took out her wallet and prepared to pay. What money? Although we are not of the same surname, I am also your grandfather. If I give money, people will say it. After the old man finished speaking, he drove the ox cart forward. Yin Meng looked up at the archway above, Minnan town. Zhang Ji said, let's go, I'll take you to my uncle's house. Your uncle and his family should be asleep, right? Of course people in the countryside go to bed early. Let me see it's already 11:50. Li Zuiyuan and Runzheng waited under the archway until midnight, but no one came. Let's go back to sleep. Okay. When I turned around and walked back, a gust of wind blew, blowing the treetops in front of me, and 3 leaves fell. Chapter 109. Meng Meng, come, the road is slippery, you follow me, oops. As soon as Zhang Ji finished speaking, he fell down. Yin Meng stepped forward, first reached out to help her, and then opened the waterproof strong light flashlight she carried with her. Meng Meng, you still think about it? Zhang Ji patted his pants with a smile. Yin Meng looked at her helplessly. This is a cheerful and kind, strong girl, and looks pretty. On the way, her mouth was either talking about chatting or laughed in haha. She listened to Yin Meng's ears, but she was not disgusted. In Yin Meng's life so far, in the past, she was watching the coffin shop. Although she had a partner around Nantung, she had no real girlfriend role in the real sense. Zhang Ji is in line with this setting. Yin Meng felt that she should often communicate with her in the future. Of course, the premise is that she can leave here alive. Xiao Yuan has analyzed that Wu Fatsi is too smooth. It is difficult for such a person to quickly make a real friend, and as a counselor's identity, there is nothing to exchange for benefits with the Luogong student. Therefore, the line of Wu Fatty lacked a trigger person. Tan Wenbin mentioned the beautiful object of Wu Fatty, and Xiao Yuan predicted his image to supplement his image. Yin Meng found that Xiao Yuan's speculation was almost all of them. However, Yin Meng did not think that this was a wonderful calculation of Xiao Yuan. The cleverness of the teenager was reflected in many aspects, not bad. Yin Meng probably captured this idea. Xiao Yuan used a reverse way to shape an image that can impress their team. Tan Wenbin will eat this set, herself, also eat this set. Meng Meng, my uncle's house is in front, very close, his family lives in the town, hee. Su Yin Meng's performance in the hospital ward gives the girl a great sense of security. She is now in a very relaxed mood. She thinks that as long as she returns to her hometown and finds the root, her parents' illness can be completely solved. Bang bang! Zhang Ji began to knock on the door. Squeak! As soon as it was knocked, the door was opened, as if this person had been standing behind the door. Zhang Ji was frightened and took a few steps down the steps. Yin Meng shot the flashlight upper, a woman, wearing a yellowish shirt with yellowing and not very fit. Auntie, me, Ji. Ji. The woman raised her hand to block the light. Yin Meng closed the flashlight. Go into the house, Ji. The woman turned around and walked in. She was wearing plastic slippers under her feet, and she would make a rustling friction when walking. Inside the house, the woman led the two into the hall. There is a large table in the hall, but there are debris on it, and the kitchen is continued. There are small tables and chairs there. The family usually eats in the kitchen. There are wooden steps, with a wall on one side, and the bedroom upstairs. The woman took out the match and clicked to lighten the candle. A faint light fire appeared in the hall, but her face was even more dim. Ji, your parents? My parents didn't come, this time I came back by myself, my aunt, I want to live here for a few days in your house. Okay, live. On the way, Yin Meng had instructed Zhang Ji that her parents needed to investigate slowly. She couldn't be anxious. Zhang Ji didn't understand it very much, but chose to obey the professional Chinese medicine. The woman moved the candle to Yin Meng and asked, "Who is she?" "She is my friend, named Meng Meng, come with me." Yin Meng nodded, "Good aunt." "Hello." Immediately, the woman moved the candle again. "Ji, have you eaten?" "We have eaten on the road, not hungry now, aunt, go up and rest." "I take you up." The woman took the candle and stepped onto the stairs. Zhang Ji and Yin Meng followed. The wooden staircase constantly made a crisp sound, and there were obvious loosening when there were a few sections, and it should not be maintained for a long time. When you come to the second floor, when passing through the master bedroom, a man's voice comes from it. "Who is here?" "Aunt, Ji is here." "Are they here?" "No." Zhang Ji shouted, "Uncle, I took my friends back to my hometown for a few days to dissipate my heart." "Okay, have you eaten?" "Have eaten." "Well, rest early." The sound in the house was over. Yin Meng raised her ears and listened carefully. When the sound came out, she was almost sticking to the bedroom door. "Now, I didn't hear the movement of the other party from the door. Is it because I didn't wear shoes and my feet? But this floor, even if it is barefoot, will step on the sound." Yin Meng had only suspicion in his heart, but he couldn't conclude. Unfortunately, if he had a keen listening power as Xiao Yuan. The woman continued to carry candles and led the two to walk inside. When passing through a bedroom halfway, there is still a voice posted on the door, "Is it Ji's sister?" "Well, big brother, it's me." At the end of the dialogue, it seemed just to talk to the dialogue. The woman led them to the guest room, pushed the door away, and placed the candle on the desk of the house. "The wires in the family are burned, and they have no time to repair it." "Okay, aunt. Go to bed early." The woman walked out. After putting down her backpack, Yin Meng slowly retreated to the door of the room. At this angle, with the sparse moonlight, she could see the vague figure of the woman walking to the door of the master bedroom. Just as she was about to open the door, the woman's body suddenly twisted and looked back here, and the moonlight illuminated her eyes with a little luster. Yin Meng moved her eyes away and reached out to close the door. The moment she closed the door, the sound of opening and closing the door was heard from the other side. Yin Meng looked at Zhang Ji and asked, "Is your aunt always like this?" "Yes, in my memory, my uncle's family seems to be like this, and my mom and dad have the same attitude when they come." "Does your uncle have only one son?" "Yes, that's Daqiang, who is 5 years older than me." "Not married?" "No." "Meng Meng, sit down for a while, I'll go downstairs to get some water, we can just wash up and go to bed." "Sorry, it's too late now, conditions are limited, we can't take a shower today." "You sit here, I'll go get some water." "I'll go, if there's no water in the thermos on the stove, we'll have to go to the yard to get well water." "I've lived in the countryside for more time than you stay, don't move." "Take the candle." "No, I have a flashlight." Yin Meng opened the door and walked out. When she passed Zhang Daqiang's bedroom door, she paused for a moment and didn't hear any movement. When she passed the couple's bedroom, there was no sound either. Walking down the stairs, Yin Meng first came to the kitchen. In the groove below the kitchen, there were 4 thermoses, 2 red and 2 green. Normally, rural families would boil water according to their daily water usage. The newly boiled water was used for drinking, and the warm water of the next day was used for washing. Yin Meng lifted the thermoses. The first 3 were empty, and the last one was solid and had weight, but it was a little too heavy. Pulling out the plug, there was a squeaking sound inside, and many mice rushed out. Yin Meng immediately put the plug back. As for the mice that ran out earlier, no one knew where they had gone. Yin Meng turned the thermos sideways, and there was no damage at the bottom, which proved that the mice inside were caught by humans. What was the purpose of catching mice? The stove had been cold for a long time. Yin Meng took a try-and-see attitude and opened the small pot lid between the 2 large pots. There was water inside, but it was also cold. She picked up a large plastic basin, walked to the well in the yard, threw the tin bucket in, submerged it, and pulled it up. She seemed to hear a sound from upstairs. The layout of the rooms on the 2nd floor, the couple's bedroom and Zheng Deqiang's bedroom are all facing the sun, that is, facing the yard, while the guest bedroom where she and Zheng Jiyi live is in the shade. In other words, behind the 2 windows on the 2nd floor that she can see now is the room of the couple and their son. Yin Meng calmly drew up the first bucket of water and poured it into the basin. When she threw the tin bucket in again, Yin Meng turned on the flashlight and shone it at the 2nd floor window. Behind the right window, 2 figures were illuminated, and behind the left window, 1 figure. When the flashlight was pulled back and shone again, the 3 figures disappeared again. But Yin Meng was sure that she couldn't have been dazzled just now. When she was fetching water before, Zheng Deqiang and his parents were standing behind the windows of the room, and they were standing close to the windows. In the past, she would not live in such a house. If Xiao Yuan was leading the team here, according to Xiaowen's personality, he might directly order himself and Runzheng to rush upstairs and catch all 3 people to see what happened to them. But now, she can't do that, because her task this time is to push this clue line, so she can't do anything too extreme. After fetching water, carrying the basin, Yin Meng went upstairs again. Here, there is a staircase leading to the 3rd floor, which should be the attic. She didn't go up to see, but went back to her room and opened the door. Zheng Jiyi sat against the bed, closed her eyes and kept nodding. After such a long journey, she was tired and sleepy. "Ah, you're back." Zheng Jiyi got up and walked over. "Just sit there and wash up." Yin Meng took out a few bottles of mineral water and towels from her mountaineering bag. Meng, do you like hiking? I see your backpack has so many things in it." "Yeah. It looks heavy, what else is in it?" "Some books and some tools. Mainly tools for retrieving corpses." The 2 girls simply washed up and lay on the bed. Zheng Jiyi slept inside and Yin Meng slept outside. The room smelled a bit moldy, and so did the mattress, but it was barely enough to cover it. Meng, where are you from?" "Sichuan." "Is Chengdu fun?" "My home is closer to the mountain city." "No wonder your skin is so good, so white and smooth." Zheng Jiyi reached out, hugged Yin Meng's arm and touched it. "I'm so envious." "You're not bad. Much worse than you. By the way, do you have a partner?" "No." "Why don't you find one?" "I haven't planned to do that yet." Yin Meng turned her head to look at Zheng Jiyi and asked, "Do you like your partner?" "Yes, he's really nice, chubby and cute." "Okay. Besides, he's also very ambitious. It's hard to get a chance to stay in school, but he got it. He also said he would continue to work hard in the future. Both of us in Jinling can only be regarded as ordinary families. I like small animals and children, and I will do a lot of things that are meaningless in the eyes of many people. He was willing to see me to do this. He was very tolerant of me. I plan to marry him in the future." Because of one family, one like this, the other had to work harder and harder. Hee. Meng Meng, what are you laughing? You still think about it? What kind of man do you like? What kind of man do you like? I haven't considered this. Then who do you usually come into contact with? Do you have a chance to develop? Don't talk, let's sleep, we will be busy tomorrow. We have to go to your ancestral grave and see it. You have to check at this home, and strive to find your parents' illness early. In addition, Yin Meng also planned to wait for dawn to ask Shui Liangliang's residence. Xiao Yuan and Runzheng should have arrived long ago. Zhang Jiyi said she was asleep when she was sleeping. She was like a kitten and snuggled on the side of Yin Meng. Yin Meng also closed her eyes. But it didn't take long for her eyes to open again. She had a feeling of stabbing. She couldn't describe it, but she was a bit uncomfortable. Lie on the bed, look around the surroundings, and finally fall on the door of the room. The wooden house will be easily cracking. If it is not repaired regularly, the gaps will become larger and larger. The gap between the room door and the wall next to the wall is very large. Yin Meng kept his hand on the flashlight around his side while keeping his breathing. Pap. Open the flashlight and go to the door of the room. 2 reflective balls appeared and then disappeared quickly. This means that there is a person standing at the door, leaning on the side, so that the eyes can peep through the door seam and peep into the room. Nympho. No, brother Hu, do you not know her house? The car can only be parked on the main street and cannot drive into the alleys on both sides. After the two got out of the car, they got into an alley, walked, and came out again. Okay, for the first time, Tan Wenbin felt that you had a mistake, and this was normal. After all, the black light was blind. But the second, third, fourth time, he followed Hu Yiwei in so many alleys, and he turned to 2 hours. He hadn't found Hu Yiwei's ex-wife Zheng Miao Miao's house. Hu Yiwei apologized, actually, I have been to her house once in these years. Just here. Her parents walked early, there was a grandma and a sister at home. Her sister was married, but her husband died shortly after marriage. When she went to college, she was working hard and studying hard. When we got a banquet, the relatives in her family did not come. In the first year after marriage, during the holidays, my parents urged to say that she could not see that her family was incompatible with the rules, and I went back to her hometown with her, which is here. Her grandma didn't like to talk, her sister was relatively cold, we stayed here for one night, and went back the next day. After that, we haven't returned here again. Every time I take the initiative, she refuses. Then you have never thought about it. Since she is not close to her family, why did she suddenly quit the job of Jinling back to her hometown and get a blind date and get married? I feel strange now, but at that time, my mind was messy, and I couldn't think of so much. Brother Hu, you have to be awake. Really, the road of life is still long. When you look back, these are not a matter. There is no mistake. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1 619, 1 book, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, a book. Thank you, brother, fortunately, there will be you beside me at this moment. Brother Hu, let's continue looking for her house. Otherwise, we will deal with Yaisu in the car. After the daylight in the street, find someone to ask someone. Come here, keep looking for it, I have been looking for so long anyway, and take a look at the rest of the place. I'm afraid you are tired of you. It's okay, it's nothing. Tan Wenbin is not afraid of tiredness, he is afraid that he can't keep up with the progress. After dawn, he had to go to Shui Liangliang's house to find Xiao Yuan. If everyone had not found the target when everyone had a meeting, the grade was too ugly. Finally, when he got into an alley again, Hu Yiwei said excitedly, "Find it, it's this." "Are you sure?" "That's right, this is this one." You see the gap on this step, that is, I came back with her. When I smoked outside, I kept kicking out with the soul. You are really foresight. Then now. Knock the door. But, so late, they should have rest. Didn't you say you want to come directly to her? Don't counsel. Okay, don't counsel. Hu Yiwei took a deep breath, reached out to knock on the door. As a result, when he knocked, the door opened, and he didn't go to the door at all. This. Go in. Tan Wenbin pushed Hu Yiwei. After walking in, Hu Yiwei shouted, meow meow, zeng meow meow, meow meow. After a while, the door of the room came from the first floor, and a woman wearing a white vest and a gown in her shoulder came out. She is very tall and slightly full, and she is about 30-5. She must not be Zheng Miao Miao, but the sister of Zheng Miao Miao. Yiwei. It's me, Sister Yin, I'm looking for Miao Miao, is she at home? Zheng Miao Miao's sister is Zheng Yunyin. Miao Miao is already asleep. Sister Yin, help me wake Miao Miao up. I have something to say to her. You are already divorced. I know we are divorced, but I still have to ask some things clearly, otherwise I will not be willing. Go away, Miao Miao doesn't want to see you. Sister Yin, please, let me see Miao Miao, Miao Miao. Miao Miao. Miao Miao. At this time, the old lady's scolding came from the second floor. What are you yelling about? Don't disturb the neighbors. Stay here first. If there is anything, we can talk about it after dawn. If you keep yelling, I will call the neighbors and beat you out. Hu Yiwei looked at Tan Wenbin. Tan Wenbin saw that he was scared again. Okay, then stay here first and talk tomorrow. Tan Wenbin felt that he had achieved his initial goal, so there was no need to be too anxious. Okay, okay. Hu Yiwei nodded in agreement. Zheng Yunyin pointed to the house opposite the first floor, sleep in that room, there is a bed, you are not allowed to go upstairs. Okay. Zheng Yunyin went back to her room. Hu Yiwei and Tan Wenbin walked to the door of that room and pushed it open. It was quite clean inside. There was an old-fashioned bed with a mosquito net, which was large enough to accommodate 2 men. Binbin, go to sleep. You have worked so hard today. You have come so far for my business. I will treat you to a good meal when we return to Jinling. Brothers, don't talk about this. I'm going to the well to wash my feet. Then I will go too. The two walked out of the room again and came to the well in the yard. The yard and the first floor hall of this house were very small. This was because 2 rooms were opened on the first floor, which occupied space. Tan Wenbin bent down to lift the cover on the well and found that it was welded with iron sheets. This well could not be used at all. Brother Hu, go to the kitchen and see if there is a thermos or something like that. This is inappropriate. What's inappropriate? My ex-husband is also my brother. Okay, okay, go back to the room, I'll go find it. 2 old men have been traveling all day. If they don't wash their feet before going to bed at night, they will be suffocated to death. Hu Yiwei nodded and went back to the room. Tan Wenbin walked through the hall and came to the kitchen. As soon as he entered the kitchen, he was startled by a black coffin placed there. Oh my! The kitchen is where the earthen stove is dedicated to the kitchen god. Normal people would not place the coffin here even if they want to keep it at home. Tan Wenbin observed it for a while and found that the coffin was a bit old, and there were no nails on the coffin. There were obvious scratches and no dust at the contact position of the coffin lid. This means that the coffin lid is often opened. He sniffed his nose and didn't smell the stench of corpses. He also saw some rice bran on the ground of the coffin, which means that the family used this coffin as a grain storage cabinet. But Tan Wenbin still did not open the coffin and check it again without authorization. Because according to Xiaowen's reverse thinking and his own reality, it is impossible for him to make real friends with someone like Hu Yiwei, at least not in the short term. So the only one who can touch him is probably Fan Shulan, and the prerequisite for Fan Shulan to touch him is that the original Hu Yiwei came here a month later and had an accident. The problem may not be in this house, but there is a probability of problems in this house. Carrying a thermos, Tan Wenbin walked back and looked up when he passed the upward stairs. There was actually a door at the location where the stairs led to the second floor, and the door was now closed. What a strange design! Grandma and the little granddaughter who came home after divorce slept on the second floor, and the eldest granddaughter slept downstairs alone, with the door in the middle. Forget it, I will report to Xiao Yuan tomorrow. Tan Wenbin returned to the room and bolted the door. The water in the thermos was warm. After washing their feet, the two lay on the bed and began to sleep. Hu Yiwei had been driving for a whole day, and fell asleep first, and started to grind his teeth. Tan Wenbin didn't think it was noisy. After all, when he and Runzheng slept together on the first floor of Uncle Li's house, they competed with Runzheng every night to see who snored louder. Zhuang gradually fell asleep. As he slept, Zhuang felt his eyes itchy, as if there were layers of spider webs attached to them, very sticky. He raised his hand and began to scratch. Just then, footsteps were heard outside. Tan Wenbin immediately put down his hands and did not move. The footsteps came from far away, and what surprised Tan Wenbin was that the other party was outside the house before, and now he was almost to the bed, but the door of the room was closed, and he even bolted it. Could it be that he had done something sneaky? Wasn't it at least a month in advance? Now there was a problem? Tan Wenbin was a little panicked. Recently, everyone had received special training, but unlike the other two, his training was on the mouth. If there was a physical body, he could still pick up the yellow river bucket and use it, but he really had no way to deal with this kind of inexplicable thing. He did read some stupid methods in books, but that required setting up an altar, which was not practical. Therefore, he could only use the life-saving method that Brother Xiao Yuan taught him when encountering evil spirits again, and silently said in his heart, "I can't see you, I can't see you." Soon, there was movement at the end of the bed, as if someone climbed onto the bed. Tan Wenbin felt a chill coming from his right foot, and then the chill kept moving up to his calf, thigh, lower abdomen, and chest. If you have to go around his neck, Tan Wenbin will definitely open his eyes. He still has a broken evil man in his pocket, and it's a big deal. But the other party did not touch his neck, but put his hand on his right shoulder. The right shoulder is cold, and the other person seems to want to get up. But I just can't get up to sleep. However, he did not move, but Hu Yiwei lying around him moved. From the movement, he could notice that he sat up, got out of bed, and then walked out of his feet and walked out. Click! The sound of the door was opened. Hey! Next, Tan Wenbin's consciousness had a dizziness, and then the whole person had the illusion of fast up. He opened his eyes sharply, just like a dream. The scratching feeling around the eyes disappeared, turned his head and looked, and Hu Yiwei beside him disappeared. He hurriedly got out of bed and wore shoes, walked to the door of the room. The door was opened, and the door was just hidden. Hiss! After thinking about it, Tan Wenbin still felt that it should be secretly going out to see what happened. He came to push the clues. He had to dig out something to report with Xiao Yuan. Still going to take. Gently open the door a little bit, and then go out carefully. When I came to the hall, I found no abnormalities. Tan Wenbin thought of the coffin in the kitchen, but when he intended to stomach to go to the kitchen to see, he heard the depression from Zheng Yunyan's room. Tan Wenbin's feet came to the door of Zheng Yunyan step by step. When the distances close, the sound inside is clearer, and there is a rhythmic groaning between men and women. There is no light in the house, but the weather is good tonight, so the moonlight is sufficient. Tan Wenbin put his eyes on the side of the door and saw it in it. This position can be seen in the bed in the room. The two bodies are together and do the most primitive exercise. But this kind of thing is definitely not finished by one party. The woman should be Zheng Yunyin. Is the man Hu Yiwei? Of course, he knew that Hu Yiwei was not ashamed to be angry enough to take his aunt as the object of revenge. He just had a dirty thing into the room and shouted Hu Yiwei out. And it is likely that the dirty thing originally wanted to call himself. If you can't go through the shade and can't resist it, wouldn't it mean that the man on the bed now becomes himself? At this time, the rhythm in the room became high, and the breathing of men and women was mixed with some words, which was even greater. While men and women shouted each other's names, they were mixed with the swear words when they were fighting on the street. Just like the two duels, after being tentative to the war, they entered a critical moment when the bayonets saw red. Moreover, both sides speak the same dialect. Hu Yiwei has only been here once, and most of the time is still standing outside, comparing the steps. How can he learn the local saying? Ah! Ah! Two end sounds came from the house. Tan Wenbin left here silently and walked back. As soon as he entered the house to bring the door, the sound of opening the door came to the door. Tan Wenbin went to bed immediately, pretending to sleep. His eyes appeared again with a sense of stabbing, as if there were any gadgets sticking to it. This is a trend of shade. The door was pushed open, and then the sound of the door was rumored. Then, Tan Wenbin perceived someone to lie down. Immediately, the footsteps gradually. But Tan Wenbin did not open his eyes and still lay down. Calculate the time in your heart: 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, half an hour. When Tan Wenbin felt that he could open his eyes to check Hu Yiwei, footsteps came from the house. Suddenly, he just felt a cold back. Mother, that dirty thing has not gone. After being frightened, his mind was even more sober. Yeah, if the dirty things go, the shade will end. As long as it is still there, it means that the dirt is still nearby. Tan Wenbin continued. But the problem is that he can't keep it for too long, and he consumes a lot of consumption. At first he could still be consciously pretending to sleep, but soon, he was really unconscious because of his mental overdrawn. When I woke up, the sky was already bright. The sun shines through the windows and the gaps of the room, bringing a great sense of security. His head hurts. Tan Wenbin sat up while rubbing his forehead. He finally understood how terrifying Xiao Yuan's old brother when he was blind. He was so painful where he got it. Hu Yiwei hadn't woke up yet, still lying on his side. Tan Wenbin looked down at him, and saw that Hu Yiwei was black, his eyes were very serious, his lips were white, and the whole person looked very embarrassed. When he looked down, Tan Wenbin couldn't help but widened his eyes. I saw Hu Yi's crotch, red. He hurriedly pushed Hu Yiwei. After Hu Yiwei was pushed a few times, he sideways and continued to talk about his dream. Meow meow, meow meow, oh, you are so good, my meow meow. Tan Wenbin was relieved, and it seemed that he was just overdraft, but he was not dangerous. Meow meow, I love you, don't leave me, don't leave me. Tan Wenbin shook his head. This was all squeezed out and had a spring dream. At this time, footsteps were heard outside. Tan Wenbin immediately got out of bed, came to his backpack and opened the zipper on one side. The handle of the yellow river shovel was there. The door was pushed open, and Zheng Yunyin stood at the door. She glanced at Hu Yiwei lying on the bed, then looked at Tan Wenbin standing there, and asked. Aren't you hungry? No, not hungry. But I've already prepared the meal, so come and eat. Chapter 110. Oh, okay, then let's eat something. I'll wake up brother Hu. No need to wake him up. Let him continue to sleep. How can that be possible? Tan Wenbin didn't listen to the woman and still came to the bedside to shake Hu Yiwei. Brother Hu, wake up, it's time to eat. Hu Yiwei unconsciously reached out and clapped his hands, mumbling as he continued to sleep with his arms around him. It's going to get cold if you don't come. After Zheng Yunyan finished speaking, she turned and left. Tan Wenbin stretched out his right hand, clenched his fist slightly, and imitated Brother Yuan's method, using his ring finger knuckles to knock 3 times on Hu Yiwei's forehead. Sure enough, it didn't work. Hu Yiwei continued to sleep soundly. Tan Wenbin took out a King's In talisman from his pocket and stuck it on the other's forehead with a pop. The King's In talisman worked. Hu Yiwei slept more soundly, not even talking in his sleep, only snoring like thunder. This. Tan Wenbin took off the King's In talisman, took out the Zui Yuan secret scroll lucky talisman, and pasted it. The talisman paper did not change color. This shows that Hu Yiwei has long been free from the influence of the evil spirit. He is now simply exhausted and can't get up. And the effect of his previous King's In talisman has helped him sleep more deeply. There is no way, this really can't wake him up. It's better to deal with the next thing first, and then find an excuse to go out and find Brother Xiao Yuan, and let Brother Xiao Yuan make a decision. Tan Wenbin took out the toiletries from the backpack, and when he walked out of the room, he glanced at the welded well in the yard. He walked to the kitchen, where the small dining table was placed, and the coffin was still there. Zheng Yunyan held a basin of clothes in her hand, glanced at him, and said, "There is a water tank in the back, I'll take you." The water tank was behind the kitchen, with a wooden ladle on it. When Tan Wenbin was brushing his teeth, Zheng Yunyan was washing clothes next to him. Her hands were very white, almost bloodless. Moreover, Tan Wenbin noticed that the other person was washing men's clothes in the basin. But there was no man in this house originally. He and Hu Yiwei came here last night. Before going to bed, they only washed their feet and did not change clothes. After brushing his teeth, Tan Wenbin washed his face with a ladle, and then asked casually, "Whose clothes are so big?" "My man's." "Are you remarried?" "No, these are his old clothes. I plan to wash and dry them and give them away. You city people don't understand how difficult life is in the countryside." "Oh, so that's it." Tan Wenbin knew that unless life was so poor that it was really unbearable, the living would still feel unlucky for the dead's belongings. When he and Uncle Li were fasting in the past, he often saw the host pile up the deceased's clothes and personal belongings and burn them together. Although Minnan town is a mountain town, life is far from being so difficult. Can the clothes of the dead be washed and given away as a favor? Or was it that what she actually washed was her man's daily change of clothes? Although Hu Yiwei slept with her last night, it was not Hu Yiwei who really did the work. Zheng Yunyan was very quick, and after hanging the clothes, she wiped her hands with a towel, then motioned Tan Wenbin to sit down, and she went to the stove to get some rice. It was soup rice, yesterday's leftovers, some vegetables, and water to cook in a pot. This is a very popular breakfast form nowadays, regardless of region. After all, most families are reluctant to go to the store every morning to buy buns, fried dough sticks, and soy milk to take home. In case the amount of leftovers is not enough, noodles are also put in it. When Zheng Yunyan turned around to get her own bowl, Tan Wenbin deliberately turned his back to the coffin, took out the lucky charm from his arms, grabbed the edge of the charm, and threw it into the bowl. It did not change color, which meant that the food was for human consumption. Hey, subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. He breathed a sigh of relief and quickly put the charm paper back into his pocket. Tan Wenbin took the chopsticks in his right hand and held the bowl in his left hand. The bowl was not hot. He took another bite. It tasted good, but a little warm. "How is it?" Zheng Yunyan asked. "Delicious. It's not hot, just right for eating." Tan Wenbin quickly finished a bowl. "Zheng Yunyan, there's more in the pot." "I'm full, thank you." Tan Wenbin looked around and asked, "Why don't they come down to eat? They've eaten a long time ago." "Can I see Meow Meow?" "What do you want to see her for?" "I think some things may not be appropriate for the person involved. As a friend, maybe I can give some advice." Meow Meow is engaged and will get married next month. I heard about it. Then you are not suitable to participate now. Zheng Yunyan put away the bowl and chopsticks. You can persuade Yiwei to go back early, let him forget Meow Meow, and start a new life. This is difficult. At this time, Zheng Yunyan suddenly said, in this world, nothing is difficult except death. I think your family is not doing this right. Tan Wenbin tried to get as much information as possible, at least you should do it from beginning to end. Zheng Yunyan's movements suddenly paused, and then said, that's a good idea. What? There's nothing fun here, let's go. I think the scenery here is very good, very beautiful. Seeing that the other party was unwilling to continue to reveal to him, Tan Wenbin could only go to brother Xiao Yuan. I want to ask you something. There is a family named Shui in this village. His son is Shui Liang, a student of Haihe University. He is good at making money and has a promising future. I don't know. Don't know. There are many people in the town and there are many surnames. Except for neighbors, we do not deal with foreign surnames. Oh, this, then I go out and ask, by the way. Once again, thank you for your hospitality. Tan Wenbin left. Zheng Yunyan looked at the door of the kitchen for a while, and then she filled a bowl of soup rice from the pot and placed it under the coffin. A pair of chopsticks were placed in a bowl by her. This is not a solid rice. There are more soups, and you can't stand chopsticks. After the hand was loosened, the two chopsticks stood upright. Nympho. Tan Wenbin first returned to the room and carried his climbing bag. On the bed, Hu Yiwei still slept sweetly, and Yin Hong at the crotch gradually turned dark. Although it is clearly perceived the wrongdoing of this home, the risk factor is still within the range. Let's meet with Xiao Yuan first. Tan Wenbin left the house, walked out of the alley, and came to the main street. Although Minnan town is not comparable to the population size of Shigong town, Ping Yuan, it is also a town anyway. It is normal for the town to do not know it. Tan Wenbin found a small sales department in the town, bought a bottle of drink, and then asked the sister-in-law of the small sales department to inquire about Shui Liang's house. However, Da's response made Tan Wenbin feel wrong. Dai Sao said that he had never heard that there was a Shui family in the town. Tan Wenbin immediately appeared in his mind, is Shui Liang's father who came to the door, and later he rose up. He changed to Shui Liang back to Shui? This guess, even Tan Wenbin himself felt a little bit. After leaving the small sales department, Tan Wenbin began to ask the town people to ask. He felt that the Shui family should be famous here. After all, Liang brother was regarded as a child of someone else. But the result is that no one knows that there are people in the town. At this moment, Tan Wenbin finally realized the seriousness of the problem. If you can't find the Shui family, it means that he can't find Xiao Yuan and Runzheng, who has already settled in the Shui family in advance. He took out the transmission machine around his waist and was not recorded. It shouldn't be, it is already 10 in the morning. Last night, Xiao Yuan may feel late, and the small sales department was closed, and he would not pass on himself, but it was all at this point. Xiao Yuan has not seen himself yet. Express yourself. Tan Wenbin returned to the small sales department again, picked up the phone and started calling the phone in the cheap store. Do, beep, beep. The phone was rang, but no one answered. This is impossible. Even if Lu Yi is not in the store in class at the moment, there must be someone in the store during the day. 2 times in a row, no one still answered. Tan Wenbin hesitated and gave his father's office in the office. He even gave the small sales department in Siyuan village, which was still the same. In the end, he called the paging platform. During this period, there were a lot of paging platforms across the country, and the paging platforms were also a very popular profession. But this time, no one answered the paging platform, and there was no way to hear the sweet voice of the briefing sister. Hanging on the phone, Tan Wenbin held his fist and gently pinched the counter. Well. Daeseo looked at his phone display in confusion. After so long, none of them answered. Auntie, will your phone be broken? Broken. Ai pressed the removal, dial a number by herself, and answered the opposite side quickly. Ai told the other party to send more goods next time. After the opposite agreed, she hung up the phone. No bad, okay. Daeseo stabbed the seats and looked at the young man up and down. If you didn't look at the young man wearing a good mountaineering bag, she would doubt that this guy was deliberately looking for music in the morning. Tan Wenbin picked up the phone again and called the cheap store, and no one answered. Hanging the phone, he took out the money and bought some bags for snacks. Daeseo groaned him with a smile, and the snack was not too fine, but the bags were ash on the bags. Tan Wenbin walked out of the small sales department and came to the corridor by the river to sit down. There are a few tables for the elderly sitting there to drink tea, and there is a commentary, storytelling. It is the local endorsement, and he doesn't understand. Looking at the calm river, there is a farmland in the distance. It is very beautiful, but now he has no mood to appreciate. Either there is a problem with this town, or there is something wrong with it. Perhaps now, the most reasonable choice is to quickly leave the town, at least one place where you can call. But I was running the problem. If I encountered a problem, I left. After the book reviewer finished speaking, Tan Wenbin stepped forward to talk to the other party. After leaving the position of the Zheng family, he gave a little money to the commentator, promising that if someone found himself by him, he would give him another one. Subsequently, Tan Wenbin took out the paper pen and started writing a note. He wrote a lot in a row. After doing these, Tan Wenbin was not in a hurry to return home, but instead strolled in this town. This looks like a backpacker who travels to travel. Yesterday was late at night. The Black Branong winter couldn't see what, but now I can observe the taste carefully. However, the style of the Hui faction is indeed very cultural and beautiful, but when you have anxiety and panic in your heart, the environment here can magnify your emotions. Everyone who opens the door feels secret, and every alley is weird. Always stroll around at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Tan Wenbin decided to go back home. Before returning, he went to shop to cut the meat and bought some grain and oil. Just after entering the house with these things, I saw Zheng Yunyan standing there. I thought you were gone. No, I'll go out and stroll. I have eaten lunch. I have eaten it too. Tan Wenbin put things on the table, and he ate snacks. Zheng Yunyan glanced and said, "Don't buy things." Should. Don't buy something, how can you continue to live? Now that brother Yuanzi can't contact it temporarily, all he can do is to continue to stay at the Zheng family. Zheng Yunyan said nothing and put things into the kitchen. Tan Wenbin returned to his room, and Hu Yiwei was still asleep. It seems that his consumption of him last night was really great. Of course, consumption is not just about doing that, but also the most important thing, but it is attached to the evil spirits. However, if he continues to wake up, he has no reason to see Zheng Miao Miao. Tan Wenbin reached out and patted Hu Yiwei's face, and he still couldn't wake up. Throughout the afternoon, Tan Wenbin moved a small bench and sat next to the yard well. There is a pack of cigarettes and a bottle of mineral water under his feet, which looks like to rest and sun. After Zheng Yunyan returned to her room, she didn't come out again. The grandmother and Zheng Miao Miao who spoke last night did not go down the second floor. Coupled with Hu Yiwei who is still asleep. There are a lot of people in this room, but it gives Tan Wenbin a feeling of only himself. The other is the well. Although the manhole cover was welded, from the gap, it was still possible to detect that the cold was spread out, and it felt a bit frozen. By the time of dusk, Zheng Yunyan came out of her room and she went to cook. At this time, Hu Yiwei finally woke up. So hungry. I'm dizzy. Hu Yiwei was lying on the bed, covering his belly with one hand and holding his forehead. Tan Wenbin took the compressed biscuits from his backpack and handed it to him. As for the mineral water, he had finished drinking. No one will put a lot of water in the bag. He still has things such as water purification films. Tan Wenbin came to the kitchen and was ready to take boiling water. Zheng Yunyan stood by the stove platform and was holding a shovel to stir-fry, but she didn't see how many pots of vapor came out. After Tan Wenbin went around the stove, he found that there was only sporadic Mars in the stove. Want to burn the fire? No, go out of the pot. Oh. Tan Wenbin nodded, took the hot water bottle, opened a bottle of plug, and touched his fingers down. It was warm. Try to change the second bottle. It was still warm. That, is there hot water? Aren't you all? It's just warm, not hot. The weather is hot, and he deliberately warm up. So. Tan Wenbin could only choose a bottle to raise it. When he passed through the stairs at the hall, he glanced up again, and the door was closed. Back in the room, he poured a glass of warm water for Hu Yiwei and reminded him. Leave a stomach, eat dinner right away. Hu Yiwei's mouth was full of biscuit crumbs, and he asked a little embarrassed, Binbin, do you have pants, can you borrow me? Obviously, he found the traces of his crotch. Tan Wenbin took a pair of pants from the bag and handed it to him. Hu Yiwei was emotionally excited and borrowed the car and drove directly to Say, so he did not bring his luggage except to bring money and smoke on the road. Tan Wenbin's climbing bag is full of foundation. He and Yin Meng, one person one by one. Run's Hung is an advanced version, because he has to bear the one of Xiao Yuan's brother. Thank you brother, how much money, I'll give it to you. Hu Yiwei was ready to pay from his pocket. No need, it's all brothers, don't mention this. How can this do this, come on when you come, you are all of your money. Don't be polite to me, remember to do business. Hu Yiwei patted his forehead, oh, yes, it's right. He was strange in his heart, why did he forget this stubble? After eating something, Hu Yiwei was able to relieve it. It was all men. There was nothing embarrassed. He took off his pants and panties and changed Tan Wenbin's pants. This was also a block. Binbin, I'm not afraid of your jokes, it's embarrassed, I dream last night. Tan Wenbin touched his nose, whose dreams of dreams were bleeding. Of course, most boys generally do not give themselves a chance to dream after seeing it. Brother Hu, when you have dinner, you must ask Zheng Miao Miao. I will. After making it clear, you should go back and go back. If you ask for leave for too long, don't delay your work for the past. Well, Binbin, I understand what you said. The door of the room was pushed away, and Zheng Yunyan stood at the door. As in the morning, she said, the rice is ready, come and eat. It is still a small kitchen table with the coffin. But there are only 3 people on the dining table. Hu Yiwei asked, what about Miao Miao? Zheng Yunyan has a tray with 2 plates, 2 cups of rice wine, and a curved rice with small bowls. They eat it on it. Sister Yin, let Miao Miao come down, and she said clearly, and then I go. She doesn't want to see you. I know she doesn't want to see me. I just want to come to a statement. Our marriage is so inexplicable. She should come out to see me. You help me tell her, I don't want to entangle her, really. Okay, let me say. Trouble you, Sister Yin. You can eat first, just eat meals. Zheng Yunyan went up with a tray. Hu Yiwei was sitting at the small table in the kitchen, his chest was slightly undulating, and he was organizing language. Tan Wenbin left the table and came to the corner of the hall. He saw Zheng Yunyan walking to the entrance of the 2nd floor, grabbed the door, and knocked 3 times. There seemed to be a locking sound in it. Zheng Yunyan opened the door. Before entering, she turned around, looked down, and looked at Tan Wenbin. Then she went in and the door was closed. At this moment, Tan Wenbin wanted to use violence to forcibly enter the second floor to see what is going on in the second floor. What kind of state is Zheng Miao Miao now? But he knew very well that he did not have the ability to force the matter after the matter. The reason why he can be separated into a line alone is that one is because Runchen's character cannot be adapted, and he and Fan Shulan do not have too much friendship. The second is because Xiao Yuan is around. There is a strong man who accompanies. Back to the kitchen and sat down, Tan Wenbin said, "Brother Hu, help me get a hot water bottle." "Oh, okay." When Hu Yiwei got up, Tan Wenbin took out the chasing far tight roll lucky symbols and tested the food. There was no problem. Picking up the chopsticks, took a sip of meals, Tan Wenbin froze, and a sip of dishes, and he frowned. The meal in the morning can be explained as early as you have done it early, but this meal is done in the evening. Why is it warm? Is there something that is not hot in this house? After a while, Zheng Yunyan came back. She sat down at the table and picked up chopsticks to start eating. Hu Yiwei asked, "Sister Yin, meow meow." Zheng Yunyan swallowed the food in her mouth, and her obscure and inexplicable smile appeared on her face. "Don't worry, you can see her after meals." Nympho. There is no mistake. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1619, 1 book, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, a book. Yin Meng didn't know who the person who peeped in at the door of the room last night, but after being illuminated by the flashlight once, the peeping eyes never appeared again. When a chair was behind the door, Yin Meng returned to the bed and started to sleep. She needed to rest, and it was impossible to really make her state too bad, but even if she was sleeping, she opened her eyes and closed her eyes. The next day, there was a sound of chopping firewood in the yard. Yin Meng pushed Zhang Ji, and Zhang Ji yawned, and said in a very lazy voice, "Meng Meng, I'm so sleepy, I want to sleep more for a while." "Your parents' illness, have you forgotten?" Zhang Ji immediately got up. "Go down first." "Go down, do you have to carry the bag back?" "I'm used to it." After the other two bedrooms on the second floor, Yin Meng stopped and listened again, and did not hear the movement inside. "When I came to the courtyard downstairs, a man who was less than 30 years old had a man who was less than 30 years old, with vests, shorts, and shoes. He was very tall and thin." "Daekyang." Zhang Ji enthusiastically greeted. "Ji, hey." Daekyang waved his hand. "My parents went to the mountain early in the morning to pick up the goods, breakfast on the table." Yin Meng hit well water and washed with Zhang Ji. The two came to the kitchen. "There are porridge bowls and pickles on the small table." Yin Meng took porridge and smelled it. There was no problem. Now she has enough to distinguish the food. "It's just that this sip, I find that the porridge is not only hot, but it can even be said to be cold. But the problem is that the weather is not really cool. Taste another piece of pickles, bite your teeth, a little ice teeth. This feels like having breakfast to be hung into the well, and the town has been town." Yin Meng looked at the grooves under the stove, and the hot water bottle was gone, including the bottle that found a mouse last night. "Do you want to grab that Daekyang and tied it with the exorcist whip in the bag and torture things?" As soon as this idea rose, it was ruled out by Yin Meng. "Let's find Xiao Yuan first." "Meng Meng, I invite you to go outside for breakfast." Obviously, Zhang Ji also felt that this breakfast could not be cut off. When the two came out, they found that they were still being split. The axe fell in place, and even the split firewood was not collected. "Well, what about Daekyang?" Zhang Ji bent down, helped him clean up, and then piled up in the corner. Yin Meng's eyes swept towards the firewood pile. Most of the firewood had grown moss. In extremely different places, some mushrooms had grown. Fire is a consumable, which means that this family has not burned firewood for a long time. Out of the Zheng family, Yin Meng first asked Shui Liangliang's position. Zhang Jiyi does not live here. Her understanding of Min'an town is not much higher than the foreigners of Yinmeng. But the two asked a large circle, and the reply was always, I don't know which one surnamed Shui in the town. As for Shui Liang's students from Shanghai River University, no one has heard of it. Yinmeng came to the small sales department in the town and asked the big sister-in-law first, and got the same result feedback. She picked up the phone and hits the paging table. She wants to call Shui Liang, and no one answers. Then she called the school's affordable store, but still no one answered. After calling several times, she asked the aunt if there was any problem with the phone. The aunt called and ordered the goods in front of her, indicating that there was no problem. Yinmeng realized that the problem was serious. She did not give up, so she pulled Zhang Jiyi to continue asking. Then, the two came to the long corridor by the river. This is the leisure and cultural center of the town. 2 tables of old people were drinking tea, and another old man was telling a story. After the old man finished telling the story, Yinmeng went up to him and asked if anyone had come to him to inquire about the situation. The storyteller shook his head and indicated that no. Yinmeng asked him to help keep an eye out, and at the same time told him her name and the alley address of the old Zheng family. Finally, she took out a banknote and put it in the iron box in front of him. Thank you, girl, thank you, girl, can I tell you a story? No need. Yinmeng went to various shops to ask, and then asked others to help her keep an eye out. After completing this set of procedures, Yinmeng felt inexplicably irritated. Because she knew very well that the methods she could think of, they could also think of, and they would only do it better and more meticulously than she did. This town is so small, and there are not many outsiders. If someone asked this question, the people on the street or the shop owners would definitely have a deep impression, but when they communicated with them before, they had no impression at all. Meng, what's wrong with you? I'm fine. Then shall we continue to look for it now? No, let's go back. The two returned to Zheng's house and the door was closed. Zhang Jiyi went up and pushed the door, and it was pushed open. Then, the voice of the aunt came from behind the door, you're back. Then, she also came out, wearing the same clothes as last night. Aunt, are you back? Yes, I am. Is uncle back too? No, Daqiang came into the mountains to find us. He took over my shift, so I came back to prepare lunch for you. Why didn't you have breakfast? Didn't Daqiang tell you? Aunt, Daqiang told me, but I wanted to take my friend to try our special breakfast, so I saved some space before going out. Oh, are we going to have lunch at home? Zhang Jiyi looked at Yinmeng, who shook her head gently. No, Aunt, we'll go out to eat later. Okay. Aunt walked into the house and went straight upstairs. Yinmeng went to the well to get some water, washed her hands, and washed her face. This house and the people in it are weird. It's a pity that Xiao Yuan can't be found, so these clues can't be reported at the moment. The two went upstairs again, and when they came to the corner of the second-floor stairs, Yinmeng pointed to the stairs that continued to go up. Meng, the attic is up there, right? I haven't been there either. Then let's go and have a look. Yinmeng went up. It was called an attic, but it wasn't cramped, and it looked like it was often cleaned, not dirty. An old red coffin was placed there. Zhang Jiyi was startled by the coffin and hid behind Yinmeng. It's okay, I used to sell coffins. Yinmeng walked to the coffin. The materials used in the coffin were not very sophisticated, and the painting skills were also very ordinary. Elderly people with a little bit of conditions would not choose it as their own coffin. Ji, your grandparents have passed away a long time ago, right? Yes, my parents came back last time to visit Grandpa's grave. Grandparents are gone, so why is there a coffin in this room? Although Zhang Jiyi's uncle has not been seen yet, judging from the age of her aunt, the couple should be far from preparing coffins in advance. Just as Yin Meng put her hand on the side of the coffin, wondering whether to open it and take a look, the figure of the ant appeared at the door. "Why are you here?" Zhang Jiyi replied, "We are just strolling around. This is a relative's house renovation, and the old coffins prepared by the elderly in the family are temporarily placed in our house." Yin Meng retracted her hand and said, "Oh, so. There are many rats in the house, don't run around, you will be scared by the rats." "Well, we know." Yin Meng and Zhang Jiyi came to the room on the second floor. Zhang Jiyi sat by the bed and Yin Meng stood at the door. Meng, let's go out to eat." "No, just eat something." Yin Meng took out a biscuit from her backpack, handed it to Zhang Jiyi, and then stood by the door. Meng, where should we start looking next?" Zhang Jiyi asked. "Start from this house." "Ah, I'm asking about your friend named Shui who is looking for you." "Same, if we find his house, it will be easier to find the root cause of your parents' illness." "Oh, so that's it." Zhang Jiyi nodded, she believed it. "Jiyi, don't you think your uncle's family is weird? I said last night that their family has always been cold, and in fact, I don't have much contact with them." "Have you eaten?" "I have eaten." "Then let's go out." Yin Meng took Zhang Jiyi away from Zheng's house and began to visit neighbors, looking for those aunts and grandmothers who like to chat at first glance. From the neighbors, I learned that the Zheng family is famous for their eccentricity. They don't interact with outsiders on weekdays. At one point, when relatives and neighbors need to do something, they won't invite them. Only the two brothers in his family will come back once or twice a year. In the countryside, no matter how eccentric and unsociable a person is, he dare not participate in the village's weddings and funerals. Because everyone knows that such things will happen to their families sooner or later. If you don't go to other people's homes, they won't come to you to help. The neighbors didn't get any specific information, so Yin Meng had to go back to the Zheng family and sit in the yard. Unable to contact Xiao Yuan, she is a little confused now. It seems that at the moment, she can only continue to follow the established pattern. For example, under the premise of trying not to tear each other apart, explore the real secrets of the Zheng family. Yin Meng sat in the yard all afternoon. She finally saw Zhang Jiyi's great-uncle, who came back with a fertilizer bag on his back, and something was moving in the bag. Zhang Jiyi went up to greet him, "Uncle." "Yeah, Jiyi. Where's Daqiang? Why didn't he come back with you?" "He's behind me. I'll go pack up first." Uncle went in. Yin Meng thought he would go to the kitchen, but he went upstairs with the bag on his back. Then, after going upstairs, he never came down again. After a while, Daqiang came back. He was also carrying a fertilizer bag. The things inside were also moving, and there was a faint squeaking sound. After a simple greeting, he also went upstairs. When it was dusk, the ant came down from upstairs and asked, "You guys are going out to eat in the evening, right?" Zhang Jiyi, "Yes, Aunt." "Then I won't cook for you. Aunt, call Uncle and Daqiang down, let's go out to eat together. If we don't go out to eat, we can't afford it." After the aunt finished speaking, she turned around and went upstairs again. Yin Meng discovered a problem, that is, this family of three, never appeared together, always alone. Before nightfall, Yin Meng and Zhang Jiyi went out to buy some food. When she came back with the bag and went upstairs, Yin Meng vaguely heard some special sounds. But when she just stepped on the last step of the second floor, the sound was collectively muted. She and Zhang Jiyi returned to their room. Meng, let's eat together." "You eat first." Yin Meng still stood at the door of the room and put her ear to the door. Crunch, crunch, crunch. She heard the high-frequency sound again, although it was very slight, it did exist. Yin Meng made a hush gesture to Zhang Jiyi nodded, and even stopped eating. Then, Yin Meng carefully opened the door, trying not to make any sound. After opening it to a gap large enough for her to go out sideways, she raised her hand, grabbed the top, and sent herself out. The wooden structure made it difficult to avoid making noises on the floor, but the beams above were still solid and compact. Zhang Jie opened her mouth wide when she saw this scene. Do those who study Chinese medicine have to practice Kung Fu? Yin Meng came to the corridor on the second floor and heard the sound more clearly. The sound came from the 2 rooms, but there were 3 frequency sources, and all of them were close to the door. Yin Meng exerted force on her waist and lifted her legs up to avoid being seen through the gap when standing at the door. Squeak! Crunch! Squeak! Crunch! It all started with a quick and painful scream, followed by the sound of biting and chewing, and the screaming stopped immediately, followed by the next round. It reminded me of the 2 fertilizer bags that Dabo and Daqiang carried back and the mouse that I found in the thermos last night. A picture reappeared in Yin Meng's mind. Behind the door of one room stood Daqiang, and behind the door of another room stood his uncle and aunt side by side. They kept reaching out, grabbing live mice from the fertilizer bag, and bringing them to their mouths to eat. Suddenly, the sound disappeared collectively. The meal was over. In the morning, after Li Zuiyuan went downstairs, Shue's father and mother warmly treated him to breakfast. They were really warm. The staple food for breakfast was rice, and they also fried 3 hot dishes. It was the way Runzheng lit incense when eating that made them feel a little strange. Li Zuiyuan explained that Runzheng was often sick when he was a child. A wandering Taoist priest said that he had to take out a month every year to light incense for every meal to ensure that he would be free of illness and disaster. Shue's father and mother were amazed and praised the Taoist priest for being so powerful. After all, Runzheng's physique was here, how could he look weak and sick? After dinner, Li Zuiyuan asked Runzheng to go out and ask people, focusing on the area near the canteen. He sat in the yard chatting with Shue's father, while Shue's mother was washing clothes. She enthusiastically brought Li Zuiyuan and Runzheng's clothes to help wash. Shue's father was very happy chatting. At this moment, even if he put aside the relationship with his own son, he liked this boy very much. And Li Zuiyuan really has the ability to make someone happy. He has been learning this skill since he was a child, but later, especially after receiving the call from Li Lan, he didn't want to continue pretending, at least to irrelevant strangers. After leaving his grandfather's house to go to college, he would only be more indifferent to outsiders. It's not intentional, but he's too lazy to continue acting. But this old skill that he had since birth was not lost. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Runzheng came back and found no one. Brother Runzheng, go to the store and call Brother Binbin, then call the store and ask if they have any calls to the store. Okay. Runzheng went out, and Li Zuiyuan began to try to guide Shue's father to talk about the young expedition team. It can be seen that Shue's father didn't really want to talk about this, but in the end, he was constantly asked to talk. After a while, Runzheng came back with a message. Xiao Yuan, the call is not working. The paging station is not working. I called all the numbers I remembered, but still couldn't get through. The phone is working. The aunt in the store called the wholesaler in the county in front of me and bought a batch of goods. Brother Runzheng, go to the shops on the main street and ask the bosses to help keep an eye out. Then go to the crowded places in the town. It's the riverside promenade that Shue's father took us to yesterday. It's close to the gate archway and is a conspicuous location. Okay. Runzheng went out again. Li Zuiyuan continued to stay here. He didn't do it to be lazy. First, he wanted to continue to get information from Shue's father, and second, he had to stay here and wait for Yin Meng and Binbin to come. Uncle Shuet, your family is famous in the town, right? Of course not. Shue's father proudly puffed up his chest. Who said I have a good son? Whenever the town builds roads and bridges, my family always contributes a large share. In fact, Li Zuiyuan asked in vain, because as soon as he entered the town, he asked the aunt in the canteen, and the aunt didn't even care about the shop, and took them directly to the Xue family very enthusiastically. This not only means that the Xue family is very famous in the town, but also means that they are very popular. Runzheng came back. Xiao Yuan, I have asked and greeted him. I also asked him to help keep an eye out for the storytellers in the corridor. Did you pay? Ah. My money is in my bag. I didn't bring my bag when I went out. Should I take the money out now to pay? Forget it, it doesn't make sense to pay or not. Runzheng asked, Xiao Yuan, did we encounter something? After all, the phone call couldn't be connected, and it seemed to be directed at him. However, Runzheng is missing a link, that is, to find the family where Tan Wenbin and Yin Meng live now, because these two lines were not clear when everyone set out. Without facing the experience of not being able to find this family, the degree of understanding of the situation will not be so deep. But Li Zuiyuan can switch perspectives here, because he has been sitting here for so long, and Yin Meng and Binbin have not been able to find the door, which means another possibility. Runzheng, Xiao Yuan, Binbin and Meng Meng, are they delayed on the way and can't come? Li Zuiyuan shook his head. I think they are already in this town. There will be another chapter tomorrow daytime. Chapter 111. Seeing that Li Zhanyuan and Run Sheng were talking, Xue Dad got up and said, Xiao Yuan, Runzheng, you talk about you. Uncle Xue, sorry, I'm something here. Hey, it's okay, just I have something to do. Father Xue picked up the tool with a smile and sorted out the potted plants in the yard. When I came yesterday, Li Zhanyuan noticed that there were a lot of potted plants in the house, and there were several small stone tables used to place them into scenery. The responsibility of the Xue family was rented out by Liang's brother. This allowed the Lao to get rid of the traditional rural labor and live a pension in advance. On weekdays, Dad's hobby is to pick up these potted plants, and then go to the promenade to drink tea and listen to the books. Xue's mother will go out after lunch to play long cards. Friends are all old ladies. She is quite young inside. Brother Runzheng, let's go upstairs. Good. Li Zhanyuan came upstairs and sat down in front of the desk that Liang had used before. Take out the book and pen from the backpack. Li Zhanyuan drew 3 circles on the blank page. 3 groups of people all arrived in Minnan town, but they were 3 different Minnan town. This is the development of the situation that Li Ziyuan did not imagine before the departure. It is the evil. Is it Suanman's array? Or is the spatial sandwich that I have experienced before? Or is it other rare mysteries in nature? Not long ago, when the club was new, the president who liked to introduce UFO also talked about many unsolved mysteries from all over the world. Li Zhanyuan closed his eyes, and the warm sun was covered on his face through the window. Because he couldn't contact Binbin and Meng Meng, and lacking too much information, he couldn't infer it now. Moreover, he suspected that Yin Meng and Tan Wenbin should have happened abnormal. Because it is normal here, it is extremely abnormal. Is it because of the identity of Liang's son-in-law, which led to the development of this line? It does not rule out the impact of this factor, but Li Zhanyuan does not think this will be the main reason. When the evil in the crystal of the teacher's house last time, Jing showed the dislike of Xue Liang's white family atmosphere, but it was only to the degree of disgust. I really planned to do what he did. What's more, just his family. Therefore, Li Zhanyuan suspected that his line should be the slowest. Wu Fat's prospective father-in-law and mother-in-law have become sick, and the friend of Fan Shulan has also been divorced. In fact, these 2 lines have changed. Xue Dad's 50th birthday is next month. Xue Liang, who can involve this line, is still in Dujiangjian at this moment. Back to Nantung. It's early. But this is not wrong, because this is a special advantage. The current situation is equivalent to the entire team. It is covered by a huge black cloth. It can't be seen each other, but the problem is not big, blindly fights, and there is a blind way to fight. I have not been a blind person. Brother Run's hung. Why? Seeing that Li Zhanyuan was thinking, Run Sheng stood consciously to the door of the room, holding a cigar in his hand, and was pumping. He walked to the desk and asked, Xiao Yuan, do you think of finding Binbin Meng Meng's way? Li Zhanyuan shook his head, no. That. Brother Run's hung, I need you to help me think together. I. Run's hung pointed his cigar to his face, I try my best. Li Zhanyuan asked, Brother Run's hung, if you replace you with Yin Meng or Tan Wenbin, what is the first thing you think of after you came to the foot of Minnan town? I will come to you, Xiao Yuan. If you can't find me, even if you can't inquire about the Shui family. I. Brother Run's hung, will you leave Minnan town? After all, there are problems here, and we can't contact the outside world. No, we just come to the problem. I will not leave Minnan town. I will continue to do what I can do in accordance with your pre-planning plan, and advance the clues in order to look forward to the next harmony with the next time you meet. So, Yin Meng and Tan Wenbin should be doing the same thing. Run's hung scratched his head and asked, Xiao Yuan, do you need to ask me? What is needed, I want to confirm, because my sense of substitution is easy to distort. He is a maker of the mission plan. The planning is much lower than him. After all, there is no Xiao Yuan brother on Li Ziwan's head. Therefore, in this case, his response measures will be more extreme. For example, to prove that since there are 3 Minnan town, are the people where they are now in this Minnan town, and the people they have seen are really living people? If you can find an adulterer, or escape the legal sanctions or find a village tyrant in the village, while observing their death while walking for the heavens. You can also ask who has the dead elderly or patient, staring at their last dote. Even if the folk style of Minnan town is simple and healthy now, you can find out who has a new grave and dig a grave to find a fresh body for an experiment. In Wei Zhendao's The Magic Records of the Maska, such a paragraph is recorded. People are the easiest comparison of flaws. You can find the characteristics of the complex environment here from the person here. But it is clear that Yin Meng and Tan Wenbin are unlikely to do this. Therefore, in order to ensure the unity of the 3 lines styles, I have to cooperate and follow their behavior in order to form a joint force. Li Ziyuan picked up the pen and quickly drew a scribbled fish on the notebook. The tip of the pen kept tapping on the fish. In fact, there are many things he can do. He can use formations, feng shui, key mechanism techniques and other means to seek more violent cracks. It looks very difficult, but he is not going to demolish the house, he just wants to make a hole in the corner, so the feasibility is still quite high. No matter what the principle of your environment is, I can study it myself and try to poke it for you. Looking at the fish in front of him, Li Ziyuan said in his heart. Do you want me to do this too? This fish gave him a willing bait. Its subjectivity is an issue that cannot be circumvented, but this issue has 2 sides, because you cannot confirm which side is its intention and which side is its deliberate guidance. When facing such a situation, there is a way to ensure the bottom line, that is to ignore its existence and intentions. You just need to follow the plan you originally thought to be correct and do it unswervingly. Li Ziyuan closed the notebook. Run's hung said, Xiao Yuan, I am worried about Binbin. If he is really experiencing something, I am afraid he can't handle it alone. Brother Run's hung, I have more confidence in Brother Binbin. Run's hung nodded in disagreement. Li Ziyuan, Yin Meng's skills are indeed better than Brother Binbin, but when facing special environments, Brother Binbin is better at using the environment than Yin Meng. Xiao Yuan, you are right. Okay, Brother Run's hung, it's meaningless to care about them now. We should focus on what we should do. Xiao Yuan, tell me, what should we do now? According to my inference, we should still have a long window period. What we need to do now is to shorten this window period and advance what should happen in the future. For example, let Uncle Shui celebrate his 50th birthday in advance. Lunch is still rich. During the meal, Li Zuiyuan took the initiative to say, Uncle Shui, Aunt Shui, after dinner, Runs Hung and I will go out to collect materials and paint. We will be back late, so you don't have to wait for us to eat dinner. Dad Shui was surprised and said, so late? Well, I want to paint for a while, so I can use it in class. Mother Shui asked Dad Shui in confusion, why didn't our Liang paint in the first place? Li Zuiyuan explained, although Liang and I are in the same university, we have different majors, and some courses need to be selected by ourselves. Oh, is that so? Mother Shui nodded, but still added, it's okay, I'll wait for you to come back for dinner. Father Shui retorted, don't say wait, let the child miss you, and then he can't concentrate on painting. How about this, Xiao Yuan, you can come back no matter how late, but you have to pay attention to safety. I'll leave the door open for you, and the food in the pot, and when you come back, you can heat it up by yourself. Okay, thank you uncle and aunt. Hee, this child, what are you thinking, we treat you as our own child. After dinner, Li Zuiyuan and Runs Hung went out. Mother Shui cleaned up the dishes and said to her husband, then I, go play cards. When there are guests at home, daily entertainment activities naturally have to stop, and guests cannot be neglected. Go, anyway, the children will be back in the evening. Father Shui waved his hand, I'll take a nap, and then drink tea and listen to books. Mother Shui took off her apron, took some change, and went out in high spirits. Dad Shui went upstairs, walked into the bedroom, turned on the electric fan, lay down on the bed, and began to take a nap. The courtyard door was not locked, and it was pushed open, and Li Zuiyuan and Runs Hung came back again. They did not go out without doing anything. Li Zuiyuan went to the shop to buy some things and signaled Runs Hung to take them and add water according to the proportion. Then, he went upstairs first and came to the door of Dad Shui's bedroom. He heard the even snoring inside and knew that Dad Shui had fallen asleep. He quietly opened the bedroom door and walked in. Li Zuiyuan took out a King's talisman and pasted it on Dad Shui's forehead. At this moment, Dad Shui fell into a better sleep state. Li Zuiyuan clenched his right hand slightly, and knocked the knuckle of his ring finger against Dad Shui's forehead. A better sleep state, coupled with the awakening effect of the finger trembling and echoing, formed a kind of hedge. Dad Shui's eyelids began to tremble slightly. Li Zuiyuan knocked again, and Dad Shui's eyelids opened a little, and he saw the eyes inside. Almost there, this state, similar to lucid dream, although sleeping, but still has a certain perception of the surrounding things. This state will not last too long, Li Zuiyuan has to hurry up. He put his mouth close to Shui's father's ear and began to speak in an inductive tone. The Great Way is 50, and the heaven is 49, if the birthday is not completed, the children will be blessed forever, if the gap is more than a month, the children will come to make up. I have traveled all over the world, and now I have passed by Shui's family. I heard that the family tradition is pure and Shui Lang is talented, so I specially wrote this comment. The birthday is celebrated early, don't be greedy for perfection, otherwise your son's marriage will be wasted, and the descendants of Shui family will be unlucky. Li Zuiyuan repeated the above words several times in a row. When Runs Hung came in with a water bowl and a brush, Li Zuiyuan hurriedly got up and dipped the brush in the prepared water, and wrote comments on the floor and the wall. Last night, when he heard the old couple night talk, of course, he knew that the old couple was most worried about the marriage of brother Liang and when they could hold their grandchildren. With this need for pain points, Dad Shui was required to spend 50 birthday a month in advance. The problem was not big. In this way, the changes that will not happen after more than a month can be advanced to the present. Throughout them, there is no morality and immoral. Now that I am here, I can solve anything. If I do NT, God knows that when things happen, will the old couple dangerous in life. After writing, Li Zhanyuan torn off the clear heart on Shue's head, left the room with runs hung, went downstairs, went out of the house, and left the courtyard. Dad Shui woke up leisurely and sat up from the bed, showing the color of thoughts in his eyes, and taste the words sounded in his mind. Did you dream? But soon, Dad Shui found that this didn't seem to be a dream, because he saw the dreams in the floor and the wall. Can't survive the whole life. This is not good for the bright marriage and children, you have to do it in advance, the faster the better. Father Shui hurriedly went downstairs, and he was going to discuss his wife. In this way, Shui Ma, who hadn't hit a few rounds of the table, was pulled back by her husband. Shui Ma wanted to let Dad Shui wait for himself to finish, and Dad Shui urged him to be too late. He quickly went home to the bedroom with me. The old ladies standing on the table and surrounding the cards were covered with their mouths and laughed, and one of them also joked. Don't hurry back, your man can't wait. Shui Ma blushed and had to go home with Dad Shui. After closing the door, Dad Shui told Shui Ma, who had just dreamed of his dream of Xian Wing, and took Shui Ma upstairs to go back to the bedroom to see those words. It was just the words that could be seen at this time, but all disappeared at this time. But this disappearance has even more determined what Shui Dad thoughts, making this incident more real. This life must be done in advance, the sooner the better. Although Shui Ma did not see the words, since this is involved in holding her grandson, it is also echoed in the mind that it is better to believe in his unbelievable mentality. Yes, then get it in advance. How about that tomorrow? Where can I have time to prepare vegetables and ask a chef? I just ask someone to eat, and I can't ask people to come here today. Yes, what should I do? When can I do the earliest? Another thing, you know that you will invite people in advance for your life. Do you have to reject them one by one? Yes. At this time, there was a door opening in the other room. Shui's mother walked out of the room and saw Li Zhanyuan standing at the door. Xiao Yuan, why are you back? I hurried out and forgot to get the pigment. Then, Li Zhanyuan waved his pigment box. Uncle Shui, Aunt Shui, what did you just quarrel in the room? That's it. Dad Shui said the matter. In the 2 days of exchanges, he had regarded Xiao Yuan as an adult. This is easy to do, why not live a long time? Why are you invited some close relatives to come to the house for dinner tomorrow and put a large round table? As for the 1 month later, Liang will also come back. In his name, he is not at home for a long time. Someone asked why it was not longevity that day. Xiao Yuan's method is good, just do this. Shui Ma clapped. Yes, let's do that, tomorrow. No, you will go to buy food now, and put a table tomorrow. Is it the same for buying it tomorrow morning, and it is fresher? Have you forgotten, you have to worship the ancestral grave on the morning of life. You go to buy food tomorrow morning. How can you get the product? Yes, I forgot, I just go to buy food. After hearing worship ancestral grave, Li Zhanyuan gaze. After Shui's mother walked downstairs, he asked Shui, Uncle Shui, do you have the custom of worshipping ancestral tombs before life? Yes, this is a custom of us here. It can be regarded as knowing the ancestors, so that they can be happy together. That Uncle Shui, can I go with you? The ancestral grave is on the back mountain, the road is not easy to walk, and it is not necessary to go without light. Xiao Yuan, you don't need to. Uncle Shui, we also have a custom in Nantung, that is, to go to other people's houses. When others have to worship the ancestors, we have to follow the worship. That happened, when I was on the way tomorrow, I came to call you. Okay, uncle, I'm waiting for you. Are you going to paint? Don't draw any more, Uncle Shui, let me write your life and writing characters. My calligraphy is good. Cheng, that's really thank you, Xiao Yuan. Li Zhanyuan returned to his room. There is no mistake, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1619, One Book, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, a book. Worship the ancestral grave? Li Zhanyuan remembers that Wu Fat's prospective father-in-law and mother-in-law happened after finishing the grave. The old couple was busy with the vegetables at night, while Li Zhanyuan wrote the Shaolian and Shaoziai early. At about 4 in the morning, Dad Shui came to knock on the door. He just tapped it lightly, and whispered, thinking that the young man couldn't get up, he went by himself. Unexpectedly, as soon as the door was knocked by himself, he opened it from the inside. Both were carrying a bag and were ready. Shweta said, "Don't carry so many things. It's okay, we're all used to it. Let's go, Uncle Shwet." "Well, okay then. Mother Shui won't go, but if Shuiliang is at home, he has to go with her." Dad Shui originally had a shoulder pole with 2 baskets, and the baskets contained offerings and paper candles. Seeing this, Runzheng simply carried them all over. "How can I feel embarrassed, it's heavy." Runzheng shook his head and said, "It's okay, it's very light." After leaving the town and walking towards the back mountain, Runzheng was still walking briskly with the things on his back, so the time was greatly shortened. When the sky was just getting light, the 3 of them arrived at the Shui family's ancestral tomb. As soon as he arrived, Li Zuiyuan noticed that the Shui family's ancestral tomb was unusual. It was located in a valley, with 3 ups and 2 downs, that is, 3 parallel hills, facing the river in front and backed by the mountain, which could be called a lucky grave. When choosing the ancestral tomb in the early years, it should have been selected by a special feng shui master. The Shui family's ancestral tomb is located on the middle hill. If nothing unexpected happens, the 2 hills on the east and west should also be the ancestral tombs of other families. Uncle Shui, whose ancestral tombs are those on those 2 hills? Dad Shui heard this and said thoughtfully, "It should be a tomb, but I don't remember whose it is." "Xiao Yuan, can I go take a look?" "Go ahead, brother Runzheng." Runzheng ran down and ran over there, while Li Zuiyuan and Dad Shui arranged the offerings together. Not long after, Runzheng ran back, "Xiao Yuan, there is no tomb on that hill." Dad Shui was surprised and said, "How is it possible?" Although he didn't remember whose it was, he was sure that there was one in his subconscious. Runzheng ran to the hill on the west side again, and when he came back he said, "There is no grave there either." Dad Shui was puzzled and said, "It shouldn't be, I remember there should be a grave, I'll ask people when I get back to town." "Uncle Shui, let's get down to business first." Li Zuiyuan knew that he couldn't find out whose ancestral graves those 2 hills were even if he returned to town. At the same time, if there were no graves where there should be, it would be a bit of a cover-up. He had a hunch that these 3 places should be the eye of the formation. Luckily, Li Zuiyuan had sorted out his own policy and planned to continue to follow the original plan, otherwise these 3 hills would be the key nodes for him to try to dig holes. "Okay, I'll worship the ancestral graves first." Dad Shui began to worship his ancestors, first pouring wine, then burning paper money, and finally kowtowing. When Dad Shui kowtowing, Li Zuiyuan suddenly noticed that there was some movement at the top, which was the highest-ranking ancestral grave. He immediately entered the state of walking in the underworld, and saw a faint green light, from top to bottom, rushing straight to Shui's father. Li Zuiyuan raised his hand, subconsciously trying to stop it, but the hand was raised and finally put down. Because this is not evil, but Qingxia. People often refer to this as green smoke coming out of the ancestral tomb, and regard Qingxia as green smoke. Generally speaking, only true ancestors have accumulated virtue and buried in a lucky tomb, and at the same time, the descendants of later generations have pure character, can be protected by Qingxia, which is the so-called blessing of ancestors. This is a kind of blessing, with only benefits and no harm, and there is no reason to stop it. Qingxia sank into Shui's body, and he himself did not notice it and continued to kowtow. After the ceremony, Shue's father began to pack up his things, and there was no other movement in the ancestral tomb. Li Zuiyuan couldn't help but wonder, is it that the process has not yet arrived? If I made a mistake in my judgment, it was not the process of Shue's father's birthday that was the main cause, but a certain guest who came on the birthday day was the main cause, then my advance this time would be meaningless. The three returned home. Li Zuiyuan originally wanted to ask Shue's father which relatives and friends from other places would come to the big banquet in a month, but just as he started talking, Shue's father began to feel sleepy and yawned constantly, and he almost fell asleep on the chair several times. Shue's mother came out and saw this scene, and hurriedly said, "You got up too early, go to bed quickly, and get up after a while to welcome the guests." Shue's father nodded dazedly, and just when he wanted to stand up, he almost fell down. "Brother Runzheng, help Uncle Shui go to bed." "Okay." Runzheng stretched out his hand and almost picked up Shue's father with one hand and went into the house and upstairs. Li Zuiyuan looked at the bench where Shue's father had been sitting before. Why was he so sleepy? Could it be that the ancestors wanted to send him a dream? After Runzheng sent Shue's father to bed, he began to paste birthday couplets and longevity characters. Soon, two relatives came to visit, and then the two neighbors next door, and the yard suddenly became lively. At this time, the young man from the neighbor's house next door came in with a big bamboo basket, laughing and shouting. "Haha, Auntie, I just caught a big fish when I went out on the boat this morning. I have never seen such a big fresh fish. You hurry up and pick it up. Let's stew fish soup at noon. This can be regarded as the Dragon King in the river celebrating our uncle's birthday." There was a big fish in the bamboo basket. Subscribe to Chinese novel audio wave. Runzheng suddenly bent down and whispered in Li Zuiyuan's ear, "This fish is dirty." Li Zuiyuan immediately looked at the young man who brought the fish. The young man was barefoot, bare-chested, and had a dark complexion. Seeing his interaction with the people around him, he confirmed that it was the neighbor next door. Li Zuiyuan could not see any clues on the young man. He was not evil, nor was he possessed. Moreover, his words and deeds were very natural, and his micro-expressions were not wrong, proving that he should not lie. So, this fish in question was indeed caught by him accidentally. But this fish was probably caught on purpose, and it was willing to take the bait. Dad Shui just returned from the ancestral tomb, and the fish followed. Here, there must be a connection. Shui Ma exclaimed, "Oh my god, how can I kill such a big fish alone? Aunt Shui, let Runzheng help you kill the fish." "Runzheng, can you?" "Certainly." Runzheng took the fish basket from his neighbor's hands, and walked back in the direction of the kitchen, and Li Zhanyuan followed. There is a small door outside the back kitchen, and there is a small yard of a few square meters in it, which is basically not used. Runzheng put the fish basket here and turned to look at Li Zhanyuan. "Brother Runzheng, grab it out." "Okay." Runzheng reached out and grabbed the big fish, and the big fish seemed to be unusually docile. Li Zhanyuan pressed the printed mud with both hands, directly scratched two red marks on both sides of the big fish, and finally closed it at the head of the big fish. The big fish immediately struggled violently. The fish's eyes were red, the fish scales were black, and two rows of sharp teeth were growing under the fish lips. Li Zhanyuan found that at this time, its image was similar to the big fish he saw in Ali's dream. The biggest difference was still in size. Where there is still a little fish now, it is clearly like a beast that is struggling crazy. You have to make great strength and know how to exert your skills. Otherwise, the 2 or 3 adults are really unable to suppress it. "Xiao Yuan, help me bring me the yellow river shovel." "Can't kill so." Li Zhanyuan shook his head and took a broken evil symposium from his pocket. Runzheng would like to face the fish body with his knees, liberated one hand, and pierced the fish head up, so that his mouth opened. Li Zhanyuan quickly put the rune paper in the fish mouth, and quickly closed his mouth and wanted to bite his fingers. As soon as the broken evil rune entered, the struggle of the big fish became more violent, and the weight of the raw was trembling by the weight. But soon, the fish scales of the big fish began to turn into white, and the red fish eyes were also frozen, and their struggle began to become weaker and weaker. At first it was the fish scales gradually powdered, and then the fish, like a burned honeycomb coal. Click! The big fish was completely cracked. In the most central area, there was a black fish bubble that survived under the power of the broken evil rune and was still bounced. In the fish bubble, something seemed to be moved. Runzhung swallowed his mouth spit. Brother Runzhung, this can't be eaten for you. Hey! Runzhung sneered on his face. Li Zhanyuan took out another broken evil sympathy and lost it in the black fish bubble. After the broken evil symbol covered it, it immediately began to burn. Straighten your body to do the final struggle. Take a closer look, you can see the neat scales on them. In the end, these things also turned into white powder, leaving a circle of patterns similar to fireworks on the ground. In order to kill this thing, 2 broken evils are consumed. It is hard to imagine that this stuff was really boiled in the pot. After eating it into the stomach, what kind of terrible consequences would be? This is not its ontology. Li Zhanyuan walked back to the house. At this time, he saw Shui Dad, who had been going upstairs to sleep, and walked down slowly while covering his forehead and shook his head while walking. He was still thinking about something in his mouth. Uncle Shui, what's wrong with you? Dad Shui said at a loss. Xiao Yuan, when I was sleeping, I dreamed of a fairy, and the fairy said something to me. Uncle Shui, what does Xian Wang say? I think this is a dreamer of the night, this dream is not true. Li Zhanyuan was shocked. The first fairy was pretending to be dressed up, but the second one is likely to be useful. As a result, because she was pretending to be pretended yesterday, it made Shui Dad not believe in the words Zhen Xian Wang. Shui Bobo, what else do you have other instructions in case of Xian Wang? You will recall it again. What did he say to you in the dream? This fairy said, let me go to Zhenmen village to set up a blood bowl to worship. It is said that as long as I do this, I can bless my family's passage, and my interest continues. You see, this is not that the true fairy Wang came yesterday. I have made a similar dream myself, and even the rewards that bless me are exactly the same. Zhenmen village, isn't it the place you told me? Dad Shui nodded. It should be yesterday, and I talked about the expedition. I just got together and dreamed of it together. Who would go to that place? I won't go anyway. According to local records, it was originally a village under Minnan town, and was flooded more than 200 years ago. It is located in the southwestern direction of Minnan town. From many years to the present, there are rumors that there are rumors. Whoever has seen a village there are living people in the village, what kind of clothes are wearing? Now there is a person in Minnan town, saying that he has been to Zhenmen village. And this person, no matter who he is in the town, he will come. The master will deliberately take a large bowl of rice, and then stamp it on it to let him eat in the corner. According to the old man, there will be such a fool in each boundary. Although it is mad and mental disorders, it is not harmful to others. Hundreds of meals in the village and towns can keep him safely for his guise. Last month, there was an expedition composed of 6 young people. Hearing the legend of the Mainan village and wanted to explore. The expedition was composed of a university student. The Shui family. Although they were not from the same university as their son, Shui's father and mother still warmly entertained them for a meal and a night. They also asked Shui's father about the Zhenmen village. Shui's father told them some of his own experiences and finally advised them not to take the risk. First, they could not find it, and second, it would be even more unlucky if they found it. However, the group of young people did not listen at all. They set out on the road the next day, and they also took the town's idiot as a guide. As a result, a week later, the idiot came back by himself, and the 6 members of the expedition team had no news at all. People in the town said that the expedition team did not find the Zhenmen village, so they sent the idiot back and left overnight, because the idiot had a sum of money in his pocket, which should be the guide fee given by the expedition team. The idiot also used the money to buy a lot of candy at the canteen. But Shue's father and mother did not think so, because the 6 young people liked the stinky mandarin fish made by Shue's mother very much, and said that they would come to his house again to eat after they came back. The old couple could hear that it was not a polite remark, but they did not come again. Shue's father secretly went to the police station to report the case. After taking a statement, the police station said they would contact the school to verify. A few days later, when Shue's father went to inquire again, the school said that no students in the school were missing. Shue's family had college students, so Shue's father knew that it was still summer vacation at that time, so how could the school verify whether the students in the school were missing? This matter became a mystery, and it has been weighing on Shue's father and mother. At this point, Li Zuiyuan can almost be sure that the place he really wants to go this time is Zhenmin village. Ha ha ha, let's have a feast, ha ha ha, let's have a feast. There was a laugh from an adult outside. The fool is here. I'm so sleepy. I rushed here now. Sorry to have kept everyone waiting for a long time. I'll take a nap first. There is another chapter in the evening. Chapter 112. Because he had pushed the progress of the incident in advance, more information came to light. The outline of the whole situation began to gradually form in Li Zuiyuan's mind. Although it was still very thin, it was finally built up and no longer in the fog. The cemeteries on the 3 hills corresponded to 3 families, or 3 surnames. Now we only know that the Shui family is one of them, and the other 2 are temporarily unknown. The ancestral tombs in a specific time period will trigger a certain mechanism, such as the immortal dream that Shue's father just received. But for some reason, the triggering of this mechanism will also lead to the activation of another reverse mechanism, such as the big fish that comes to the door by itself. Li Zuiyuan believes that if he had not asked Shue's father to celebrate his birthday in advance, then this fish would not have been delivered today. If the normal process is followed, on the birthday 1 month later, Shue's father went to worship the ancestral tombs, then this fish would continue to appear in front of Shue's father in the form of a neighbor's fishing boy or in other reasonable ways on that day, and be on the Shui family's dining table. The 2 mechanisms are competing, or more precisely, one is polluting the operation of the other. The operating logic of the original mechanism seems to be more like a seal inherited by descendants in the style of Yugong moving mountains. The purpose of pollution is to hope that the seal can be broken. Logically, Shue's father should be ready to go to Zhenmin village at this time. But now it is obvious that Shue's father is not willing to go. The previous expedition team incident deepened Shue's father's fear of Zhenmin village, and Li Zuiyuan's own dream of the immortal also greatly weakened the sacredness of the real immortal. However, there is another possibility, that is, according to the original plan, Liang brother will come back a month later, and he and his father will go to worship the ancestral grave together, then King Xia is likely to go to Liang. With Liang's knowledge and character, after receiving the dream of the immortal, he has a high probability of accepting this mission to Zhenmin village, and there is a great probability that he will contact himself and let himself come to accompany him to complete this ancestral task. Of course, a more extreme point is that Liang brother went alone, and his life or death is unknown, and then I learned the news and came to his hometown to investigate the mystery of Liang brother's disappearance. In short, the only one who could be involved was brother Liang, and Shue's father was unqualified. At the moment, Li Zuiyuan naturally did not want Shue's father to accompany him to Zhenmin village, one because he was Shui Liang's father, and the other because he was a burden. Fortunately, his people did not seem to need to go, only the blood bowl was needed. Blood food refers to killing animals to obtain blood for sacrifice, and the blood bowl refers to using one's own blood as a sacrifice and placing it on the altar. The amount does not need to be large, just take a small bowl, cut your palm, and the blood can cover the bottom of the bowl. This amount of blood is a drizzle for Xiao He, and Shue's father is certainly no problem. I have the method and materials to make black dog blood ink. I just need to ensure that the recipient is alive when taking blood, so that the blood can be kept fresh for a long time and used as a blood bowl at that time. Based on the situation of the Shue family, do the other two families also need to go to Zhenmin village to offer blood bowls? Then is the purpose of the pollution to wipe out these three families in advance? Or at least, dirty their bodies and blood? But there is another paradox that cannot be solved for the time being, that is, since this deadhead is planning to break the seal, why does it take the initiative to bite its hook? Just after leaving a confident Yu Po Po whose hope of revival was extinguished by itself, the next one will continue to make the same mistake? Xiao Yuan, Xiao Yuan. Dad Shue's voice interrupted Li Zuyuan's thoughts. Looking up, the boy saw the worry and panic in Dad Shue's eyes. Well, Uncle Shue, what's wrong? Xiao Yuan, tell your uncle, what were you thinking just now? I was thinking, this Zhenmin village is so scary, Uncle Shue, you are right not to go, I dare not go either. Dad Shui heard this and breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that the boy would be interested in Zhenmin village like the previous group of young college students. Yes, let's live our lives seriously and don't do those things. Yes, I think so too. But the problem is that you can't live a serious life. Even if you can escape the first day, you can't escape the 15th day. Once the mechanism completely collapses, when that thing comes out, the survivors under the mechanism will be liquidated and destroyed. Li Zuyuan has decided to use some coercive means later, take some blood from Shue's father, and then take charge of the matter. Uncle Shue, does your family have a family tree? Yes, what, do you want to see it? Well, I like to see the family tree. Since you want to see it, I'll get it for you later. Thank you, Uncle Shue. Ha ha ha, let's eat. The fool outside was still laughing. Li Zuyuan walked out of the house and came to the yard. The fool was estimated to be about 30 years old, with unkempt hair and dirty face. Others were shirtless, but he was still wearing a dirty and torn cotton coat, and his hair was messy like a doghouse. At this time, he was taking candies out of his pocket and handing them to the children who came to eat today. The parents didn't allow him to take it, because they thought the fool was unclean, but the child didn't care about that. He took it and ran, tearing the candy wrapper and putting it in his mouth. The fool ran with them and had a lot of fun. The neighbor boy who brought the fish would show off to everyone who came and describe how big a fish he caught today, and the fool was no exception. Fool, you have fish soup today, I caught a big fish, this big. The fool who was still laughing at he heard this suddenly stunned, then he was frightened, and then waved his hand and shouted. Big fish, can't eat, big fish, can't eat. What can't you eat, don't you like to drink fish soup? Fish soup, dirty. Soup, dirty. Fish, dirty. The neighbor guy was angry and corrected, you farted, that's what I just hit this morning, it's fresh. When the fool retracted his feet, he fell to the ground, but he kept shouting. The Zheng family ate dirty, Zheng's family ate dirty, and Shue's family was dirty. What is the Zheng family? The neighbor guy was a little puzzled, what are you talking about? Li Zhanyuan asked a woman who came to eat next to me, Auntie, is there a family named Zheng or Zheng in this town? The woman shook her head, no. The older people next to them also shook their heads. I haven't heard of it. There are many surnames in our town, but I haven't heard of Zheng or Zheng. Yes, I haven't heard of it either. Li Qianyuan walked in front of the fool. At first, the fool saw a big child walking towards him, thinking that he wanted to play with him. The frightened emotions on his face gradually dissipated, and replaced it with joy and expectations. But after Li Zhanyuan approached, the fool showed a more terrible expression than before. He held his head with his head to avoid, his right fingering Li Zhanyuan, screaming. Ah, you are not human! Ah, you are not human! Li Zhanyuan walked in front of him, showing a good and innocent expression on his face. Asked. I am not a human, who am I? The fool retracted his previous hands that he had pointed out, blocked his face, bowed his head and said. You are a monster in human skin, you are a monster in human skin. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Everyone present laughed. Li Zhanyuan also made a laugh. The fool shrank on the roots of the wall. Li Zuyuan, who was standing in front of him, also faced the crowd, so the rest could not see it. Although the teenager was laughing, there was a touch of no touch in his eyes. It is in line with the dignity and depth of its age. What? The fish lost? In the house, Shui's mother's shout came. When everyone in the courtyard heard this, they went to the house to check the situation. How could a large fish be lost? Ordinary cats and dogs, I couldn't stole it. When the fool heard this, he laughed happily. The fish lost, well, don't eat fish, don't eat big fish. But because Li Zhanyuan was still standing in front of him, the fool's voice gradually smaller, and panicked again. Li Zhanyuan, the fish is processed because it is dirty. The fool nodded carefully, his face was facing the teenager, daring to look at the side. Yes, don't eat fish, dirty. Fool, what is your name? Hey, fool, stupid. He didn't call a fool, but he called more people, and he was a fool. Fool, do you still have sugar? The fool stretched out his hand in the bag, touched it, and then shook his head. No, no sugar, no more. I'll take you to buy sugar. Buy sugar. The fool's eyes were hesitant. Obviously, he was weighing sugar and monsters wearing human skin. Except for sugar, what you eat and drink in the store, what do you want, what do I buy for you, what? The corner of the fool's mouth was lifted, his hands were in front of you, and he kept his fingers at your hands, and he was timid. Really, really? Li Ziwen took it for granted, it must be true, the monsters can only eat people, but they will not deceive people. Hey hey! The fool nodded, yes, the monster can only eat people and won't lie. Then you go with me, I'll take you to the store. When Li Zhanyuan walked forward, when he walked to the door, he found that the fool behind him was still hesitant, and he wanted to follow but was very frustrated. The teenager said, follow, otherwise you have eaten you. Come. Here. The fool shuddered and followed immediately. Li Zhanyuan took him out of the courtyard. As for Runzheng, he had to stay in the house to explain how a big fish was missing. When he came to the small sales department, Li Zhanyuan asked the fool to choose things. The fool carefully grabbed a small hand of sugar, just 5 or 6, and he looked at the teenager with a tentative look, as if he was afraid of taking too much. Auntie, you estimate your own account settlement yourself. After speaking, Li Zhanyuan picked up the large plate of candy and poured into a fool's pocket. Hey hey, he he he. The fool looked at the pockets filled with the candy and jumped up happily. At this moment, many candy fell to the ground. He bent down and picked it up, while picking up his pocket and continued to fall down. Hey, a lot of sugar, you can't pick up, you can't pick it up, you can't pick it up. Some children nearby have already come over, but because there are foreign people who are Li Zhanyuan, they are embarrassed to come forward. The fool took the initiative to greet them, pick up sugar, a lot, you can't pick it up, you can't pick it up. The children looked at Li Zhanyuan, they saw this teenager who bought sugar before. Pick up, the fool invite you to eat. When the children heard this, they immediately came up and picked up together, and the fool became happier. Auntie, is there still sugar? Yes, wait for me to open the bag. No need, just give me the whole bag, take me a big bag, these, and those who are all put in me. You. Li Zhanyuan took out a small unity from his pocket. Hey. Okay, install it for you. Fool's sugar, except the point in the pocket, was picked up by the children. Li Zhanyuan handed him a large bag of snacks, and then walked towards a secluded place with a fool. Along the way, whenever someone deliberately asked the fool what was delicious in your hand, the fool would open his pockets by themselves and let them get it by themselves. When you meet the children and the elderly, the fool will take the initiative. When Li Zhanyuan's secluded position, there was only a shallow layer left. The last college student expedition should give him a lot of guide fees, but he also spent a long time. However, Li Zhanyuan didn't think he did something wrong, because he was really a fool. As a fool, he couldn't keep money. The two sat side by side. Li Zhanyuan didn't rush to say something, but came. Actually, I don't want to be this monster either. Some things seem to be able to talk to fools. The fool looked at Li Zhanyuan very flattering, and then took out a pack of instant noodles from the bag. When he torn the packaging, he used to force noodle cake to the ground. The fool picked it up, took a bite, and then carefully handed the noodle cake to Li Zhanyuan. I don't eat. The fool retracted the noodle cake and continued to eat, and the sound of crispy sounds kept coming from his mouth. Li Zhanyuan asked, "Can you see the Zheng family and the Zheng family?" The fool didn't speak, and he continued to eat noodle cakes, as if he didn't hear it. Li Zhanyuan worsened his voice, "Speak. There is no mistake. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1 619, 1 book, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, a book." The fool was shocked and choked. Li Zhanyuan had to pick up a bottle of soda, opened the ring for him, and handed him to him. The fool took over and grunt and drank a can of soda and then made a long snoring. You can see the Zheng family and the Zheng family. The two of them have eaten big fish a while ago. Yes, eat big fish, they ate. Have you ever seen other strangers, a man, a woman, very young, carrying a mountaineering bag? The woman is very white, the man walks with his waist. Fools continue to eat noodle cakes again. Don't answer, eat you. The fool cried and began to shout, "Give me a batch of goods! Give me a batch of goods! Give me a batch of goods!" Li Zhanyuan thought about it. He really picked up the fool's brain circuit, and imagined that picture. After I found that the phone could not be made, I asked if your phone was broken in your family's phone. If it is not surprising, yesterday, the sales department's sister-in-law should make 3 purchases. Fools like to squat to pick up candy next to the small sales department, then he should have witnessed the process at the time. He can really see these 3 people. Do they say something to you? Fools continue to eat noodle cakes. Li Zhanyuan did not urge him to answer this time, because no matter how Yinmeng and Binbin were looking for someone to pay attention, he would not find a fool. In the same way, he is the same, even if he knows that the fool can see through 3 men in town, he still dare not tell the fool really, let him try to pass them on them. Who knows how he would hold his head, and the meaning of one sentence directly reversed himself. Is there a very large fish in Zhenmin village? The fool's movement stopped, just like fixing. But if you look closely, you can see that his eyes are constantly turning. Gradually, his dough began to tremble, and then the whole person began to shake. There are big fish in the village, adults in the village, many people in the village. Fool, how many people did you enter the village last time? The fool stretched out his hands, and the 10 fingers kept raising and straightening. This number could not count. Li Zhanyuan asked again, how many people finally went out of the village? All the other fingers of the fool were put away, leaving only one right hand index finger, and shaking excitedly in front of Li Zhanyuan. I want to go to Zhenmin village, you have to invite you to take me. The fool shook his head crazy. Don't go, I'll eat. Li Zhanyuan stopped. He looked at the fool seriously again. The fool was scared by the teenager, and he opened a pack of biscuits a little bit, and put it into his mouth one by one. Li Zhanyuan stood up, the fool was so scared that he moved to the side, and the biscuits in his hand dropped 2 pieces on the ground. Seeing this, the teenager put away the Dragon King ceremony that was ready to set up, and sat down again. Li Zhanyuan reached out, picked up a biscuits on the ground, blown the mud on his head, and touched it with his fingers. Then he put it in his mouth and bite it. He chewed and said, "I am a corpse man." Picked up the cookie on the ground, put it in his mouth, and muttered, "Hey, I am a person who stays in the village, eating. Fool, if that thing comes out of the main gate village, then this town must become the second main gate village." When the fool heard this, the chewing in his mouth stopped. He began to look around unconsciously, and could not see clearly. He stood up and kept looking around. Water, those people. Li Zhanyuan put the remaining half biscuits in his hand into his mouth, and then patted his hands. "Fool, take me to Zhenmen village, and fish for that thing." "Good. Nympho." Tan Wenbin put down the chopsticks. Hu Yiwei on the side didn't take a bite at all. Now his stomach is full of compressed biscuits, and he is swelling. Zheng Yunyan got up after drinking the last half bowl of warm soup. "Come, Yiwei, I will take you to see Miao Miao." Hu Yiwei stood up. But his wrist was caught by Tan Wenbin. Tan Wenbin looked at Zheng Yunyan, why didn't it be Miao Miao, but that he went up? Zheng Yunyan asked, "No." Hu Yiwei also said, "Binbin, so, I went up and asked Miao Miao clearly and made it clear, and then I drove back to Jinling with you." "Brother Hu, do you confirm that Miao Miao is on the second floor?" "What? We came to this house until now, have you heard the sound of Miao Miao?" As soon as Tan Wenbin's voice fell, the voice of a young girl came from the second floor. "Yiwei, I'm waiting for you on the second floor." Hu Yiwei excitedly said, "It's Miao Miao." Tan Wenbin still holds Hu Yi's wrist and has not let go. "Brother Hu, let Miao Miao come down, you are here to say, not to apologize, you have to put on your gesture." "Yiwei, you don't come up again, let's go." Miao Miao's voice came again from the second floor. "Between us, there is nothing to talk about. Miao Miao, I have to say something to you." Hu Yiwei began to try to break away from Tan Wenbin's hand. "Binbin, let go of you, I go down with Miao Miao, and soon." "You." At this moment, Tan Wenbin heard the coffin beside him, and at the same time, a chill invaded his body. Binbin's body was immediately stiff and removed, and he couldn't even speak. Alas, this guy entered Lao Tzu. Hu Yiwei finally opened Tan Wenbin's hand. Zheng Yunyan said, "Come, Yiwei, you follow me, Miao Miao's emotions are a bit low, you will not say what to stimulate her later." "I know, Sister Yin." Zheng Yunyan led Hu Yiwei to the hall and went upstairs from the wooden stairs. She opened the door on the second floor and stopped on the side to signal Hu Yiwei first. Hu Yiwei frowned slightly, because he smelled a strong smell of sesame oil, very depressed and dull. But he still didn't hesitate too much and stepped in. Zheng Yunyan did not intend to enter, she grabbed the door frame and closed the door. Then smiled and stepped downstairs. "Nympho. Miao Miao. My Miao Miao. My Miao Miao." There is a table for the table. In addition to a few candles on the table, it is a big fish cut half of it, as if it is provided there. Under the weak candle light, Hu Yiwei hugged a woman. To be precise, he was holding a corpse and was crying. The face of the corpse is still the same. It can be seen that it is a girl who is a general age as Hu Yiwei, but from the bottom part of the neck, it is already slim and it is not suitable to describe it with skinny skin. Severe contraction. It was like using a match to set up a person's trunk and limbs, and finally set up a normal head on top. Behind Zheng Miao Miao, there is also a corpse. The corpse has not been distinguished by men and women, because it has even narrowed his head, but it shows a overall harmony in extremely discord. There is a crutch on the side of this corpse. It should be the grandma of the Zheng family. Hu Yiwei's feelings for Zheng Miao Miao are still there. Seeing that the old lover of the past now become this look, he is really sad. It was just that Zheng Miao's eyes closed, unable to speak, or even could not be perceived. What did you do to Miao Miao? Why did she become like this? Why? Hu Yiwei was almost mad. But as soon as he shouted this sentence, Hu Yiwei only felt paralyzed and fell to the ground. His brain is still very sober, and now he realized that this sesame oil may be toxic. Pluck 2. Only half-sided fish started to flutter on the table, and finally fell on the side of Hu Yiwei. When landing, a piece of oil was sputtering. Hu Yiwei opened his eyes hard. It turned out that this was not a smell of sesame oil, but fish oil. Vomit. Zheng Miao Miao's mouth suddenly opened, and a small fish came out from the inside. With the flow of the small fish, Zheng Miao Miao's original head was originally narrowed quickly, and the speed visible to the naked eye turned into a corpse. Hu Yiwei's eyes were red, but he couldn't move at all. All these small fish rushed towards Hu Yiwei, obviously small fish, but there seemed to be sharp teeth in his mouth. Hu Yiwei felt that he was bitten all over his body. At this time, the fish with the half-sided body opened, and the fish mouth opened, and the sound of Zheng Miao Miao made the sound of Zheng Miao Miao. Yiwei, aren't you going to talk to me? You talk about Yiwei, why don't you speak? The despair of horror is gradually devouring him. Nympho. Zheng Yunyan walked down the stairs, returned to the kitchen, and carefully looked at Tan Wenbin, who was still sitting there with low head. She stretched a finger into her mouth and covered it with a smile. I used him tonight. My brother-in-law is really not comfortable to use me. You can't play well. What do you think, my man? He should be able to use it for 3 or 4 days. When he finished, he would throw him as a sacrifice, and then we find a newcomer. After waiting for a while, I saw that Tan Wenbin didn't speak, and Zheng Yunyan asked strangely. What do you think? Say something. Tan Wenbin slowly raised his head, and Zheng Yunyan's expression changed. Because there was a piece of talisman paper on Tan Wenbin's forehead that came from nowhere. You are dreaming. Chapter 113. Last night, Tan Wenbin witnessed that Hu Yiwei was pulled up. He had experience in the upper body of evil spirits, knowing how torture this process is. As for enjoying, it is purely thinking too much. Your self-awareness is all replaced, you don't know what happened at all, blessings have not enjoyed, and suffer you all. Wake up in the morning to see Hu Yiwei's appearance, and get rid of a family planning tool that is lost after being used. So this day, Tan Wenbin has been thinking about what to do. Don't hurry up and think about it. Hu Yiwei can't do it. Isn't the pair of ghosts who want to tear the packaging bag tonight? Fortunately, although he has not really eaten pork, he has really seen the pigs running. For a while ago, Lin Shiyu's affairs, he participated in the whole process, and thought about a way of Dong Shixiao. Just wait for the night to go to bed, when they come in and flipped from their own brands, they and him have a fish to break the net. Unexpectedly, no need to wait at night, people tear up their faces in advance. In this case, there is nothing to hide and do it. When the ghost man attempted to enter his body, he went to Yin. If Yuanzi brothers walking Yin is a loud finger, then his walking Yin will become more and more about knee jump reflection. One of the most direct effects of the Yin Yin is, I can have the foundation of direct confrontation with the evil spirits that I can't see it. The ghost husband came out of the coffin, put it on his back, his arms sticking to his arms, his legs sticking to his legs, and the door of the face directly against his back of his head. Hold yourself completely and make himself control it. This comprehensive contact and fit, like you who are wearing pants in the summer, suddenly fall into the ice-water mixture, and the whole body spasm is unavoidable. But when Zheng Yunyan led Hu Yiwei upstairs, Tan Wenbin and the ghost began the competition for this body. Ghost husband is very strong, and Tan Wenbin is still struggling although he can't catch his power. After getting some physical control, Tan Wenbin pulled out the ban in his pocket and slapped to stick his head. Suddenly, the coldness of the whole body was deeper, as if the evil spirits had been connected to their own flesh, but the consciousness of the ghost husband was also suppressed. Hey, it's really useful. Chicken does not pee, each has its own way. As a child, Lin Chiyukan forcibly locked the Behi boy in this way to stop him from leaving. Tan Wenbin puts the ghost husband on his back in the same way. Uncomfortable and uncomfortable, can at least be equivalent to suppressing a great threat. Zheng Yunyan screamed, "My man!" Tan Wenbin stood up from the stool he was eating. He wanted to give this woman a punch or slap, but now he really can't control his body. Falling, his head hit Zheng Yunyan. Bang! With a stuffy, Zheng Yunyan was smashed to the ground, covering her chest, which was very painful. Tan Wenbin climbed up again. He is now equivalent to a normal person who suddenly gains more than doubled, and because of the coldness of his body, he has also disordered perception, as if he brought the drunk effect. After getting up, the body was either shaking back and forth or swaying left and right. Fortunately, Zheng Yunyan was just an ordinary person. After being smashed by a head hammer, he failed to get up for a while, but also gave Tan Wenbin the time to adjust the adaptation. However, he was a bit adapted, but on the second floor, he also came to the corpse. The emergence of the corpse brought a yin wind, and it could not squeeze a few flesh on his body, but still with a strong smell. This dry corpse is Zheng Miao Miao. She squatted down, pressed down the skeleton, and then slap. After jumping to the air, she fell behind Tan Wenbin. A pair of bones were as sharp as a knife, and followed Tan Wenbin's neck. Hiss! Tan Wenbin only felt a hot pain around his neck. His flesh had been broken, but he failed to go deep, and there was no blood from the broken flesh. If you change to ordinary people, this time, you will open your belly with the fish, and the things in it can give you all out. Tan Wenbin turned around and smashed Zheng Miao Miao with a punch. Zheng Miao Miao's body escaped and jumped on the table. Tan Wenbin came to punch another punch. Zheng Miao Miao escaped again. Bang! The dining table was smashed by Tan Wenbin. Tan Wenbin stunned for a moment, he didn't expect himself to have such great power now. Zheng Miao Miao stood up and jumped again. She also seemed to be afraid of Tan Wenbin's strength at this time, and once again chose the back attack. But Tan Wenbin is a standard pig group running. Although nothing is fine, he can also imitate a few pig humming. Tan Wenbin, who had eaten a loss, leaned forward, his waist was straight, and his legs were raised. It was a bit like a fancy kick-style action. At the same time, it was also a move for flexible death. Most of the deaths are generally not high-minded, and they are not even as good as the beasts. Some of the deaths known for flexibility, once they find that the front is limited, they often choose to sneak around your back. In the book, Wei Zhendao gave them through. Zheng Miao Miao, who was about to fall behind, hit Tan Wenbin's feet directly. Her small bone shelf was wrapped in a little skin, and she couldn't talk about the thick skin and thick flesh. She was immediately kicked out and hit the beam of the room and fell quickly. However, it is small and powerful. When it landed, it turned over quickly like a spider, landing on all fours, with its small head still raised high, and its squinting eyes kept flashing. The next moment, Zheng Miao Miao began to move horizontally quickly, and Tan Wenbin kept watching her turn her body. Suddenly, Zheng Miao Miao pulled back against the trend, as if avoiding Tan Wenbin's attention by inertia, and then flew forward, with his arms like two sharp pliers, stabbing at Tan Wenbin's abdomen. After losing the target, Tan Wenbin fell on his back, then grabbed with both hands and kicked with his legs. His legs kicked in vain, but his left hand really grabbed something, and then he turned sideways fiercely and smashed it hard on the ground. Pa! 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 Like a washing machine, it kept rolling and smashing. Although the posture was not good looking, it was full of energy, and Tan Wenbin finally experienced the joy of runs hung. The same moves, used by people with different strength bases, had completely different effects. Crack! Zhang Miao's arm broke, and the remaining part flew out and hit the wall. When it fell, the body cracked and the joints were twisted. Tan Wenbin got up from the ground and looked at the arm in his hand. It was like a dead stick. Just when he wanted to swing it as a weapon, the arm turned into dust and fell off. Tan Wenbin opened his mouth and exhaled a breath, and white mist came out. In the past, he exhaled hot air in the winter, but now he exhaled cold air in the summer. The wound on the back of his neck also gradually turned from white skin to purple. Just then, the voice of Grandma Zhang came from the second floor. "Who are you?" Tan Wenbin raised his head and answered without hesitation. "The 108th generation descendant of Zhang Tianxi of Longhe Mountain." There was no response from the second floor. Tan Wenbin knew that he could not delay time, so he simply picked up a bench and prepared to continue to deal with the mutilated corpse. Who knew that Zhang Miao did not dare to move forward again and began to avoid around the house. After chasing for a while, Tan Wenbin knew that he couldn't keep wasting time like this. When he passed Zhang Yunyan, he threw a bench at Zhang Yunyan who had just climbed up. The bench broke, and Zhang Yunyan fell down again with blood all over her head. Then, Tan Wenbin stopped playing the cat and mouse game, and went out of the kitchen to the hall. He didn't rush to the second floor, but ran to his sleeping room. There was no other reason, because his backpack was still there. While running, there was a small sound from the roof. Tan Wenbin looked up and found that the second mummy was crawling on his head with one hand, and holding a cane in the other hand. Ignoring her and continuing to run, Tan Wenbin jumped into the room, flipped sideways, and came to the backpack. Just at this time, Grandma Zhang also caught up, fell down, and smashed the cane in her hand straight at Tan Wenbin's face. Bang! Tan Wenbin pulled out the yellow river shovel, stretched it, and blocked the blow with the shovel body. Grandma Zhang was blown away and landed on the cabinet. Tan Wenbin staggered, his facial expression distorted, and he felt that his strength was gradually leaving him. He tore off the blackened seal on his forehead without hesitation and replaced it with two new ones, one on his forehead and one on his chest. Buzz! The ghost husband, who was about to break away, stuck to Binbin again. Looking down, Tan Wenbin found that the veins under the skin of his arms were exposed, and his face also had dense bulges. After all, he was not a medium, and he did not use medium. He just relied on means to achieve the effect and forcibly bound himself to an evil spirit. Lin Chiyu would be injured every time he was medium, but that was just pure injury, but Tan Wenbin was not. If he continued, his body might mutate and gradually develop into a half-human and half-corpse direction, which was still a good direction. There was a high probability that his body would be completely useless after playing with it, and he would die immediately after a serious illness. Li Zuiyuan originally kept a high-heeled shoe guard in his dormitory, but that was just a formality that did not meet the high standards of the righteous people. But what Tan Wenbin is doing now is the real evil way. No, I am afraid that even those who follow the evil way will have to admire and praise, brother, you are so cruel to yourself. Hiss, woo. Tan Wenbin opened his mouth and made a suppressed sound in his throat. This was not intentional, but an instinctive reaction of being affected. Then, he took out the homecoming net from his bag and planned to close the net to solve it. But just as he habitually put his fingers into his pocket to press the ink, he felt his fingertips getting hot and a severe burning sensation came. Oh, oh, oh! Tan Wenbin was so painful that he quickly pulled his hand out and wiped his fingers desperately on the mosquito net next to him. Oh no, I have become an evil spirit. And it is an evil spirit that carries the essence of a black dog. Grandma Zhang rushed over again with a cane in her hand, and Tan Wenbin used the yellow river shovel to cut back. This kind of mummy is only agile, but in terms of real strength, it is no match for Tan Wenbin, who is now possessed by a ghost husband. In addition, Tan Wenbin has a set of moves in his mind, and he has a yellow river shovel in his hand to match it. He quickly slapped Grandma Zhang out of the room with a shovel. Tan Wenbin took advantage of the situation to chase her and came to the hall. Zheng Miao Miao, who had one arm, also rushed out to stop her, but was slapped out by Tan Wenbin with a shovel. At this time, another voice came from the second floor. Corpse collector. There was no way, the Yellow River shovel was the standard equipment for corpse collectors. Tan Wenbin didn't talk to the other party at all, and chased and slapped with a shovel. The two mummies could only be chased by him, and from time to time they were hit by a shovel, and more dense cracks appeared on their bodies. This feeling is really refreshing. Tan Wenbin really didn't expect that he would be able to be so independent one day. As for the consequences, who has time to consider the consequences when he is having fun? But the other party seemed to have noticed his shortcomings and began to pull with him, wasting his time. This made Tan Wenbin very annoyed. He had a lot of tools in his backpack that could be used, but the problem was that most of these tools had to be temporarily consecrated with black dog blood. After chasing for a while, Tan Wenbin knew that it was not going to work. If he continued to waste time, he would not take advantage, so he had to run away. He couldn't run away before because he had to stay in Zheng's house to push clues. Even if he knew that there was something wrong with this family, he had to pretend and not take the initiative to tear the atmosphere. But since the other party had already turned the table over, the constraints of Xiaowen's plan and instructions were lifted, and his freedom was directly maximized. Tan Wenbin wanted to run out, but as soon as he arrived at the door closed quickly. Holding a shovel, he pretended to smash the door, but in fact, he was gathering strength again, waiting for them to come up and stop him. Two wind sounds came from behind him, the one on the left was faster, and the one on the right was slower. Tan Wenbin turned to the right, completely ignoring the crutches that Zheng's grandmother came over from the left and hit him, but raised the shovel with both hands and hit Zheng Miao Miao, whose arm was already broken, with all his strength. Pa! Zheng Miao Miao raised her one arm to resist, but her body had already been broken in many places, and her one arm was also broken at this time, and the shovel, which was not much less powerful, hit her head. With a crisp sound, the head exploded like a walnut kernel. The mummy fell down completely and stopped rolling. It is better to break one finger than to hurt 10 fingers. Brother Yuan Zi once said that most of the wisdom of evil spirits generally belongs to the stage of how cunning beasts are. This is why Wei Zhendao emphasized in his book that the death of the Suanmen people is the most difficult to deal with. Not only will this kind of death retain some of the means used in life, but more importantly, it may also understand your routine. Grandma Zheng's second crutch hit Tan Wenbin's body again. Tan Wenbin didn't feel much pain. After raising the shovel to slap it back, he felt a sense of emptiness and strength. His body involuntarily retreated continuously, and then he leaned on the ground with the shovel, lowered his head, and opened his mouth. Ugh! What he vomited out was not the warm rice he had just eaten, but all black water. Zheng Yunyan didn't poison herself because she was still thinking about using her body to have better fun with her husband. The reason why he vomited these things means that Tan Wenbin's body is undergoing further transformation. But just when he was vomiting, Tan Wenbin keenly noticed that Grandma Zheng was not moving, and did not take the opportunity to attack, and there was actually a scream from the second floor. The first half of the scream was the voice of a young woman, and the second half was the hoarseness of an old woman. This was a shock, and Zheng Miao Miao and Zheng's grandmother's voices were mixed and disordered. What's wrong? Can you still feel sympathy for me in this state? Tan Wenbin looked down and found that his shovel was standing on the wellhead that was welded shut by iron sheets. Oh, it turns out that I was wrong. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Tan Wenbin was in the yard in the afternoon, drinking tea and smoking in front of the well and observing it for a long time. The conclusion is that there is definitely a big problem with this well, and maybe there is some kind of dirty thing hidden in it. Facts have proved that he does have some level, but it's really not much. He can't understand the formation, and he has to recite the multiplication formula every time he enters the formation, but is this a matter of the formation? He is simply a pig brain. How can a room full of dirty things still be dirty when it can be sealed? Especially the other party's current reaction really proves the saying that what the enemy opposes is what you should do. Without further hesitation, Tan Wenbin raised the shovel while he still had strength in his body and smashed it down on the iron cover. The force of the recoil made Tan Wenbin roll his eyes, but fortunately, the result really came out. The iron sheet was broken, and when Tan Wenbin lifted the shovel, he also lifted it up, exposing the well mouth completely. On the inside of the iron cover, there was a large dead fish skin attached. Tan Wenbin did not go up to the second floor to see the big fish with only half of its face left, otherwise he would have guessed that the well was sealed by the big fish consuming half of itself. The well mouth was opened, and a cool breath filled the room. Tan Wenbin felt a strong burning pain, as if countless steel needles were desperately stabbing him. With a clang, the shovel slipped from his hand, and he knelt down at the well mouth, wailing. The same was true for Grandma Zheng, and the cracks in her bones released white light, as if they were about to crack. The big fish on the second floor was thrashing in pain. The small fish that were originally attached to Hu Yiwei and sucked his blood, one by one, broke away from his body, turned over, exposed their white bellies, and died one after another. Most old houses, even those of ordinary people, pay attention to feng shui layout when they are built. Rich families or those who know the business are more particular about this. The Zheng family not only hid the dead at home, but also placed an offering table on the second floor, proving that the family still has something in their hands until now, at least to the generation of Grandma Zheng. This is also the reason why the Zheng family can still eat a warm meal now. Unlike the Zheng family, it was completely cold early. As for the Shui family, there was actually nothing left. Li Zuiyuan could even use the immortal method to induce Shui's father to celebrate his birthday in advance, and when the real ancestor appeared in a dream, Shui's father's first reaction was disbelief. Li Zuiyuan's lack of perspective led to the lack of information. If he could fully grasp these, he would have to re-examine and analyze the uniqueness of the Shui family. After all, the Shui family can still eat hot dishes now. Ah! A large area of burn marks appeared on Tan Wenbin's skin. The protective formation of the Zheng family's old house gradually resumed operation, and the effect of suppressing evil things gradually emerged. Tan Wenbin tore off the 2 sealing talismans on his body. Previously, he tied people up and prevented them from leaving. Now Tan Wenbin just wanted them to get out of here quickly. But the ghost husband did not leave, and took the initiative to stick to Tan Wenbin. He was not a yin god, nor was he the head of an official general. As an evil spirit in the countryside, he was forced to continue twice by Tan Wenbin before, and he was also exhausted. Not to mention that the formation in the house was activated again, which was very harmful to him. Even without this formation, the ghost husband had no ability to continue to harm Tan Wenbin. All he could do was to die with Tan Wenbin. However, he still underestimated the richness of Tan Wenbin's methods. Tan Wenbin followed brother Yuan Ziyi, and he was really not uncommon in this world. He gritted his teeth, took out a talisman to break the evil spirit, and pasted it on himself. The moment he pasted it, Tan Wenbin trembled and vomited a lot of blood, and behind him, a black shadow emerged in a nearly realistic way, and then ignited a flame. At this time, the extremely weak ghost husband was simply unable to resist the power of the talisman. Ah! Without the entanglement of the ghost husband, although Tan Wenbin was still very uncomfortable, at least he was no longer specifically targeted by the formation. At this moment, he saw that Grandma Zheng, whose skin had been burned, actually leaned on a cane and began to walk towards the kitchen. Tan Wenbin didn't know what she was going to do, but he knew he had to stop her from doing it. Holding the yellow river shovel again, he stood up and chased after Grandma Zheng. A very urgent voice came from the second floor. "Corpse collector, which dock are you sitting at?" Tan Wenbin ignored him and continued to move forward. "Corpse collector, leave now. I have a generous gift for you, the secret book of inheritance." Don't you want it? Tan Wenbin was covered in wounds, but he wanted to laugh when he heard this. Would he lack secret books? All the books that Brother Yuanzi had read were read by him at will, and he also saw from Lin Chiyu how well he ate. He really didn't lack secret books, but the brain to read them. Corpse collector, you make a condition, right? The other party stopped talking and said again, whatever you want, I can satisfy you. You fucking think you are Aladdin's magic lamp? The fish on the second floor began to spit out bloody bubbles from its mouth, and its single fish eye gradually turned grey, and its body slowly showed a fluffy feeling of being cooked. It had finally entered the Zheng family, and it was a battle of wits and courage with the grandmother of the Zheng family. In the end, it relied on bewitching Zheng Yunyan, and asked her to help her deceased husband return to the soul as a condition to make her its own insider, which broke the Zheng family. But it also paid a huge price for this, and Zheng Yunyan's ghost husband also sincerely protected her, forcing it to choose to slowly accumulate strength before it could attack Zheng Yunyan. At this time, the formation was opened again, and it was in the house again, and it really had no ability to continue to seal, and it was even difficult to resist. Now it has only one thought in its mind, that is, to kill Zheng Yunyan and complete its mission. The Zheng family must die. In fact, it had a chance to let the corpse kill Zheng Yunyan while the ghost husband was attached to the corpse fisherman, but it didn't do it because if it did, the ghost husband would go crazy and help it to take revenge. Although it is a fish, it also has its own ambitions as long as conditions permit. Grandma Zheng came to Zheng Yunyan with great difficulty. Zheng Yunyan was knocked unconscious by Tan Wenbin's bench. Although her head was bleeding, her chest was still heaving. Grandma Zheng raised her walking stick and aimed the tip at Zheng Yunyan's chest. Pop! The yellow river shovel appeared in time and hit Grandma Zheng's head. It was not very strong, but who said she was very fragile now? After her head turned into powder, her body also turned into dust. Tan Wenbin looked at Zheng Yunyan lying on the ground. A weak voice came from the second floor. If there is still one person left in my Zheng family in the future, I will avenge today's revenge. Tan Wenbin turned around and cursed upwards. Do you fucking think I'm a retard? Tan Wenbin first took a rope and tied Zheng Yunyan's hands and feet, then tore off her clothes and bandaged her broken head to prevent her from dying from excessive blood loss. After doing all this, Tan Wenbin stood up with difficulty, leaned on the yellow river shovel, and went upstairs. Pushing open the door on the second floor, a strong smell of sesame oil hit me in the face. Ugh! Tan Wenbin vomited and vomited black water again. Why does this smell like the cooking that Yin Meng did during special training a while ago? Tan Wenbin didn't rush in, but kept the door open while reaching the window over there with a shovel and picking it open. Then he silently lifted up the corner of his blood-stained clothes and covered his mouth and nose. After waiting for a while, the smell dissipated and faded. Tan Wenbin stood up and walked inside. He saw Hu Yiwei lying on the ground with small wounds all over his body and a pile of small fish next to him. Not to mention, the wounds from the fish's lips looked like dense lipstick marks. Tan Wenbin looked down and checked. He was still breathing, not dead, and his eyes were wide open, and he was still conscious. Hey, are you okay? Hu Yiwei moved his fingers. The paralysis effect on his body was gradually fading. It would probably take no time for him to recover. Just think of it as a nightmare. It will be fine after a good sleep. Forget it if you can. You have already made a profit. According to Brother Yuanzi's thinking process, you have to die here, and then Fan Shulan will find me. Tan Wenbin looked at the dead fish on the ground. This guy now looks like it has just been steamed and served, except for some green onions, ginger, and garlic. Taking up the shovel, Tan Wenbin fiddled with it. It was obviously dead, but Tan Wenbin also thoughtfully gave it a bone and flesh separation. After doing all this, Tan Wenbin's breath dissipated, and the whole person gradually lost strength. He wanted to go down the stairs, but because his legs were weak, he rolled down directly. After rolling to the bottom, Tan Wenbin lay there, holding the shovel next to him, but he couldn't stand up. At this time, a voice came from outside the house. Ha ha ha, let's eat. Ha ha ha, let's eat. Tan Wenbin glanced at the surrounding environment, rolled his eyes, and cursed. How dare you, steal my words! Squeak! The courtyard door was pushed open from the outside. The fish was dead, and the sealing effect of the door naturally disappeared. The fool jumped in and looked at Tan Wenbin. Seeing this, Tan Wenbin gritted his teeth and wanted to lift the shovel, but he could only move the shovel to his chest. Now he is wary of everyone. But the problem is that he really has no strength to fight now. The fool entered the house, walked in front of Tan Wenbin, bent down with a smile, put his face close, and looked at Tan Wenbin carefully while poking him everywhere with his hands. You! Tan Wenbin squeezed out the last bit of strength, raised the shovel a little higher, then turned it sideways, touched the fool's face, and then fell down. The strength of this attack was no different from tickling. But Tan Wenbin felt that he had resisted after all, and maintained his last dignity before dying. The fool said, "A monster in human skin, a monster in human skin." Tan Wenbin's eyes changed, and his first reaction was, "Brother Xiao Yuan." The fool continued, "I am a corpse retriever, I am a corpse retriever. Did Brother Xiao Yuan ask you to come?" Tan Wenbin was relieved that he was not picked up by the corpse, and this was his own people. "Take me to Zhenmin village and retrieve that thing. Take me to Zhenmin village and retrieve that thing. Okay, you take me there." The fool bent down and carried Tan Wenbin on his back. He was stupid, but strong. Just as he was about to go out, Tan Wenbin on his back reminded him, "Shovel. No mistake, 1 post, 1 content, 1 6, 1 9, 1 book, 1 bar." The fool picked up the yellow river shovel and was about to go out again when he heard another voice on his back. "The mountaineering bag in the room, bag." The fool followed the instructions, walked into the room, and picked up the mountaineering bag. This time, the fool thought he could go, but just as he walked to the door, he heard another voice on his back. "The woman in the kitchen, take her away together." After saying this, Tan Wenbin fainted. He didn't know what the woman was specifically used for, but he believed that Brother Xiao Yuan should know. Late at night. A fool, carrying a person on his back, holding a bag in his left hand, and dragging a woman in his right hand, walked in the alley. "Meng Meng, what are you doing?" "Don't worry, help me open the bags, I'll pour them on the ground." "Oh, okay." Zhang Ji opened the bags of snacks bought from the canteen one by one and scattered them on the ground. Yin Meng also piled the food she bought from her neighbors there. This is the corner of the town, it is relatively remote and there are not many people. If others see it, they will probably point at her nose and scold her, "You will be struck by lightning for wasting food like this." After the food was spread out, Yin Meng took Zhang Ji to sit next to her and waited quietly. But she waited and waited, but she didn't wait for the one she was waiting for. Yin Meng couldn't help but wonder if all the rats in this town had been eaten up. Last night, she hung on the beam and listened to the gnawing sounds coming from the 2 houses. In one night, this family of 3 had to consume 2 bags of fertilizer for rats. No matter how fertile the rats were, they probably couldn't stand such eating. No wonder the Zhang family had to go into the mountains to catch rats. Alas! Yin Meng stroked her forehead and sighed. She didn't sleep all night last night because the second half of the night was even crazier than the night before. 3 pairs of eyes kept looking for all possible gaps in every corner of the house and peeking into the room. It was useless to shine a flashlight on them. At first, they knew to avoid them, but later, they just wanted to stop pretending. They looked at you with the flashlight and deliberately rolled their eyes. Yin Meng wanted them to start first, so that she would have a reason to tear up this false atmosphere and fight back. But when it was dawn, the family of 3 retreated and did not rush into attack. But judging from the changes in the process, they were definitely going to rush in tonight. Ha ha ha, let's have a feast. Ha ha ha, let's have a feast. At this time, a fool with disheveled hair and a torn cotton coat ran out and ran directly to the food on the ground, picked it up and put it in his mouth. Hey! Zhang Jiyi wanted to speak out to stop them. Yin Meng picked up the remaining snacks in the bag, walked over, and handed it to the fool. Dirty on the ground. The fool looked at the bag in the bag, looked at the ground so much, shook his head, and continued to bow his head to eat the ground. Eat this. Yin Meng opened the packaging bag and handed it to the fool. You eat this first. Yin Meng aggravated the volume, scared the fool, and had to raise his head to pick up the bag and eat it. Zhang Jiyi whispered, Meng Meng, do you know him? Yin Meng asked, shouldn't I ask you this? Zhang Jiyi waved his hand, I don't come back much. That is the village, almost every village, there are such people. In the past, because parents did not pay attention to an insufficient medical conditions, people with broken brains were common in the village. With their age, their family, or old, they gradually lost people who took care of them. Many such people were abandoned and wandered early. The villagers are a name with good wishes. Although there must be a different talent in it, the boundaries of geniuses and fools are not clear, but most of them are really just fools. The title of the applied to them, and the various functions of myths is a tacit understanding that they bind them with the village. From another perspective, there are villagers in the village, and they can live healthy. It proves that the basic living standard of the village has reached a certain degree. At the same time, the folk customs must be simple, which is in line with the simple wishes of the villagers' views on a better life. At first Yin Meng didn't feel that she had encountered treasure, but when a fool ate it, there was a sound of nearby, and more mice did not know where to come out and start eating. When the food on the ground, Yin Meng looked at the fool's gaze and changed. It seems that I really encountered a guardian of the village. The mouse was attracted, and Yin Meng was about to start working. Ji, open the bag. Okay. Zhang Ji opened the fertilizer bag in his hand. Don't shake your hands, endure it. Good. Yin Meng pulled out the leather whip and pulled it again after throwing, and a mouse was rolled up by the leather whip and was thrown into the fertilizer bag. 1, 2, 3, 4. Zhang Ji had already closed her eyes, her hands were trembling, but she still supported the heavier fertilizer bag. All right. Zhang Ji heard her words, opened her eyes, and looked down to see a bunch of mice who were climbing on her companions in the bag, but felt that the stomach began to twitch. Yin Meng took the bag over, tied the rope, and carried the bag on his shoulders. Go. Okay, Meng Meng. Zhang Ji imagined that she was close to Yin Meng before, but looking at the bulging bag, she still opened a little distance. When passing by the fool, Yin Meng stopped and looked at him again, saying, Thank you. The fool seemed to have not heard it, and continued to eat what he had in his hands. Yin Meng did not go home directly, but stopped in front of a private house and took out the money. He hoped that the other party could borrow the kitchen and some ingredients to let himself stir-fry a dish and take it away. The master's family was very polite, and bluntly let Yin Meng stay to have dinner together and not collect money. Yin Meng rejected the invitation and insisted on paying. The master's house was still unwilling to accept it. After she helped Yin Meng get a fire, she brought out the lard tank, and pointed to the condiments in the case and the dishes in the cabinet. Meng casually. Yin Meng really made it casually, and picked all the smoky bacon on the beam, and did not wash it, cut it directly, and poured it into the pot. The master's face finally changed. Yin Meng took out the money again and asked if it was enough. This time, the master's face accepted, and he kept saying enough, more. This time, as soon as the special training ended, she and Runzheng came out and followed Xiao Yuan to walk the river. In the original situation, after the special training, they would return to the school store to help. She and Runzheng are both people who have spent money and grind their hands, and make money themselves can give them happiness. Zhang Jiyi put the mouse bag next to him, and then went to the back to help burn the stove, and said with a smile. Every time I go back to my hometown, I like to burn this stove, so interesting. Yin Meng stir-fry and said, when you need to cook on the stove every day, you will not feel interesting. After entering the city, she still likes the gas stove. Unfortunately, Runzheng is not allowed to enter the small kitchen in the basement of the store. When the two people eat supper at night, they are also done by Runzheng. No. Even her master, also the Aunt Lu, also praised her after trying her dishes. Meng Meng, you are really a good life suitable for young grandma. Another sentence was added. If I have a cooking skills like you, the old lady is afraid that I can't bear to let me cook, I am afraid that my face will be dirty and dirty. In fact, there are no half sentences, that is. I'm more afraid of her life. Yin Meng stir-fry, go to cut the vegetables, pour it into the pot, then fry, and then stir-fry the seasonings when you feel suitable. In the end, she came with a thickening. Okay, don't burn it anymore. Zhang Jiyi heard the words, and immediately got up and came to the stove pot. In the face of this pot, it was extremely poor and more rich than the rainbow color. Praise! Wow, so fragrant, Meng Meng is so amazing. The corner of Yin Meng's mouth gently lifted. This is the first time. When she cooks, someone praises her cooking skills. I'll taste a bite first. Zhang Jiyi picked up chopsticks and wanted to try it. The pot was burned and burned vigorously. No matter the dish is strange, the ingredients are always cooked. Pap. Zhang Jiyi's chopsticks were patted by Yin Meng. Don't eat, live well and continue to praise me. Yin Meng enjoys the feeling of cooking, but she is so crazy that she really feels that she makes dishes, which is suitable for themselves. The bowl is not strong enough. Yin Meng intends to buy a spoon with the host's home and buy a small tank. The master's hometown refused to collect money, saying that it was all worthless stuff. It was used to use it. In the past 2 days, she went to the old Zhang family to pick it up. Yin Meng put her own dishes into the tank, and then left a sum of money to leave. Back to Lao Zheng's house, put the cylinder and fertilizer bags on the bottom of the bed. At dusk, Yin Meng stood at the window of the staircase on the second floor and looked at the 3 families of Zhang family and went home one by one. Everyone is carrying a fertilizer bag on their shoulders, but it is obviously much smaller. At night, Zhang Jiyi, who should have been sleeping, sat on the chair in front of the dressing table and dared not go to bed. Go to bed and sleep. Meng Meng, I'm not sleepy. Obedient. Oh, okay. Zhang Jiyi got on the bed, holding her knees with both hands, and thought of a large kangaroo mouse under the bed. She couldn't lie down. Meng Meng, don't you come up to sleep. I'll wait for a while. Yin Meng stood at the door. It's late at night. The sound of eating came from outside again, the old Zhang family, the meal was opened. It's just that this time, the sound duration is not long. Yin Meng walked back to the bed and sat down. She didn't pretend to sleep, but even so, there was an eye between the gaps between the beams and the gaps in the upper room, and the eyes appeared on the wall. The round hole at the floor under her feet also turned the eyeball. The family of 3, like a gecko or stickers or chopping, do everything possible to peep in. And this time, they were hungry, no longer satisfied, and began to bite with their teeth, and used their hands to try to make the gaps that peeked head. Meng Meng, what is this sound? Don't you care? Soon, they no longer satisfied this method, but became more direct. Gee, good, open a door, my aunt wants to tell you some words. Gee, open the door, uncle wants you to bring you a few words to your dad. Sister Gee, do you remember that when we went home to the grave when we were young, did the 2 of us play together? Zhang Jiyi didn't open the door, and she felt wrong this time. Meng Meng, my uncle's family, what's wrong with this? Don't you hear it? Will they be fine? Fine. Hey! Zhang Ji heard his words and relieved. They have long been dead. Zhang Ji. If you don't want your parents to become like this, help me pull the tank out of the bottom of the bed. Good. Zhang Ji got out of bed, worked hard with both hands, and pulled out the cylinder. Yin Meng unbuttoned the fertilizer bag, took the spoon to put the dishes made in the tank, and scooped into the bag with a large spoon and a spoon. The mice in the bag were very happy. Finally, the vegetables in a tank were scooped in, and the pushing door over there became a smashing door. The tables and chairs that arrive at the door are about to hold on. Go to bed. Good. Zhang Ji returned to bed obediently. Bang! The door of the room was pushed open, and there was only one strong standing at the door. Zhang Ji will protect the quilt in front of him, big brother. You. Sister Ji, why didn't you open the door just now? After Zhang Daqiang finished speaking, he turned around. Behind him, he was actually his mother. Ji, you are not good, let my aunt knock for so long. Zhang Daqiang turned his body back, reached out, tore off the skin on his face, revealing the uncle's face. Ji, you let the uncle wait for a long time. Yin Meng had long noticed that the family of three was strange. No wonder they just appeared alone, never write, and no family portrait. Because they can only keep one person like a living person, the other two are like leather clothes. Therefore, when they spoke in the house, they were all sticking to the door. When they ate mice, they were also sticking to the door, because at that time they were like a dress, and they were hung behind the door. Looking at Zhang Daqiang's movements, this is the physical sensation. Yin Meng relieved his breath, which means that he does not have to continue his hands and can move freely. She raised her feet and kicked the fertilizer bag. Suddenly, the mice who had just ate the meal came out all the time, climbing around the floor. Zhang Ji didn't call this time because she had just seen a more terrible picture. In comparison, mice were no longer a matter. The two people in front of the uncle were separated from him. Like two paper people, he grabbed the mouse on the ground and put it in his mouth. Uncle kneeled on the ground, surrounded him with both arms, put his mouse in front of himself, and buried his entire face and began to eat. If you look closely, you can find that the eyes of these mice have changed color, and some belly positions or tails, and spotted patterns appear. They ate happily, enjoying the delicious food, and occasionally looked up at the two people on the bed, as if silently saying, when they finish their meal, it will be your turn. Yin Meng was waiting quietly. For the first time, she was full of expectations for her cooking skills. Ah! At this time, Zhang Daqiang couldn't stand it anymore. His thin body began to twist more and more, and even began to knot. His mother was the same, her body was twisted into a twist. But even at this point, they still continued to twist with force. In the end, only the sound of skin breaking was heard, and the two people exploded like broken balloons, turning into a lot of fragments. The uncle was stunned. He was covered in his wife and son. At this time, he also began to react. His body twitched, and his mouth was stretched out with an extremely exaggerated amplitude. As if it was not enough, he stretched out his hand to grab his upper and lower mouth and began to exert force. Shh! Like peeling a pomegranate, he opened his mouth completely. Plop! A big fish jumped out, with the rat tail still in its mouth. Yin Meng picked up the shovel and wanted to chop it. The big fish kept blinking, as if it was begging her to help end its pain, and even shed fish tears. Yin Meng put away the shovel, took out a talisman, and stuffed it into the fish's mouth. The big fish stopped trembling, but its body continued to swell. Seeing this, Yin Meng pulled the dressing table over, and then pulled Zhang Ji to her side, and the two hid behind the dressing table. Bang! A burst of sound came, and the walls, floors, and the dressing table in front of her, all the places where the pus splashed, showed varying degrees of corrosion. Yin Meng breathed a sigh of relief, while Zhang Ji was a little absent-minded. At this time, the voice of a fool came from the yard. Ha ha ha, let's have a feast. Ha ha ha, let's have a feast. Yin Meng pulled Zhang Ji to the next room, and when she opened the door, she saw a fish hook hanging behind the door panel. She opened the window and looked at the idiot downstairs. The idiot jumped and shouted. A monster in human skin! A monster in human skin! Yin Meng frowned, is he dead? I'm a corpse collector. I'm a corpse collector. Yin Meng heard this and immediately asked, did brother Xiao Yuan ask you to come? Take me to Zhenmen village and fish it out. Take me to Zhenmen village and fish it out. Okay, I'll go with you now. Yin Meng picked up her backpack and went downstairs. When she walked to the yard, Zhang Ji chased her out. Meng, where are you going? I'll go with you. Can you let me follow you? Ji, your parents are fine now, you can go home now. No, I don't dare to be here alone, I don't dare to go back alone, can you let me go with you, Meng, please. She was really scared just now, and the only person she could rely on was Yin Meng. I can't take you away, brother Xiao Yuan will be angry. She knew that she couldn't be soft-hearted. She could take care of her before, but now that she was fine, she couldn't take a burden to see Xiao Yuan. Meng, I beg you, let me go with you. Faced with Zhang Ji's pleading, Yin Meng was also embarrassed, but then she thought, it would be the same if she went back when she saw brother Xiao Yuan, the worst that could happen was that she would be glared at by brother Xiao Yuan. Finally, Yin Meng could only nod helplessly, okay, you follow first. Yin Meng, you are so nice, thank you. Late at night. The fool walked in front singing and dancing, and behind him, two young girls followed silently. Is Uncle Shui okay? Li Zuiyuan was mixing a new red ink, using the blood that had just been taken from Father Shui. Don't worry, Xiao Yuan, it's okay, you'll be fine after a good sleep, I was very gentle. Yes. Li Zuiyuan made the red ink and put it in his bag. Before leaving, he went to Shui's father's room to check and confirmed that what Runzheng said was right. Shui's father was sleeping soundly. The wound on his palm was also carefully bandaged. Li Zuiyuan put his hand on Runzheng's shoulder, and Runzheng carried him on his back. The two of them went to the roof and then jumped out of the courtyard wall from the roof without alarming Shui's mother and the relatives and neighbors downstairs. However, he left a letter saying that he had a sudden inspiration and was going to sketch, thanking the hospitality and not to worry. As soon as he landed outside the house, the fool ran over happily while eating candy and holding up 3 fingers in both hands, waving at Li Zuiyuan and laughing. I am a corpse retriever. I am a corpse retriever. Li Zuiyuan said, you are a village guard. I am a village guard, I am a village guard. This town is lucky to have you. The fool walked forward with a smile, and Li Zuiyuan followed behind. Runzheng came forward and asked, Xiao Yuan, what about Binbin and Meng? Li Zuiyuan pointed to the 3 fingers that the fool was still holding up. He is leading the way for all of us. There are too many words, so I wrote late, and the update was late for a while, please vote for me. Chapter 114. Brother Runzheng, let's eat and rest. Okay. Li Zuiyuan and Runzheng sat down on a long stone. Runzheng opened his backpack, took out food and drinks, placed them in front of him, and then waved to the fool in front of him and shouted. Come and eat. The fool turned around and imitated the little swallow with a smile, running left and right, and finally nested in front of Li Zuiyuan and sat down. Along the way, the fool was very happy and excited, singing and dancing non-stop, not feeling tired at all. Runzheng lit a cigar, then took out the compressed biscuits and ate them together. The fool watched Runzheng eat the incense, very curious, and even stared at it and drooled. Runzheng handed the incense in his hand to him and asked, want a bite? The fool took it and imitated Runzheng's appearance, taking a bite at the non-burning end. After chewing it twice, his face turned bitter and he didn't laugh. Puh, fu, fu. The fool vomited and retched at the same time. Runzhung handed him a bottle of water. The fool took the water, drank a sip, raised his head, began to rinse his mouth, and then forgot to spit it out, but swallowed it. At this moment, his face became more painful. But he also had his own way. He took out the candy from his pocket, peeled two and put them in his mouth, and a sweet smile appeared again. Runzhung suddenly sighed and asked, "Xiao Yuan, if I hadn't been picked up by my grandfather, would I have become a village guard like him?" In fact, Li Zuiyuan had long suspected Runzhen's true life experience, but on the one hand, Uncle Shan was going to take the secret to the grave, and on the other hand, Li Zuiyuan felt that pursuing the truth of this secret was like studying chess just to win against A Li, which was meaningless. "Brother Runzhung, you will not become a village guard. Li Zuiyuan drank a sip of water, you will become the leader of your village." "Ah!" Runzhung heard this and scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Seeing this, the fool also learned from Runzhung to scratch the chicken coop on his head. Li Zuiyuan closed his eyes and began to take a nap. It was already afternoon. He estimated that if he walked a little further, he would soon reach Zhenmin village. After all, it was a village under the jurisdiction of Minnan town, so it was not too far for the ruins to be far away. Runzhung focused on eating. He knew that the rest time at this time was the time Xiao Yuan had left for him to replenish his supplies, so he had to fill his stomach quickly. The fool saw that Runzhung ate so much and so fast, as if it was a competition, and kept stuffing food into his mouth. Finally, Runzhung was full, and the fool's belly was full and he sat on the ground. But when he saw Li Zuiyuan and the others packing up and standing up, he immediately got up and continued to lead the way, but this time he was no longer jumping around. As they continued to move forward, mountain fog appeared in front of them, and the fool led the two into the fog. Runzhung noticed that the fool seemed to be circling in the fog and not walking in a straight line, but he saw that Xiao Yuan didn't say anything, so he didn't ask. As they walked, they heard the sound of gurgling water in front of them. Although the visibility was very low at the moment, they could still see a river in front of them. The fool went into the river. The river was not deep and only reached his chest. Runzhung squatted down and carried Li Zuiyuan on his back. He then lifted the bags of the two people over his head and followed the fool across the river. But as they waited, Runzhung found that the fool in front of him had his head buried in the river, his body leaning forward, floating there motionless, like a floating corpse. Runzhung stopped and heard Li Zuiyuan's voice. "Don't worry about him, keep going." Runzhung continued to move forward. The river was not too wide and they soon reached the shore. The fog was no longer so thick here. Standing on the shore and looking into the river, the fool's floating figure was looming in the fog. In the other direction was a river valley, and it seemed that the sound of chickens crowing and dogs barking could be heard. There, it should be Zhenmin village. However, Li Zuiyuan had no intention of exploring and checking in advance. Instead, he turned his head and said to Runzhung, "Brother Runzhung, take out the sleeping bag." "Okay." Runzhung took out a sleeping bag and spread it on the ground. Li Zuiyuan got in and closed his eyes. But just as Runzhung had to keep his stomach full, he also had to seize the time to make himself more energetic as much as possible. Runzhung sat down beside Li Zuiyuan, with the yellow river shovel on his knees, candies, incense and compressed biscuits in front of him. While looking around, he also put some food into his mouth. That fool just kept floating in the river, not moving. It was getting dark, and Runzhung saw a vague light flickering and swaying above the river valley. It was not an electric light, but a bonfire. Hwa-la! Hwa-la! There was movement in the river. Runzhung grabbed the yellow river shovel, stood up, and whispered, "Xiao Yuan." Li Zuiyuan opened his eyes from sleep, turned over in his sleeping bag, and looked at the river. Not only did he not rush to get up, but he closed his eyes again. The fog did not dissipate with the arrival of night, but was covered with a thick layer of gauze on the basis of the night. The sound of water splashing was getting closer and closer, and Runzhung took a flashlight to shine. Suddenly, he saw the fool who had been floating there for a long time without moving, disappearing into the fog. Then, the fool came out again. He was still floating, but this time there were 2 more people and a bag behind him. Runzhung recognized one of them. It was Tan Wenbin. Li Zuiyuan blinked and came out of the sleeping bag. "Brother Runzhung, go pick them up. Xiao Yuan, be careful on the shore." Runzhung went down the river, biting the flashlight's hanging rope in his mouth. After walking to the middle of the river, he saw the fool who had been pulling 2 people in front slowly sinking. Run Sheng wanted to pull him subconsciously, but he remembered what Xiao Yuan said before, "Don't care about him." He pursed his lips, and Run Sheng pulled Tan Wenbin and the woman and climbing bags to himself, and took them back to the shore on this side. Li Qianyuan first walked to Tan Wenbin and squatted down. Tan Wenbin was still in a coma. The whole body was raised, but there were many burns marks. Originally, he could be called a handsome and unruly face. Li Zhanyuan flipped Tan Wenbin's eyelids and checked the rest of the details. "Xiao Yuan, Binbin. Evil qi is too heavy to get poison, and give me the grey jar in the bag." Run Sheng immediately took out the jar, twisted the lid, and handed it to the teenager. "The incense ash in the jar is available in the temple." Li Zhanyuan also mixed with a lot of Ali's abandoned handicraft materials, which is the ancestral tablet of the Qin Lu family. "Grab a handful of fragrant grey and apply it in his hand." Li Zhanyuan began to massage Tan Wenbin. Soon, black and purple emerged quickly. After Li Zhanyuan was sneaked by Xiao Huangying, Lu Bluz used this method to poison the poisonous sneaky. Continue to add grey massage. Black and purple gradually overflow the skin, densely sensible blood beads, and many places are still bubble. Li Zhanyuan stood up, relieved his breath, and said to Runzhung, "Brother Runzhung, all places where bubbling, you do the key squeezing massage." "Okay." Runzhung replaced Li Zhanyuan's position. He was strong in his hands and his palms was wider. Soon, there were constant small blood pillars on Binbin. Li Zhanyuan walked beside Zheng Yunyin, and the woman's head was bandaged, and now she seemed to be unconscious. "You wake up, don't pretend." Zheng Yunyin motionless. Li Zhanyuan didn't care about her anymore. Women's hands and feet were tied up. They used the technique of binding the corpse people. She pretended to be unconscious, because she could not break away from this knot. Over there, Runzhung, who was still squeezing blood, asked, "Xiao Yuan, who is she?" "I don't know, either surnamed Zheng or Zheng." Brother Binbin did this time better than I expected. "Xiao Yuan, Binbin seems to wake up." Looking at Li Ziwan, Tan Wenbin's strong black and purple color was gone, and his breathing became smooth and powerful. However, from Tan Wenbin's neck, blood began to flow out, and gradually became red. Run Sheng turned Tan Wenbin's body over. There was an old and new wounds. When he was preparing to bandage, Li Zhanyuan said, "No hurry, Brother Runzhung, Yin Meng Her, they are here." "I did it, but cleaned up more details." Runzhung stood up, "I'll pick it up." "No, they are walking by themselves." The dense fog could cover the vision, but couldn't stop the hearing. The figure of the fool emerged again, facing down, and in the water. When Yin Meng and Zheng Ji were about to help him, they heard the sound from the shore. "Don't care about him, come here." Yin Meng immediately pulled Zheng Ji's hand and went to the water. As soon as they went ashore, Li Zhanyuan saw the fool who was floating there, and slowly straightened up. He tilted his head, in the water, and looked at Li Zhanyuan on the shore. The two are separated by the fog, but they can perceive each other. The fool raised his hands and waved. At this moment, he looked very quiet. Li Zhanyuan also raised his hand to respond. The fool's road came, and he went back. Li Zhanyuan did not ask him to stay, let alone extravagant him to enter the gate with the three of him, because he had done enough. The surgery industry has special attacks. The next thing depends on myself. When you finish the things here, when you go back, you can live in Minnan town for another 2 days. At that time, you can talk to the fool. He may not be stupid, of course, he may be even more stupid. That is to say, there is no popular temple to build temples. In fact, the unique temples in many places in the country, the first targets were people like fools. Xiao Yuan. Yin Meng pulled Zhang Ji and walked to Li Zhanyuan, waiting for criticism. Xiao Yuan. Brother. Zhang Ji smiled on his face. She felt that the teenager looked good and wanted to hold him, touched his face. Li Zhanyuan asked Zhang Ji, "What is your last name?" "My surname is Zheng," called Zhang Ji. "Ah, Xiao Yuan, you will not be Li, right?" "I am." "The one that Ninbin brought, the woman who was still pretending to be in a coma should be the last name." "Ah, I listened to our family's fat and mentioned you, province the champion, god boy." Under the simple communication, Li Zhanyuan confirmed that Zhang Ji was the kind of naive and loved person. She was like a small son, and she could give people all kinds of emotional values from sincerely. "Xiao Yuan, I let her." Before Yin Meng's words were finished, Li Zhanyuan was interrupted. Li Zhanyuan smiled at her. Although it was a bit reluctant and short-lived, it was already trying to do his best. Meng, you do it well this time." Yin Meng thought that when she first crossed the river, her ears entered the water, and they appeared on a hallucination. "Xiao Yuan. Binbin is poisonous, I just cleaned up for him, and you went to make an end to make him slow down quickly." "Okay, I'll go here." Li Zhanyuan beckoned Zhang Ji and motioned for her to come with herself. The teenager himself took Shui's blood, but he did not have much hope for his two partners. One is that they have to face their own special situation, the other is that they may not obtain this information at all. But they surprised themselves. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. The purpose of the big fish is to let the three surnames have broken the three blood bowls. It is equivalent to the necessary conditions here. You can use the original sealing system to died in the head of Zhenmin village. Essence. Although Li Ziwen wanted to kill it thoroughly, he would not refuse to send the lower limit to the hand. Li Zhanyuan took out the tool from the bag and said, "I take you a little blood." Zhang Ji didn't understand, but still stretched out his hand, "Give, Xiao Yuan, brother." Li Zhanyuan nodded and began to draw blood. Zhang Ji is very good. However, Li Zanyao couldn't help doubt whether Zhang Ji's good was influenced. For example, in the past, when his grandfather would be affected by blessing when he was in danger, he was inexplicable. While Zhang Shui pushed his death to himself, is that wave of waves blooming naturally or decorated with it? 3 lines, straight here. Shui Liang's line, needless to say, brother Liang spoke or accident, he would never ignore himself. But Tan Wenbin went to the medical room with Runzheng or Lin Chuyu again and again. Dr. Fan had surgery every time. Here there must be the credit of Tan Wenbin's tongue lotus. But is there a little bit of promotion of Zhang Shui? I was dizzy, I wanted to refuse, but accepted it in a mess. When I thought of it, I felt very ridiculous. As for Zhang Ji, because Wu Fat's image is too clear, she predicts that she will be the main trigger point of this line. So does her current consciousness and enthusiasm have increased from the river water? Destiny is an invisible hand. Many people have had such a question in their hearts, that is, if you cross the road today, you will delay a few seconds and yawn more. Will your own destiny also have a chain reaction? Perhaps, every time you sneeze, you can also involve God's will. Li Zhanyuan secretly remembered that after the incident ended, he had to let Yin Meng and Tan Wenbin conduct a period of contact with Zhang Ji and Fan Shulan for a period of contact to see if some characteristics on them will change. This is very important for Li Zhanyuan, helping him to further grasp the intention of the subject. He even doubted that every time he took the initiative to pour out from alley, every time he was drawn, he was surging under the river and quickly revised everything when he surfaced. The village is in front. After taking Zheng Jiyi's blood, you don't have to make a mud for freshness. Li Zhanyuan walked to the side of Zheng Yunyin, squatted down, inserted his arm with another needle tube, and pulled out blood. There is no mistake. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1619, 1 book, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, a book. She was still pretending to be unconscious. Often such people are easy to pit themselves, and they will solve themselves while doing stupid things. Tan Wenbin woke up. Yin Meng grabbed a large earthworm. He took blood from his neck wound, and then all the earthworms that had fallen off were rotten into blood mud. Ah! Tan Wenbin groaned halfway, his eyes began to patrol, and when he saw Xiao Yuan, who was walking towards it, he kept groaning the remaining half. Take a rest in place and share your own perspective experience. Finally, Li Zhanyuan made a summary. After listening, Tan Wenbin laughed, ha ha ha, the fish still wants to lie to me, kill someone with a knife. I am not stupid, I want to bring that woman over. Yin Meng was very fortunate that if he did not bring Zheng Jiyi, he made a mistake. However, Li Zhanyuan also said frankly that it would be normal even if it was not brought over. Then, the teenager made up, when you encounter similar situations next time, remember to clean the battlefield because of key clues, it is likely to hide it, it is likely to hide it. Among them, Runzheng said, if we come a few days later, we can't get rid of it. Li Zhanyuan, this is the advantage of grabbing the advanced test room. The draft paper of the last candidates has not yet been cleaned up. Tan Wenbin is more concerned about his new attempts this time. He said with expectations, Xiao Yuan, my method like that, can I continue to use it in the future? Brother Binbin, have you forgotten when you are coma? Isn't this Xiao Yuan and Meng Meng? Even if you help you clean up in time, your body will leave sequelae, waiting for you to get old. Tan Wenbin was surprised, can I still get older? Can I still have my old age? Still don't have to do it, and every time, there is just a suitable evil spirits around you to use it. The lonely ghost is not the kind of yin god of Lin Chiyu, and the gap is too large in terms of the gap between grade and side effects. That, Xiao Yuan, can you catch it in advance and bring it with you? Li Zhanyuan shook his head. Tan Wenbin's expression was lonely. He now understands the kind of obsession and crazy of Lin Chiyu. When you have that kind of power and experience that feeling, you really can't be lost and let go. Li Zhanyuan said, let's talk about it, see if you can improve the method for you, and you can't do so. Ah! Tan Wenbin became excited, my little Yuan is worthy of my little brother. The 12 laws of Fengdu can be modified. The Ksitagarbha Bodhisattva Sutra and the process of the official generals can also be copied and modified. Wei Zhendao's talisman paper outline can also select a few more unpopular talismans and change them on this basis. With 3 top secret books as reference, Li Zuiyuan felt that he could tailor a ghost control for Tan Wenbin. No, it is a ghost control technique. Of course, side effects are inevitable. Since ancient times, it is difficult for those who control gods and ghosts to have a good end. Even the official generals are the same. Lin Chiyu's grandfather can live to see his grandson come of age. In their line of work, it is considered a long life. Those ghosts will not really care about the body of the medium. But compared to the negative impact on the body and destiny, Li Zuiyuan was more worried about another thing. Brother Binbin, you have to be mentally prepared. Controlling ghosts will change your personality. The one under the peach tree forest in his hometown was the one who learned Wei Zhendao's black book and died. Not only did he change his personality, but he also changed his species. Tan Wenbin asked, how will his personality change? It will become more arrogant and extreme. Tan Wenbin demonstrated, is that so, brother Xiao Yuan? He. That's what it tastes like. It's okay. It fits my position. The old lady has taught me that as the one shouting in front of the Dragon King's boat, I have to pretend to be dead. In fact, Li Zuiyuan has a bolder idea in his mind. Is there any way to get the White Crane boy down so that he can't go back and work for me when needed? Those lonely ghosts are really not presentable. After the rest, except for Tan Wenbin who was still a little weak, the others adjusted to the best condition. Li Zuiyuan glanced at Yin Meng, then at Zheng Yunyin. Yin Meng understood, took out the whip, and whipped Zheng Yunyin. Snap! Ah! Zheng Yunyin screamed, she couldn't pretend anymore. Runzheng stepped forward, carried her up, and the team of 6 people walked towards the river valley. There was darkness between the hillsides on both sides, and the flashlight could only illuminate a wooden building in front. The light and fire that could be seen from a distance before, but when approaching, it was invisible. A stone table and a stone tablet stood side by side in the central area. On the stone table were stone bowls and stone plates connected to it, and on the stone tablet were powerful inscriptions. Li Zuiyuan walked to the stone tablet. The inscriptions were old and eroded by time, and some were blurred, but Li Zuiyuan had read books that were more difficult to understand, so it was not difficult to recognize this. I, the poor Taoist Yuxuzi, have erected a monument with my flesh body to seal the town. The 3 disciples Zheng, Zheng, and Shui have settled here. The descendants will offer blood and food to continue the great formation with the Jiazi year ring. As long as the evil spirits are not destroyed, we will not retreat. We will protect our righteous path from generation to generation. Seal the town with the flesh body means to regard oneself as the core of the formation and fight the evil spirits to death. Li Zuiyuan did not know who this Taoist Yuxuzi was. He had not read any records about him. Throughout the ages, there have been very few people who can be recorded in history books. This Yuxuzi not only suppressed himself here, but also ordered his 3 disciples to spread out and maintain and suppress the evil spirits for generations. It is very likely that he hid here before he became famous. Of course, it is also possible that he became famous, but because the inheritance of his disciples was bound here, there was no family and disciples to help him promote and shout, so naturally he was not well known. But why did the evil spirit suppressed by Yuxuzi appear in Ali's dream? Could it be that the surname of Yuxuzi is Qin or Lu? But the outstanding figures of Qin and Lu family, going to other sects, is even more shocking than the marriage of Grandpa Qin and Grandma Lu. Brother Runzheng, set up the offering table. Okay. Runzheng began to clean the heavy dust on his stone table. He blew it hard and wiped it, and found a circular bulge in the center of the stone table. Tan Wenbin asked in confusion, why is this bowl upside down? As he said that, Tan Wenbin wanted to reach out and touch it. Li Zuiyuan, don't touch it. Ah! That's the skull of Taoist Master Yuxuzi. Head. Tan Wenbin took 2 steps back, and the faces of other people around him changed. This means that Yuxuzi himself is on this stone table. Li Zuiyuan, light the candles, set up the offerings, and burn paper. Yin Meng went to light the candles, Runzheng set up the offerings, and Tan Wenbin went to burn paper. After everything was ready, Li Zuiyuan stood in front of the stone table and placed the blood bowls made of the blood of the descendants of the 3 surnames Shui, Zheng, and Zheng around the skull. Then, he opened the table and performed the ritual. The stone table began to vibrate slightly, and the blood in the blood bowl gradually boiled, then dripped down the mouth of the bowl, and finally merged into the skull, and the skull immediately exuded a special crystal. Then, there was a wind blowing from outside, and the force became stronger and stronger, and the darkness in front began to retreat, revealing a complete bungalow. The house was very wide and the dam was very large, not like a traditional dwelling. Further back, a fleeting ray of light appeared, dispelling a large area of haze and confusion, and the demonic atmosphere was hushed. However, what surprised Li Zuyuan a little was that the effect of this formation seemed a little weak. As the name suggests, suppression and grinding must be involved. This formation still has some power to suppress, but it is clearly lacking in power to kill. It is possible that Taoist Master Yuxu's attainments in formations are not particularly high, or it is possible that this formation lacks later maintenance, resulting in many of its functions being weakened or simply castrated. After all, among the three families of Shui, Zheng, and Zeng, only the Zeng family still has some means, and the other two families are no different from ordinary families. This is because the level of the descendants is so low that they can't even do daily maintenance. This is a bit like the Yin family. As a descendant of Yin Chongsheng, Yin Meng has not yet learned to walk in the Yin. The 12 laws of Fengdu have degenerated to the 12 laws of the Yin family, and now even the laws cannot be learned. Fortunately, Yin Meng has other talents that have been developed. The method of directly poisoning dirty things is a path that Li Zuyuan has never imagined. With the seal reinforced, this formation can continue to last for a century. If he finds that he can't kill the big fish after entering, Li Zuyuan will have to withdraw, go to Minnan town or the county town, purchase materials and then spend a lot of time and energy to repair and improve the formation. Yes, he still has to go in. After all, he's here. Zheng Yunyan and Zheng Ji were left outside. Zheng Yunyan was tied up by Yin Meng again on the basis of the original. She was wrapped so tightly that there would be absolutely no accidents. Some clean water and food were left for Zheng Ji, and she was told that if she didn't see them coming out in 2 days, she should ignore Zheng Yunyan and return by herself. If she got lost after crossing the river, she would keep shouting idiot. The reason why Zheng Yunyan is still kept now is because she is the only blood of the Zheng family now, and she will need the blood of 3 families as a primer when she repairs the formation in the future. The 4 people walked through the stone tablet and stone table and walked inside. When they came to the front of the house, they saw the door plaque hanging on it, Yizhuang. No wonder it looked so strange when I saw it from outside. Tan Wenbin asked in confusion, "Hey, why build the Yizhuang at the entrance of the village?" Li Zuyuan, "We may have entered from the end of the village. The Yizhuang is obviously a bit far from the next residential building, and the entrance of the Yizhuang is the road where the 4 of them are now, which is also a small path that branches up from the main road of the village. Everything here is stained with a layer of decay, but the decay does not continue, but falls into stillness when it reaches a certain degree. This may be the effect of the formation, or it may be the effect of death. There are 6 decayed coffins on the dam of the Yizhuang. Brother Runzheng, open the coffin and take a look." Runzheng took the yellow river shovel and quickly pried open the first coffin. There was no one inside, but there was a backpack, a hiking pole and a bottle of water. "Open them all." Yin Meng and Tan Wenbin also joined in the opening of the coffins. There were a total of 6 coffins, with no corpses inside, only backpacks, some tools, folded clothes, and some unopened food and water. "Tan Wenbin, it seems that the expedition team of 6 college students really entered here." "Yin Meng, what about their bodies?" Tan Wenbin asked in confusion. "They are not necessarily dead. Why does the scene in this coffin look so much like the bed in the college dormitory? I like to put these things on my bed, so that it is convenient when I sleep at night." Dong! 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 A bell sounded in the village ahead. The 4 of them looked in the direction of the sound. Because the charity cemetery is located at a high point at the end of the village, they can see a row of young men and women in modern clothes walking in a line on the main street. Everyone held a lantern in their right hand, and their left hand was on the shoulder of the person in front of them, walking in unison. Suddenly, they stopped. The next moment, the 6 people turned their heads collectively and looked towards the charity cemetery from a distance. The hands holding the lanterns kept shaking back and forth. They were making an invitation. "My work and rest schedule was stretched a lot some time ago. which resulted in my physical condition not being very good today. It just so happened that the following plot needed to be reorganized. That's all for today. I will try to write more tomorrow. Hug you all. Chapter 115. Let's go and have a look. Li Zuiyuan decided to accept the invitation. The 3 surnames blood bowls have been offered, Yuxu's formation can be continued, and the big fish's plot has failed. It can be said that relying on the huge first mover advantage, the bottom line on his side has been covered, and a test paper has already received a passing score. If I retreat now and repair the formation, the score can be raised again, and I can get a good score. If I can add a stronger attrition effect on the original basis of the formation, I can get an excellent score. However, Li Zuiyuan is used to getting full marks. I came here from school, and I feel regretful if I can't kill it directly. Moreover, if I put myself in the mind of the questioner, if I just perfunctorily deal with this wave, it is possible that this place will be detonated again at some time in the future. Since 6 college students can come, then 6 half buckets of Suanman people can also come next time to do bad things with good intentions, or even 6 evil ways can come to deliberately retaliate against the world. The 4 of them left the charity cemetery, walked down and entered the main road of the village. When they got closer, the 6 college students resumed their previous posture, holding lanterns, walking slowly and continuing to lead the way. Seeing this, Tan Wenbin couldn't help but sigh. Alas, young people nowadays, they don't go to college, but have to come here to greet guests. Runzheng, are you talking about yourself? Tan Wenbin, hey, Runzheng, if I die on the side of the road in the future, will the people behind me say the same thing to me when they see my body? Runzheng, no. Is it because I didn't bring my student ID? I will help you cremate it on the side of the road. At least take my ashes back and help me sit for a fast. This needs to be discussed with your family. No, you are so embarrassed to take the red envelope for my funeral? Ha, wait, if you die before me one day, I will go to your funeral and play the suana for you personally. Welcome. And I will snuff out all the burning incense on your altar. Runzheng frowned. Yin Meng, okay, whoever dies first, I will go to that person's funeral and cook for that person's family. Yin Meng's words made Tan Wenbin and Runzheng silent. Tan Wenbin quickly changed the subject. Brother Xiao Yuan, I want to say hello to my predecessors and see which university they are from. Li Zuiyuan nodded. Bin trotted forward and was level with the male student at the end of the queue. Seeing an ID card on the chest of his shirt, he leaned forward to take a closer look. Jinling Audit Exploration Society. They are actually our neighbors. No wonder they were arranged to stay at Uncle Shui's house when they came. After all, they are also college students from Jinling. Just when Tan Wenbin retracted his gaze, he found that the other party was also slowly turning his eyes to himself. The 2 of them looked at each other so abruptly. Fuck! Tan Wenbin shouted. The student's eyes began to roll non-stop. Tan Wenbin stretched out his hand and placed it under the other person's nose, and actually sensed an extremely weak breath. Oh my god, this one is still alive. Tan Wenbin immediately looked at the one in front of him. The one in front was a girl. When Tan Wenbin appeared in front of her at a close distance, not only were her eyes rolling, but she also showed a pleading emotion in her eyes. This one is also alive. This one too. Brother Xiao Yuan, they are all alive. These 6 college students, 4 men and 2 women, all still have self-awareness, but they can't control their bodies. The reason for being so shocked is that they entered here last month, and it is a miracle that they are still alive now. Yin Meng also went forward to check and found that the 6 people all had bulging bellies. She gently put her hand over and could sense that something was swimming inside, and because of the contact of her palm, the thing inside suddenly became irritable. There is something in their stomachs, maybe fish. They can't be saved at the moment, because if the fish in their stomachs is stimulated, they will die immediately. Li Zuiyuan, then let them continue to lead the way. If he can solve the problem of the big fish, their problems will naturally be solved. If they can't be solved in the end, they will be killed when they leave. The boy understood the pleading eyes, which was a request for liberation. Although the houses on both sides of the village road were rotten and dilapidated, the general framework was still intact. However, the doors of all the houses passed by were open, revealing the depth inside. The welcoming team brought the 4 people to a closed house. The 2 people in front stretched out their hands to push open the door, and the 2 people at the back stood at the door holding lanterns. This scene looked like a servant taking the master home. Li Zuiyuan carefully observed this. The 4 of them walked into the house and found that it was no different from other houses in the village except that the door was closed at the beginning, and there was no trace of any formation. The 4 people walked into the door and came to the yard. The 4 college students who came in first held lanterns and stood at the 4 corners. The light of the lanterns barely covered the surroundings. In the middle of the yard, there was a huge square table with 3 statues standing on the table. There was a circle of cushions on the ground around it, and a dry skeleton wearing a Taoist robe sat on each cushion. Right in front of the table, there was a dry skeleton wearing a yellow Taoist robe, holding a bagua mirror in his left hand and a peachwood sword in his right hand. But the bagua mirror was broken, and the peachwood sword was even broken. He was lying face down on the table with a cracked and sunken skull. This shows that when the incident happened in Zhenmen village, the village had invited Taoist priests to exorcise demons, but in the end, the Taoist priests were exorcised by the demons. Li Zuiyuan walked to the side of the yellow Taoist robed skeleton. On the tables on both sides of it, there were 2 paintings. In the first painting, there was a woman in a green robe standing by the river. In the river, the shadow of a big fish was vaguely visible. In the second painting, a big fish with a broken body floated along the river. There was a shadow of a village where the river extended. In the third painting, a Taoist priest in a yellow Taoist robe led his disciples and stood at the entrance of the village. The sign at the entrance of the village read Zhenmen Village. The Taoist priest in the yellow robe had a fairy-like appearance and a fairy-like aura. The disciples around him were also handsome and suave. It seems that this Taoist priest has the same hobby as himself, and likes to record his experience of exorcising demons in the form of painting. However, the Taoist priest pursues details more than himself. Ali only draws one ending, while the Taoist priest seems to be drawing a comic strip here. In the fourth painting, the Taoist priest and his disciples set up the altar, and there is a black fog in front of them, and there is a big fish in it. There is no fifth painting, or rather, these dry bones in reality are the fifth painting, which depicts their ending. Li Zuiyuan moved his eyes back to the first painting. Will the woman in the painting have the surname Lu? According to the plot in the painting, the big fish should have been seriously injured by her, but even if the seriously injured and broken big fish drifted here, it still set off a bloody storm in this mountain village, and this group of Taoist priests could not suppress it. The follow-up outside the painting should be that Yuxuzi came here and sealed off the entire Zhenmen village to prevent the big fish from going out and wreaking havoc. If the woman in the painting has the surname Lu, it can explain why the big fish appeared in Ali's dream. Because in the eyes of this big fish, the reason why he was so miserable was not because of the culprit of the yellow-robed Taoist priest or Yuxuzi, but because of this woman from the Lu family. Li Zuiyuan didn't know whether she was a dragon king of a certain generation of the Lu family. The main reason was that the yellow-robed Taoist priest didn't leave any words in the painting, and the painting used the kind of depiction method that pursued artistic conception. The information that can be obtained from the characters is actually, women in green clothes. Li Zuiyuan suspected that this scene should be what the yellow-robed Taoist priest heard about himself, and then drew it based on his imagination as the beginning of his demon-killing incident. That should be a dragon king of a certain generation of the Lu family, because the Taoist priest was a very narcissistic person. The fact that he could personally draw that he was just dealing with a severely injured evil spirit and was proud of it showed that the identity of the woman was big enough and loud enough. I went to help the Dragon King deal with the aftermath, and this level was raised all of a sudden. But Li Zuiyuan's eyes swept over the 4 college students standing in the 4 corners. What was the purpose of controlling them and leading him and others here? Deliberately explain the background? Generally speaking, the purpose of explaining the background is to lay the groundwork. So, are you going to see me next? Li Zuiyuan stood on tiptoe and touched the back of the head of the Taoist priest in yellow robe, feeling the horrible wound. Runzheng came over and reached out to touch the Taoist robe. Tan Wenbin and Yin Meng touched the Taoist robes of the Taoist priests on the mat. No mistake, 1 sentence, 1 post, 1 content, 1 6, 1 9, 1 book, 1 bar, take a look. Li Zuiyuan knew that his companions had misunderstood his meaning. He didn't want to touch anything, but just wanted to confirm the fatal injury of the Taoist priest. However, he didn't say anything to stop him. If there were any relics that could help future generations better eliminate demons and defend the way, or even help him take revenge, the Taoist priests should be happy to give them. But the result was that Yin Meng and Tan Wenbin got nothing, and only Runzheng touched a scripture from the Taoist priest in yellow robe. Nearly 300 years are enough to turn most things into decay. Li Zuiyuan glanced at this scripture, which talked about self-cultivation and self-improvement, and had no value. Brother Runzheng, give me 3 incense sticks. Okay. Li Zuiyuan held 3 burning incense sticks, bowed 3 times to the dry bones of the Taoist priests, and then inserted the incense into the incense burner. At this time, the college students who were originally standing at the 4 corners moved, and they walked out of the house again with lanterns. It felt like a tour guide, taking you to the next attraction after visiting one attraction. After Li Zuiyuan and the other 4 went out, they followed the 6 college students and continued to walk along the village road. This time, they walked directly to the entrance of the village. There was a river at the entrance of the village. The river surface had been widened here, and there were many stone slabs on the riverside, which made it convenient for villagers to wash here. The 6 college students walked to the side of a stone slab, divided into 2 groups, and stood opposite each other. Plop! A figure emerged from under the water, and he climbed onto the stone slab. This was an old man, half of his body was fish scales, and half of his body was transparent. He was not a living person, but he was not a dead soul either. When he appeared, Li Zuiyuan subconsciously raised his head. He could feel that there was a resonance between the old man and the formation here. All things are divided into yin and yang, and the array eyes in the formation can also be divided in this way. However, most formations do not have this configuration. Only those with extremely deep attainments in formations can set up this formation. The old man stood by the river and saluted, saying, "I am Yuxuzi, and I meet you all." Runzheng, Tan Wenbin, and Yin Meng were all shocked. They all remembered that Yuxuzi's skull appeared on the stone table at the entrance, and his body was in the stone table. Why did he appear here again now? Li Zuiyuan could confirm that the other party was indeed Yuxuzi. His body acted as the yang array eye at the entrance, and his soul acted as the yin array eye in the array. The old man asked again, "Who are you?" "Ahem. Ahem." Tan Wenbin cleared his throat and was about to introduce himself solemnly, but Li Zuiyuan took the lead. "Corpse collector, sit at Huangshan Wharf." Tan Wenbin nodded immediately, followed by Runzheng and Yin Meng. At the same time, Tan Wenbin touched the 7-star hook, Runzheng held the yellow river shovel, and Yin Meng held the exorcist whip. Because Brother Xiao Yuan did not perform the Qin Lu family's etiquette, nor did he reveal his true identity, the 3 of them were all prepared. As a team, this tacit understanding goes without saying. Yuxuzi asked, "If I'm not mistaken, it was you who helped me to continue this forbidden array." "Yes, it was us. Thank you for your help. The Taoist priest is polite, this is what we should do. You and your 3 disciples have devoted their lives for generations, which is truly admirable. For those of us who practice Taoism, it is our duty to defend the righteous path and protect the human world. Yuxuzi waved his hand. Although half of his face was covered with fish scales, his eyebrows still revealed a sense of magnanimity and righteousness. At this moment, a whirlpool appeared in the water behind him, and then a huge fish with abscesses all over its body leaped out and smashed directly at Yuxuzi. Yuxuzi retreated and avoided the attack of the big fish. The big fish persevered and twisted its body again, rushing towards Yuxuzi. Yuxuzi dodged again, leaving the big fish empty again. The big fish began to go crazy, twisting its body and sweeping again. Yuxuzi still retreated and did not compete with it. After 3 consecutive attacks without any effect, the big fish seemed to be extremely angry. It actually raised its head and jumped high. After drawing an arc in the air, it fell back into the water, splashing a large area of water. This time it was not an attack, but more like a pure temper. Back in the water, the red fish eyes twisted, staring at Li Zuiyuan and hissing. Tan Wenbin, Runs Hung, and Yin Meng all looked at Li Zuiyuan, but Li Zuiyuan did not order a move, just stood there and watched. Yuxuzi pointed at the big fish and said, "This monster has been suppressed for so many years, but its ferocity remains unchanged. Fortunately, I have already figured out its temper." Li Zuiyuan said, "What the Taoist said is that monsters are monsters after all, and they are just brains. It's a pity that my soul has been polluted by it day and night, and it has become like this. It is really embarrassing and tormenting. The Taoist has made great efforts, and we admire it. However, although its ferocity remains, the vitality of this monster has been worn away by the years. I have a plan that can not only completely solve this monster and avoid long nights and dreams, but also help me get rid of it as soon as possible. I wonder if you are willing to lend a hand to me." "Of course I don't want to. My plan is, I forced myself to adjust my work and rest schedule, but I was not energetic on the first day. I was in a daze. I said yesterday that I would write more today, but today I can only break my promise. Sometimes I am not in a good state and write less. I just do it casually, but since I have made a promise, I will definitely remember to pay it back. I owed 2k words yesterday and 6k words today. Tomorrow I will write 18,000 words to end this plot. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.